Chapter 674. The Wise Dragon. After killing the skeletal dragon and teleporting it to the dark forest, Michael, Gaia, and Nightmare resumed their journey without a destination. They roamed around the misty island aimlessly, killing whatever comes in their way. Unfortunately for Michael, he didn't get to kill anything stronger than a core-strengthening stage being. He didn't even bother to raise a finger as he let Nightmare get some battle experience. It was time Nightmare forged his own path under Michael's watchful eyes. After all, Nightmare was no longer a child that needed to be taken care of. He had reached the core-strengthening stage. The only weakness Michael saw in Nightmare was his kindness. Unfortunately, it often made Nightmare look weak rather than kind. Although Nightmare seemed to be supporting Michael in his thoughts to destroy Wuxia, Michael knew Nightmare wanted to avoid all the bloodshed. He wasn't wrong though. If it were any other situation, Michael would have wanted the same. He himself wasn't a big fan of wars. But Wuxia must be destroyed. Michael was not a saint to return an evil act with kindness. He would do anything to see Victoria and her family suffer. Through the mist, Michael led Gaia and Nightmare forward. His senses were heightened to detect any threats nearby. Suddenly Michael stopped flying. "Why are we stopping?" asked Gaia. "The drones were destroyed," said Michael. A moment ago he felt the connection between him and a few drones suddenly severed. He closed his eyes briefly for a moment, ordering the system to locate the destroyed drones. "I hope it's the Wise Dragon," Gaia nervously smiled. Without wasting any time, Michael grabbed Gaia's hand and cast the ignition to reach the destination as fast as he could. The scenery around them did not change. Everyone was still covered in mist. He triggered a couple of illusion arrays but destroyed them all within a few seconds. They weren't strong enough to pose a threat to Michael anymore. In a couple of minutes they traveled quite a long distance. To their surprise, the mist suddenly disappeared. Instead, they were stuck in a dome made of bone-chilling ice. "What is this place?" asked Gaia. She rubbed her shoulders to create some much-needed warmth. Nightmare tried to breathe fire but he simply couldn't. The coldness affected Nightmare's ability to breathe fire. Gaia looked around the dome to see an entrance. She couldn't even find out how she entered the dome when she turned back. It was obvious that ice closed the gap they entered. Several questions emerged in their minds. First of them was, where were they? As they were looking around, Michael sensed a powerful being in the area with them. "Something's here," said Michael. According to his senses and the environmental scanning, the being was a fusion stage being. Although he sensed the being, he couldn't see it. He quickly used his thermal vision, looking at his surroundings once again. Shock and surprise welcomed Michael. An invisible foe slowly approached them. Judging by the silhouette, it was definitely a colossal dragon. Regardless of the dragon's size, it moved like a ninja, making no sound. Unlike Michael, Gaia couldn't see the dragon. "Are we playing hide and seek?" asked Michael. The dragon stopped moving. "I can see you," said Michael. The dragon stared at Michael for a few moments. They could have seen the surprise in the dragon's eyes if the dragon wasn't invisible. Finally, the dragon revealed itself by dispelling the invisibility spell around it. Michael raised his brows as he stood before a towering colossal dragon. It was just as big as the skeletal dragon but more powerful and terrifying. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. To experience faster update speed. Large emerald eyes sat concealed within the dragon's rounded, narrow skull, giving the dragon a rather menacing appearance. Several enormous horns sit atop its head, just above its wide, cat-like ears. Large fan-like skin and bone structures ran down the sides of each of its jaw lines. Its nose was small and had two short, pointy nostrils. There was a small horn on its chin. Several rows of large teeth poked out from the side of its mouth and gave a slight hint of the terror hiding inside. The dragon's thick neck ran down from its head and into a long body. The top was covered in curved icy blue scales, and a row of small fan-like growths ran down its spine. Its bottom was covered in small scales and was colored much lighter than the rest of its body. 4 muscular limbs carried its body, allowing the creature to stand towering and proud. Each limb had 4 digits, each of which ended in thick claws seemingly made of silver. Horrendous wings grew, starting from its shoulders and ending at the middle of its back. The wings were bat-like, with a specialized layer of skin and armor-like scales growing on top of the wing's primary bones. Its graceful tail ended in a fan-like tip, covered in the same curved scales as its body. Atrium, a puff of chill smoke puffed out of its nostrils as the dragon moved its head down. The dragon slowly moved its long neck around Michael. A human, a naga, and a forest dragon. "Quiet, a strange party," the dragon spoke in a gruff beastly voice. The voice was both terrifying and soothing at the same time. Michael couldn't help but feel a wise man vibe from the dragon. It had a certain wise old grandpa aura around it. "Do you happen to be the wise dragon by any chance?" asked Gaia. The dragon stood tall. A glint of pride emerged in its obsidian eyes. "I am known by many names. And yes, Wise Dragon is indeed one of them and the most befitting name of them all," said the dragon. Gaia's heart trembled. She couldn't believe her luck. She had found the Wise Dragon just as the vampire instructed her to. Adelia Ashton. "What do you know about her?" Gaia didn't beat around the bush. She immediately questioned the Wise Dragon. To their surprise, the dragon burst into laughter. "You are a courageous one. Many would have wet their pants. But you have the galls to question me. Is it why you are here? Searching for this Adelia?" the dragon asked. It seemed amused by Gaia's question. Michael remained silent, letting Gaia question the dragon. Since the dragon was at the fusion stage 10, Michael didn't have a need to be afraid. If push comes to shove, Michael could turn into the Dark Lord and kill the dragon unless the dragon was stronger than it seemed. Why else would someone come to this death trap? "Please, Wise Dragon, I must find her." Gaia sounded desperate. The dragon grinned, revealing its razor-sharp teeth. It somewhat looked like an oldie cunning fox in Michael's eyes. "If you survived this far and reached me without dying, that means you three are anything but ordinary. And Wise Dragon likes to deal with beings like you. So yes, I will tell you about the one you asked about." However, the dragon paused, lowering its head. They all felt the bone-chilling cold radiating from the dragon. As the dragon moved closer to them, the cold temperature became colder. "Nothing is free in this world. You need to give Wise Dragon something to get something," said the Wise Dragon. "Name your price." "Gold, artifacts, gems, anything," said Gaia. The Wise Dragon snickered. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net. "Do I look ordinary to you, Naga? I am the proudest dragon of them all. I collect something far more valuable than all the things you named." "You collect knowledge?" Michael interjected the Wise Dragon. "Knowledge is wealth," he said. The dragon nodded. "Knowledge is what I seek," said the Wise Dragon. Gaia quickly looked at Michael. When it comes to knowledge, there was no one better than Michael. He performed countless miracles and hoped he would perform another one with the Wise Dragon. "Do you accept blueprints of contraptions and legendary alchemy recipes?" asked Michael. "It depends on how heaven-defying they are. You should know that I have lived for thousands of years hoarding knowledge. There is a little among of blueprints and recipes that I don't know. They are my own. So you can't find them anywhere," said Michael. The Wise Dragon noticed the confidence in his eyes. As a royal dragon who hoarded knowledge, the Wise Dragon had the ability to judge people. The human before was anything but normal. So the Wise Dragon decided to give the human a chance. "So be it. Let me see what you have," the Wise Dragon said. Michael simply flicked his wrist, taking out the blueprint to build spiders and the recipe for molten plague. The two golden parchments slowly floated toward the Wise Dragon. When the parchments reached its eye line, two round mirrors materialized before its eyes. It made the dragon look like he was wearing glasses. The Wise Dragon studied the parchments cautiously without missing a single letter. They all wondered how the Wise Dragon planned to evaluate the authenticity of the parchments. After all, one could easily write a fake recipe and blueprint to fool someone. But deep down, they felt it was near impossible to fool a powerful being that literally calls itself the Wise Dragon. To their surprise, a copper cauldron along with a purple flame appeared before the dragon. Following the appearance of the cauldron and the fire, several ingredients named in the recipe materialized above the cauldron and the fire. The Wise Dragon began to brew the potion, but it lacked one ingredient, a blood sample of a molten plague's victim. So instead of the blood, the dragon added a green liquid. If Michael was right, that green liquid would simulate the characteristic of the molten plague blood. Finally, a purplish glistening liquid floated out of the cauldron. The Wise Dragon whiffed the air. "This is indeed a rare potion as you've claimed. I lack the real plague strain, but your recipe is legit." The dragon's eyes sparkled. Gaia sighed. The dragon's greedy look in his eyes was evident in its acceptance. Michael wondered how the Wise Dragon was planning to validate the blueprint. Could the dragon build spider using the blueprint? Michael felt curious. Chapter 675. The double-crossed. The Wise Dragon inspected the blueprint. Its eyes almost furrowed. Several minutes later, the Wise Dragon slowly turned its head aside. A broken drone flew toward the dragon. The Wise Dragon gently caught the drone and showed it to Michael. In the dragon's hand, the drone looked tiny as an ant. This device is the same as the one in the blueprint except for its design. The wise dragon was surprisingly correct. When one boils it down, the spiders and drones shared the same architecture and functionalities, except the drones could fly and the spiders couldn't. Plus, Michael was surprised to see that the wise dragon had broken the drone without breaking it apart completely. Yes. Is that enough for you to give us the information about Adelia? Asked Michael. But the dragon shook its head. A cunning, basically a devilish grin emerged on its face. Knowledge like this is enough before I know how desperate she is for the knowledge I have. So the price went up. Give me one more like this and I'll share my knowledge with you. Gaia clenched her fist. Nightmare quickly squeezed Gaia's shoulder with his claws, wordlessly telling her to remain calm and let Michael deal with it. When it comes to battle, brute-killing force, Gaia was the best. But when it comes to negotiating, tricking, and outsmarting powerful beings such as the wise dragon, Michael was the best choice. That didn't mean Gaia couldn't do all this. In fact, she was on par with Michael in trickery. However, she was emotionally involved in this matter. She would do anything to find her mother without giving a thought to her actions. What else? Michael asked himself. There was his dark flames, the primordial flame, that no one had heard or known about. There was also the fact he is the Dark Lord who could snap the dragon's head to the other side. But Michael can't divulge knowledge that puts him in danger with the wise dragon. I have something. But it's not a recipe or a blueprint. Intangible knowledge, something related to the southern continent's void. I know why no one can cultivate in the southern continent. That's not new, said the wise dragon. But do you know the origin of the reason? Where did it come from and who controls it? Asked Michael. I know, the dragon snickered. Michael was surprised inside. The wise dragon did seem to know a whole lot and deserved the name the wise dragon. How about why it stays there? Do you know that? Asked Michael. The wise dragon's eyes sparkled once again. Silence fell over them. The wise dragon was tempted. He'll tell you this after you tell us what you know about Adelia, said Michael. The sparkling eyes immediately turned predatory. The wise dragon lowered its head, sending a puff of bone-chilling air out of its nostrils. Are you negotiating? I can kill you before you bat an eye. You're sorely mistaken if you think cultivation stages decide our power. I know. But what if you raise the price once again? As the wise dragon, you know you can't blame me for thinking like that. Give us the information and I will share my knowledge with you. Like you said, you can kill us before we bat an eye, if you think the knowledge is not worth the price. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net if you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. To experience faster update speed. The wise dragon once again laughed at Michael's courage and the way he conducted himself. He was neither too afraid nor too haughty. One would be surprised how many humans the wise dragon has met and dealt with over the years. This human was special. Adelia Ashton, the Queen of Nagaland, the wise dragon said, slowly moving its head higher and higher. She came here searching for a cure to her vampirism. She offered me something and I gave her the cure. Michael would be lying if he said he wasn't surprised by the wise dragon's words. No one expected Adelia to get the cure. If she did, why was she still hiding from the world? Could the vampires be the reason? What? The wise dragon's answer created many new questions in their heads. Where did she go next? I didn't need irrelevant useless knowledge such as her destination or her plans. Gaia's words were cut short by Michael. He raised his hand. Now it's your turn, said the wise dragon. Michael took a deep breath. It's searching for artifacts that hold some kind of energy within. It has found 12 artifacts until now and tasked me to find the remaining 18. The wise dragon's eyes went wide. Any oblivious man could tell the wise dragon was in shock. For a few moments the dragon didn't even breathe. It just stood there like a statue in shock. If he tells us what he gave her, we might be able to find her, Gaia whispered to Michael. He was aware of that. But he doubted the wise dragon was kind enough to share that knowledge or any knowledge. He was a collector who hoarded valuable knowledge, and every collector has something that they wouldn't give it away no matter the price. Thank you for your help, wise dragon. If you may, we will take our leave, Michael slightly bowed. He was about to turn when the dragon took a step forward. Web-like cracks formed on the icy floor. Everything trembled. What the dash? Before she could finish her thought, bone-chilling ice covered her. In a blink of an eye, she was crystallized and stuck inside an ice block with Nightmare on her shoulder. The wise dragon didn't give Michael time to react. Instead, it exhaled a chilling air that brushed past Michael, chaining his arms and legs to the floor beneath. Michael tried to wiggle the chains, yet he couldn't. I was right. You are special. I cannot risk you getting yourself killed. You should be in my collection, The wise dragon's tone completely changed. It sounded like a maniacal murderer instead of wise and calm. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net, after I get everything you have, said the wise dragon. It double-crossed Michael. Nightmare and Gaia didn't move an inch. They were frozen inside the block of ice. The wise dragon moved its head left and right as though it was searching for something. But suddenly, it noticed the calmness on Michael's face. The wise dragon was surprised. It just froze his loved one. Anyone could tell Michael loved Gaia and Nightmare by the way he looked at them, let alone the wise dragon. Moreover, the wise dragon noticed the matching rings in their hands. It was evident the Naga and the human planned to marry each other. Yet the human remained calm. He didn't scream her name or even turn back to look at her. All he did was remain calm. "Aren't you going to beg for their lives and yours?" asked the wise dragon. "For a wise dragon, you are pretty stupid," Michael snickered. The wise dragon bore its teeth in anger. Its eyes glowed with fury. Due to its anger, the temperature fell further down. As a result, a thick layer of ice formed on Michael's robes. "You hoard knowledge. You do not share them. After all, you are a dragon and dragons don't share. Even that little guy," Michael looked over his shoulder at Nightmare, "don't share anything easily." "So I knew the double-cross was coming before you thought about double-crossing," said Michael, surprising the wise dragon. "Ha ha!" The wise dragon burst into laughter. His laugh echoed through the icy dome. "So you should have known Adelia didn't leave this place alive, right?" the wise dragon asked. "She is alive and we both know it," said Michael. Eladir created a rune that gets passed on from one wraith to another. According to Eladir, wherever a wraith dies, all their knowledge, ancestry, and their duty to the order would be passed to the next of kin. Suppose Adelia died, Gaia would have inherited everything through the rune. Since that didn't happen, Michael knew Adelia is still alive. "Hey, something you don't know," Michael slowly said. The wise dragon noticed the place growing darker and darker. Thunder rumbled in the sky above. Through the icy roof, the wise dragon saw streaks of lightning flash across the sky. Suddenly, the chains shackling the human cracked. To the wise dragon's utter shock, a dark flame coiled around his hands, melting the unbreakable icy chains. Furthermore, a dark shroud enveloped him. His robes soon transformed into black armor and a cape. Soon, a terrorizing dark skull mask covered his face. "I am the god of darkness." The dark flames completely melted the icy chains. Thick bolts of lightning shot out of his body when Michael snapped his finger. The wise dragon was caught off guard. Michael was in his full Lucifer form. Hence he became a half-immortal. The wise dragon's decision to stay in the fusion stage bit the dragon in the butt. It wanted to find a way to ensure its absolute safety when crossing the heavenly tribulation to reach the half-immortal stage. The sole reason the wise dragon chose to live in the treacherous ocean was it believed the dragon clan's disappearance held the answer to many questions related to the dragons. Unfortunately, the wise dragon wasn't so wise when it decided to double-cross Michael. Greediness blinded the dragon's brain. The wise dragon thought it could find some clues about the dragon clan through the Hydra slumbering in the southern continent. But it dared not to venture into the southern continent and ask the Hydra because it was nothing but suicidal. So once the wise dragon learned the human had met and conversed with the Hydra, it wanted to capture him. A bad move. Now the wise dragon had to pay for its mistakes. Crackling lightning bolts coiled around Michael, creating a buzzing sound of electricity. The dark flames covering him were hot enough to melt the block of ice Gaia was trapped within. Michael slowly walked toward the wise dragon. The lightning bolts shooting out from him hit the dragon left and right, without giving it any time to react. "Urch," the wise dragon screamed. "You were right about one thing. The cultivation stage doesn't decide our powers. Who we are does," said Michael. "Despite your size, power, and knowledge, I didn't want to know about you. Do you know why? Because to me, you're just a stupid overgrown lizard." The number of lightning bolts that shot out from Michael's body increased significantly. Each bolt was powerful enough to penetrate the dragon's scales. Blood spurted out everywhere. "I will make you a deal. Tell me what Adelia told you." "Choose not to. Your pursuit of knowledge will end here. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone." Chapter 676. God-killing arrows bombarded by the lightning bolts. The wise dragon finally fell to the ground. The ground shook and cracked open in multiple places. Plus, the shock wave sent Nightmare and Gaia stumbling back a few feet. Michael put his feet atop the wise dragon, pressing its head further down. The dragon tried to flap its wings to escape, but an invisible force prevented doing so. A sliver of fear slowly clutched the dragon's heart. The dragon no longer looked menacing. Instead, its round eyes gave a pitiful look. Seeing the wise dragon under Michael's feet, Gaia rushed toward the dragon. On her way, she herself transformed into the Dark Queen. "You shouldn't have double-crossed us." Nightmare shook his head, almost feeling pity for the wise dragon. People who mess with them would face only one thing: death. Inside Michael's head, the system notification continuously rang without a stop. His badass points soared through from nearly 100,000 to 400,000. The way Michael surprised the wise dragon and broke the chains earned him the 300,000 badass points in mere moments. "Now tell me what Adelia told her," Michael growled. His voice terrified the wise dragon. Moreover, Michael released the fear toxin from his APD to scare the dragon. He wanted to break the dragon before getting what he wanted. As Michael expected, the wise dragon resisted him. "You are desperate to find her. God or no God, you can't kill me," the wise dragon arrogantly chuckled. "But she can hurt you," said Michael. Gaia didn't need him to tell her twice. Immediately, she took out a crimson-red dagger. She raised the dagger. Without even Gaia telling, Nightmare breathed fire onto the dagger, turning the blade brighter and brighter. Gaia placed the burning hot dagger against the wise dragon's face, just a few inches beneath his eyes. "What dash?" Gaia stabbed the wise dragon, cutting its words short. Blood immediately spurted out from the wound. Michael saw the dagger for the first time. She told him about this dagger Gilrine gave her when she went hunting with him. Despite its rather ordinary look, the dagger was able to pierce through the dragon's scales. "Arghar!" The wise dragon screamed. It had been decades since the wise dragon had experienced pain. But no matter how much the dragon screamed, Gaia did not stop. She twisted the dagger inside to cause more pain. "This is gonna leave a mark, wise dragon." Michael emphasized the words wise dragon in a ridiculing manner. "Tell us what she told you." Gaia shouted. "You really should tell them. Otherwise they will make you beg for death," said Nightmare. Still, the wise dragon did not break. As a result, Gaia drew the dagger out and held the pointy end just a few inches above the dragon's eyeball. "Do you like reading?" "I'll punk ya," Gaia threatened. Meanwhile, the fear toxin's effects slowly corroded the wise dragon's valor. The dagger hanging above his eyes didn't help him either. The wise dragon panicked. Although dragons perceived the world in a different manner, they still needed eyes. Without them, the dragons were as good as dead. How could he hoard knowledge without his eyes? The wise dragon trembled in fear. Seeing the fear in the dragon's eyes, Michael snickered. "Last chance. Unlike you, I don't double-cross. Tell us what Adelia told you and he'll let you live." Gaia brought down the dagger, almost touching the dragon's eyeball. The wise dragon panicked. It trembled violently. Nonetheless, it couldn't even move a muscle, as though an invisible hand was pressing its body against the ground. "I heard this line too many times. You will let me go and shall stab me. Then you will—" "I didn't say anything about her killing you." Michael almost broke character and laughed. The wise dragon was too wise for his sake. His words were simply too funny. "Okay, let me rephrase my words. We want kill you, not me, not her, not my dragon." This chapter upload first at novelbin.net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit novelnext.com to experience faster update speed. "How can I stab him?" said Michael, interrupting the wise dragon's words. Gaia raised the dagger to bring it down upon the dragon's eyes with her full might. "No." The wise dragon shouted as Gaia's hand stopped in midair. "I'll tell you. Just don't hurt me. That's a good wise dragon." Michael patted the dragon's face. "She told me about the god-killing arrows forged by the Sky Hall founders." Michael creased his brows. "What else?" he growled. His voice became colder. "She said there are 5 arrows, each of them scattered around the world." "That's all I know," said the wise dragon. "But did you try to kill her as you did to us?" Gaia punched the wise dragon with the hilt of her dagger. Any dragon would have growled in fury if they weren't affected by the fear toxin. "Tell me more about these arrows, wise dragon." Michael moved closer to the wise dragon to look it in the eyes. I gave the cure to her. She teleported away." "I don't know more." The wise dragon was wise enough not to mention it tried to kill her, resulting in Adelia using a teleportation scroll. "System, do you know anything about these arrows? Can you track them down?" Michael asked the system. He didn't see any other way to find them, as the wise dragon really seemed to have no idea about the arrow's location. The system level is too low to perform the task. Unfortunately, the system couldn't help Michael. However, the system has sensed special arrays preventing normal teleportation scrolls. If she had used one despite the arrays, the space distortion would have left a mark in the wise dragon. Once the host pays 200,000 badass points and kills the dragon, the system can scan it to pinpoint Adelia's destination. From there, the host might get some answers. Surprisingly, the words followed after the system level was too low gave Michael a way to find Adelia. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. Michael immediately agreed to the system. You don't know anything more? Michael tilted his head. The wise dragon slowly nodded, wordlessly telling him no. Deal is a deal, Michael sighed. Gaia clenched her fist. She didn't want to let the backstabbing dragon live. She was about to disagree with Michael when she saw Michael place both his hands on the dragon's face. The dragon suddenly quivered. Soon, it frantically wriggled its body as its obsidian eyes turned white. Michael began to use the Soul Eater on the wise dragon. Even if the system didn't ask Michael to kill the dragon, he would have done it anyway. The moment the wise dragon decided to double-cross him, it sealed its own fate. Besides, Michael knew it was going to double-cross him. When he activated his X-ray vision, he noticed skeletons of various races trapped inside blocks of ice beneath the ice floor. The Soul Dragon froze after one gave him a piece of information. That was how the wise dragon remained the sole owner of such knowledge. But the wise dragon's karma caught up with it when it tried to do the same to Michael. Since the wise dragon was weakened by the lightning bolts and the fear toxin, it was easy for Michael to absorb the wise dragon's soul. He didn't get as much resistance as he got from the mutated dragon. A cloud of white smoke slowly rose from the wise dragon's eyes and floated into Michael's face. He opened his mouth to speed up the process. Gaia had to force the dragon with all her might to stop it from quivering. As seconds flew by, the wise dragon slowly stopped moving. But unlike before, a bright light shot out of Michael, enveloping the wise dragon. The light lasted for a few moments, radiating an otherworldly whistling sound. Afterward, the light disappeared along with the wise dragon's body. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net what the heck system? I could have sold the dragon's body for billions. Michael was stunned. He never thought the system would take the dragon's entire body and disappear. Ding. Congrats to the host for killing a fusion stage level 10 mutated dragon. The reward is 500,000 experience points as well as 20,000 badass points. The Soul Eater has absorbed the soul of the wise dragon. The host has received 200,000 experience points. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. The current level is the fusion stage level 10. The system notification sounded in his head. After killing the wise dragon, he was just 400,000 experience points away from breaking through to the half-immortal stage. Then you wouldn't have found where Adelia went after teleporting from here? The system rebuked. The system has located Adelia's destination using the energy mark in the wise dragon's body? Where did she go? Asked Michael. The castle of Kane family. Yet again Michael was surprised by the system's answer. To the Kane castle? What? Michael asked himself. Unfortunately, the host lacks the required badass points to teleport away from the treacherous ocean. So the system recommends exploiting the place and earning more badass points to give the system. Yeah right, Michael rolled his eyes. What did you do? Gaia panicked. I may have found where your mother teleported to. Gaia's heart skipped a beat. Her eyes went wide behind her mask. Where? To the castle of the Kane family. Just like Michael, she was shocked too. She recalled meeting Elder Kane in the castle last time. Elder Kane's full name is Ashton Kane, right? Asked Nightmare. I thought it was a coincidence, but if she teleported to the Kane family out of all the places she could have, I think it might not be a coincidence. What if Ashton Kane has some connection with Adelia? Nightmare's questions made sense and Michael shared the same thought too. Let's get out of here, said Gaia. Not yet. We have to find the curse-breaking artifact and a way to leave the place, answered Michael. The trio left the wise dragon's dome immediately. Once again they resumed their journey deeper into the treacherous ocean, searching for the artifact that could give Michael a legendary skill. Chapter 677. Ghost Town. Several hours had passed since Michael had absorbed the wise dragon's soul. Michael's power steadily grew toward the half-immortal stage. He was pleasantly surprised to see Gaia breaking through to the soul refining stage level 7. Unfortunately, they didn't come across any powerful enemies. Instead, they had an eventless journey. They continued to roam around the island. Michael ordered the system to scan the island to find points of interest. But after spending 200,000 badass points to locate Adelia's teleportation destination, he only had 60,000 badass points. God-killing arrows. Sounds ominous, said Nightmare. I wish we had learned about them earlier. Whatever they are, we cannot let anyone else find them, especially the Sky Hall or the Guardians, said Gaia. Her tone was grave. Judging by the name, these arrows were something that could hurt Michael. He was the only god Gaia had met in her life. Finding her mother was the only way to know more about these arrows. Let's find the artifact first. Then we can worry about these arrows, said Michael. Surprisingly, he was calm. Don't you feel everything is coming together? Asked Michael. What do you mean? Asked Gaia. Wulfric finding my identity, Rowena pretending to be my friend, your mother being a vampire, the god-killing arrows. Michael listed out the things in his mind. I feel like I won't be able to live 2 lives for longer. Michael's words shocked Gaia and Nightmare. Don't tell me you're planning to reveal yourself as the Dark Lord. The entire Sky Hall will hunt you down. The last time I checked, we were not strong enough to take on the Sky Hall, said Gaia. We can't take on the Sky Hall, but we can hide from them. Michael started to form a plan if his identity got exposed. The war with Wuxia might be a new beginning for him. Ironically, his life ended and started with Wuxia. The history might repeat in a few months when he steps onto Wuxia. System, are you powerful enough to hide me and my subordinates from the Sky Hall? Michael prayed deep down for the system to say yes. His wish came true when the system answered him. Yes. The system would require 5 million badass points to hide your and your subordinates' presence from any surveillance spells and arrays. Michael was glad he has a way to hide from the Sky Hall. Once we find Mother, she will know what to do next, Gaia said with absolute trust in her mother. We will. Nightmare brushed his head against Gaia's. He rested upon Gaia's shoulder, looking around the treacherous ocean. He was kinda curious to know why the Dragon Clan had disappeared from the face of the world. Moreover, what caused them to disappear. Each of them was in deep thought of their own. As they traveled in peace for almost an hour, they found themselves in a valley. For a moment, Michael thought it was an illusion. But it was not. They were actually looking at a lush green valley with several waterfalls around them. With creased brows, they entered the valley, expecting trouble any second. On the outside, the valley looked lush and beautiful. Even on a gloomy night, Michael could see the vegetation sprinkled around like dust of emerald. It was surprising to see a place like this in a treacherous ocean. The last time he visited with Layla, he didn't come across any places such as this. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net, if you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. Com to experience faster update speed. How could a single place have so many biomes? Michael asked himself. Look, Nightmare noticed something behind a boulder. He quickly pointed at the boulder to Michael and Gaia. They slowly made their way toward the boulder. The boulder was almost 8 feet tall and 6 feet wide. The round boulder hid something behind. When they reached the boulder, Michael slowly walked around the boulder. As they got closer to the boulder, the air smelled like rotten meat. It made Gaia twitch her nose a bit. There was a partially decayed body on the ground. Flies buzzed around the body. Judging by the decomposed rate, the body was a month older. Michael and Gaia squatted beside the body to inspect it. Although the robes were decomposed, they could make out a silver sword on the chest. It's the crest of Aragoth, said Gaia. Disciple or an elder? Asked Nightmare. Nightmare stared at the body from head to toe. Suddenly his eyes squinted. He jumped onto the body and placed his ear on the Bodish chest. I don't sense any arch energy in this body whatsoever. Nightmare looked at Michael and Gaia with a bewildered look on his face. In this world, everything had a trace of arch energy radiation except the junk metal which Michael used to build his drones and spiders. Even a dead body would radiate a sliver of arch energy. However, Nightmare didn't sense any energy radiation from the body. Michael, Gaia furrowed her brows. She poked the dead Bodish chest. Michael looked closer to see a hand imprint on the skin. It looked as though a fiery hand touched the man's chest when he was alive. She had seen the mark somewhere but simply couldn't recall where she saw it exactly. What could leave a mark like this? Blood prints? Gaia tilted her head. No, Michael shook his head. Blood prints' corrosion would have corroded the body to the core. The mark may not be the cause of death. Michael gently lifted the body to take a look at his back. As Michael expected, he saw a deep stab wound on the back. Someone had stabbed the man from behind. Nightmare flapped his wings. From above he looked around. His eyes fell on something written on the other side of the boulder. I may have found who killed him, said Nightmare. Both Michael and Gaia stood up before taking a few steps around the boulder. Shock and surprise emerged in their eyes. Noah's name was written on the boulder in blood. Michael shook his head. It's not Noah's style to stab someone in the back. Something else has happened here. Michael rubbed his chin. Soon after he just shrugged. I have enough things of my own to worry about. Let's just tell the Aragoth and let them deal with this, said Michael. His words surprised Gaia. Aren't you curious about what Noah was doing in the treacherous ocean? No matter who the killer was, Noah was here. I have a bad feeling about this human. Michael halted his steps when he heard Gaia. She remembered where she had seen the mark previously. This chapter upload first at novelbin.net. Read chapter 363 to refresh your memory. The mark, I've seen it before. Michael slowly turned around. Do you remember when I told you Noah possesses a skill to lock someone's cultivation? Michael recalled Gaia's tale of Noah taking away someone's cultivation level when she was in the fire realm. Since Michael had the system, he didn't worry about Noah's skill. Noah might be powerful and a god like him, but the system was on another level. Yes, Michael nodded. I think Noah took his cultivation and someone else stabbed him to death. There is no use in fighting out his death, said Michael, looking at the dead body. My first priority is to find your mother. Even if Noah was here to do something important, I don't have enough time to take on a new task. What if he was here to take the curse-breaking artifact you're looking for? Asked Nightmare. Then let's hope he didn't get it, said Michael. He moved forward, leaving the body behind. Michael was in deep thought about the god-killing arrows and Gaia's mother. He neither had time nor mind to waste on a new problem. Although Gaia had a bad feeling about the man's death, she knew Michael was right as always. She just followed Michael behind. To their surprise, the valley was void of any mutated beings. Hence, they had a peaceful and uneventful journey. Luckily for Michael, he found several rare herbs on the way. He took his time harvesting everything. When he exited the valley, he collected more than 50 rare herbs. Each one could be sold for at least 1,000,000 coins in an auction. He planned to grow them in his herbal garden at the Sunrise Sect. As they exited the valley, they were welcomed by the familiar misty desolate land. Everything was shrouded in thick white mist. But in the distance, Michael vaguely saw some buildings. Michael flew toward the buildings. The closer he got to the buildings, the clearer the surroundings became. A path led toward the buildings were torn to pieces by time. Grass filled the labyrinth of cracks and sand covered whatever was left. Gardens once looked after and trimmed to perfection were now rough and overgrown, returning back to their chaotic natural state. What is this place? Asked Gaia. Some doors were shut tightly, others were broken down. Some forcefully, and others had simply collapsed under their own weight as time continued to eat away at them. Many buildings stood precariously upright despite looking like they had no means to do so. It'd take just a slight nudge of a strong wind to tipple them all over. What looked like once a pleasant, quiet town was now completely reclaimed by nature. The creaking of wood and grinding of metal on metal was the only sounds in this town now. They were disturbing noises in a disturbing environment. The sense of fresh bread, various fruits, and all sorts of other foods might have filled the air of the place once. Right at this moment, there was only the smell of death. Although the place looked empty and desolate, Michael sensed several mutated beings around him. They had taken the damaged buildings as their home. Human, Gaia whispered. I know. Keep walking, Michael calmly said. The creaking noises sounded louder and louder. The mutated beings slowly woke up from their slumber to attack Michael. To Michael's surprise, the mutated beings didn't attack him as he expected. Instead, they watched Michael from the darkness of the broken homes. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind brushed past them. Michael sensed a powerful being for a moment. There is something here. Nightmare wrapped his tail around Gaia's neck. The spooky surrounding and the eerie sounds made even Nightmare shudder in fear. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 678. Messenger of the Blood Prince. A strange black figure ran around like a breezing wind through the fallen buildings. Even Michael had a difficult time keeping up with the figure's speed. He stepped in front of Gaia, shielding her with his body. Standing behind Michael, Gaia felt like she could face the entire world itself. Ghost? Michael heard a hiss. The voice was eerie and spooky. Michael remained calm. You survived, the figure hissed once again. Gaia turned around, pressed her back against Michael and watched his back. Nightmare watched Michael's left side. They prepared themselves for another battle. Only Michael knew the figure circling them was a fusion stage warrior. His senses told Michael the figure was stronger than the wise dragon itself. Ghost, I am getting annoyed, said Michael. Without even Michael himself realizing it, He was slowly stepping into his godhood. The stronger he was, the more he acted like a god instead of a mortal. Patience is a virtue, the voice whispered. The Blood Prince, the figure's words surprised Michael. Sent his regards. Suddenly, Michael noticed the figure dashing at him with the speed of lightning. Clang. Michael's instinct screamed at him as he raised his arm, retracting the black shield. The figure's steel-like claw hit the shield. Sparks flew in all directions. Michael and Gaia took a step back due to the force. Funny, said Michael, looking around the ghost town. I wanted to say the same. Once again, the figure dashed at Michael with speed beyond anyone Michael had ever faced. This time, however, Michael immediately cast the Ring of Fire. To Michael's surprise, the figure leaped over the burning fire circle and tried to attack Michael while moving upside down. Gaia was only able to see a blur. Michael blocked the figure's fist with his black shield. The sound of metal clashing resonated in the air. He should crawl back into whatever hole he came from, said Michael after the figure disappeared into the mist. I am here to send you into a hole, the figure whispered back. No, Michael snickered. You are here to make me stronger. This chapter upload first at NovelBin.net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel.next.com to experience faster update speed. After killing this stranger, probably the Blood Prince's henchman, Michael could start the heavenly tribulation to enter the half-immortal stage. For a normal cultivator, it was simply reaching the half-immortal stage. But to Michael it was stepping into godhood. Half-immortal stage was the first step in becoming the god of darkness. The flame around Michael burning hotter and brighter. Due to the flames, the temperature around them increased by several degrees. Michael controlled the flames to send pulses of hot waves in a circle. The houses nearby them caught fire and started to burn with infuriating rage. As a result, the dark night turned brighter. Wood crackled under the scorching hot flame. A few disturbances were enough for the already shabby homes to collapse completely. Out of the blue, a steel arrow shot through the raging flames. The arrow didn't target Michael but Nightmare, who sat atop Gaia's shoulder. Michael quickly reacted. He was fortunate to grab the arrow just an inch away from Nightmare's skull. Nightmare's eyes went wide when he saw the arrow's pointy head an inch away from his eyes. Big mistake, growled Michael. Coming here with them is, whispered the figure. Gaia quickly raised her hand, casting a defense shield around them. A misty green dome to protect them. Although the shield couldn't completely stop the spells cast by a fusion stage cultivator, the shield could absorb some force and energy to give them enough time to react. Michael's feet slowly rose from the ground. Little by little he ascended to the sky. If the strange figure really wanted to kill him, he had to fight Michael in the air without hiding behind ruins. The figure didn't let Michael fly higher and higher. A flaming chain shot out from the ground, coiling around Michael's leg. Michael gritted his teeth. The chains burnt the skin on Michael's leg despite the robes. Controlling the pain, Michael lifted his leg high enough to grab the chain by his hand. He quickly conjured the dark flames disguised as emerald green flames. The dark flames protected Michael's hands. When Michael grabbed the chain, it melted due to the intense heat of the dark flame. Michael wrapped the chain around his wrist before pulling it up with enough force to lift the figure into the air. As Michael planned, the figure who held onto the other end of the chain flew straight into the air. For the first time, Michael was able to take a good look at the figure. The figure was thin as a stick who dressed in a long black coat without a shirt or anything to cover his upper body. However, his leather slim-fit pants gave him the needed agility to run around. The man grinned devilishly. His black hair fluttered in the wind, just like his long black coat. In his hand he held a pair of curved blades. The fangs were an obvious giveaway that the man was a vampire. To Michael this vampire seemed different than the rest. Instead of asking any question, Michael raised his hand. Small golden lightning bolts danced around his wrist before shooting toward the vampire. Don't you know my kind is immune to spells? The vampire snickered. He didn't even bother to block the lightning bolts. Instead he let the lightning bolts hit him. All the bolts hit the vampire right in the chest, but none could pierce his body. Gaia's eyes turned predatory. The images of the Blood Prince punching Michael flashed across her eyes. She wanted to rip the Blood Prince into pieces. Unfortunately, Gaia could sense she was not strong enough to face the vampire hovering in the air before her. This was Michael's kill. Spell or no spell. You're going to die here, Michael said. He was nonchalant. Hearing Michael's words, the vampire grinned. To Gaia's surprise, the vampire multiplied himself. Countless copies of him materialized all around them. In a few moments she was confused about which was the original. Each of the replicas grinned devilishly at Michael. Once again Michael cast the ring of fire. The pulsating wave of flame shot out of Michael, burning the replicas. He used dark flames instead of normal flames. As a result, the replicas that stood within the spell's range turned into specks of light. Primordial flame, Michael heard the figure whisper. He sensed a sliver of shock in the figure's voice. "We have lived in the shadows for too long," the figure said. "This is time to reclaim what was ours." Several arrows shot toward Michael as he burnt every single one of them with the ring of fire. Starting with your precious river town, this chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net Gaia felt rage coursing through her veins. On the other hand, Nightmare's body began to glimmer. He was just a few seconds away from breathing fire. But Michael remained calm. "You can burn it to the ground for all I care. But if you ever touch Wuxia," the vampire noticed Michael's eyes turning predatory. "I will raise your kind to the ground." Since Michael was a perfect liar, the vampire believed him. Michael's facial expression was good enough to fool the vampire. The vampire felt as though it had found a weakness of ghost. "Wuxia." Michael shot a lightning bolt toward the vampire the moment it uttered the kingdom's name. "Don't say its name," Michael growled. Michael pretended to lose his calm. The vampire's devilish laughter echoed through the treacherous ocean. The sky flickered due to Michael's lightning bolts. Whenever Michael shot a bolt of lightning, the vampire let it hit him in the chest, and it laughed, seeing the lightning bolt had caused no damage. The battle continued for a few minutes in the air until the vampire opened his mouth. "It's a good run. We will meet soon." The vampire faded into thin air, leaving them behind. Even Michael didn't expect the vampire just to disappear. He was somewhat disappointed. He could have killed the vampire to trigger the heavenly tribulation, in his case stepping into godhood. "How are these vampires going in and out of places that even we can't?" asked Nightmare. "They must have a teleporter," answered Gaia. Michael didn't say anything but flew toward the tallest building in the ghost town. Judging by the tower and the building's architecture, it must have been a place where the people used to worship. The closeted thing Michael could compare the building was a church. The building's roof collapsed and only one wall remained still, threatening to crumble down any second. There was only a large hole where the front door might have been. "Are we going inside?" asked Gaia. They landed before the entrance. Gaia looked inside to see nothing but ruins, wild veins, roots, and rotten logs. Michael floated a few inches above the ground to prevent their footsteps from knocking down the dominoes of a building. When he entered the building, the first thing he noticed was a 12 feet tall broken statue of a dragon. Half of the dragon's body crumbled due to the time. It sat there with its wings closed, looking at the sky. Nightmare flew toward the statue from Gaia's shoulder. He noticed several holes and hollows on the statue with crumbs of gold. Nightmare knew whoever came before they picked the statue clean of its decorations. Michael couldn't help feeling a bit down for the dragons. Once a great and powerful clan turned into nothing but a trace of history. The remaining dragons had long forgotten their legacy and lived either as familiars or wild dragons that hoard valuables, such as the wise dragon. Nightmare landed before the statue. He lowered his head, bowing. Unlike Michael and Gaia, Nightmare felt the urge to worship the statue the moment he laid his eyes on it. "Will you two give me some time alone?" asked Nightmare. They sensed a tinge of sadness in his voice. Michael nodded before turning around. Gaia, on the other hand, wanted to sit beside the little dragon to console him. But Michael grabbed her hand and dragged her with him to explore the ruins. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 679. Gift from the Dark Lord. Leaving Nightmare to stay in silence and reflect on the Dragon Clan's disappearance, Michael slowly walked around the ruin as though he was searching for something. Gaia briefly looked around the castle. But she saw nothing but ruins. Finally, Gaia couldn't hold back her tongue. "What are we doing here?" asked Gaia. "There is something under this temple," Michael calmly said. His words surprised Gaia. "So you're looking for a secret entrance?" asked Gaia. Michael nodded. "Look around. This place is in ruins. The entrance to the underground might have collapsed for all we know." Gaia was right. The lever to open up the underground chamber was long ago crumbled down. As a result, Michael had to look for an alternative way to open the entrance, which he needed to find out where. He could turn to the system, yet he chose not to until he couldn't find any other way. He was saving badass points in case he needed them when he's breaking through to the half-immortal stage. Despite her thought, Gaia still helped him by looking around, turning things and searching for the entrance. "What about the statue? It's a classic act to hide the switch or the entrance within the statue," said Gaia. It's pretty obvious, so the entrance won't be there, said Michael. He had already scanned the statue, finding no hidden mechanisms. They continued to roam around the temple until Gaia noticed a broken portrait hanging on the wall that stood still. She cautiously made her way to the portrait. She slowly removed the portrait from the wall. Nothing had happened as she expected. She turned around the portrait. When she removed the portrait, Michael saw a gentle heat inside the portrait with his thermal vision. He floated outward the portrait. The back of the portrait was a rough surface. On the corner, Michael noticed a half-an-inch hollow the size of a thumb. Nightmare, come here, buddy, Michael called out for Nightmare. It took Nightmare a few moments to open his eyes and fly toward Michael. Are you all right? Asked Gaia. Just felt bad for everything. Nightmare looked around. Michael grabbed Nightmare's arm and placed it on the hollow. Michael knew a fingerprint reader when he saw one. As Michael expected, when Nightmare's skin touched the portrait trembled. Gaia felt the portrait getting hotter and hotter to the point she had to take her hand off of it. Suddenly, a light shot out from the portrait toward the dragon statue. Then the light reflected on the statue to take a 60-degree turn. Michael moved the portrait a bit, but no matter where he moved the portrait, the light spotted the exact same location. Nightmare, hold on to it, said Michael. He quickly flew toward the spotlight to investigate. Michael raised his palm toward the spotlight on the ground, sending a gust of wind to clean the dust and pebbles. After cleaning up, he noticed a tiny keyhole. Michael looked around the ruin once again. It would take ages to find the key if it was here. Finally, Michael willed the system to open this door. Since Michael had found the door and only needed a key, the system was only able to charge him 10,000 badass points. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net, if you want to read more chapters, please visit novelnext.com to experience faster update speed. Novel BIN. A couple of minutes later, a bright laser shot out from Michael's finger into the keyhole. The floor cracked as Michael heard something moving beneath him. Slowly, a handle emerged from the ground. Michael pulled it up to open the entrance to the underground. Let's go, Gaia said. Nightmare followed Gaia behind. They saw Michael jump down into the hole first. Gaia followed him first, and Nightmare entered the hole last. At that moment, Michael fell down a dark hole with no light. Gaia increased her speed to reach Michael. She quickly conjured a ball of light to illuminate the place. The hole was deep enough for them to continuously free fall for almost a minute. Finally, thanks to the light, they were able to see the bottom. They landed on the ground with a small thud. The tunnel before them was the only way to move forward. Michael led Gaia and Nightmare into the tunnel. In addition to Gaia's light, there was another light source at the end of the tunnel. Moreover, Michael heard the rustling sound of a waterfall. They walked in silence. Unlike outside, Michael sensed no mutated beings around him. While following Michael, Gaia looked around at the drawings on the tunnel walls. Most of them depicted the war between the Dragon Clan and the Beast Men. This place must be ancient, said Gaia. And untouched. Nightmare pointed at a mud pot filled with gold chains, artifacts and chalices. Leave them alone for now. We'll loot this place on our way out, said Michael. He had noticed the mud pots filled with valuables. If his guess was right, these were the offerings to the dragon in that statue. There was at least 10 million worth of loot in the tunnel. He could sell them for more since they were ancient, and collectors in this world would pay any price for something found in the treacherous ocean. But Michael couldn't feel happier because all of his focus was on the energy source he's been sensing ever since he entered this ghost town. The source was getting closer. He could feel its pulsating energy. Is it first energy? Michael questioned himself. The last time he saw the first energy, he ended up soul-walking Layla and created a spirit child. Michael's train of thought was abruptly cut short by Gaia. Human look. Michael turned around to see Gaia staring at something on the wall. Her eyes went wide and Nightmare shared the same bewildered look. Because Michael was focused on the energy source, he failed to notice the drawings that drew Gaia's attention. Once Michael reached Gaia's side, he noticed a part of the wall painted in black paint in stark contrast to the rest of the brownish tunnel wall. The engravings on the wall reminded him of the engravings in the Shadow Realm. He creased his brows as he saw a cobra, a dragon atop the cobra's head, and a human walking engraved on the wall. The cobra definitely symbolized Gaia as she was a Naga. In her true form she would look like a terrifying giant cobra. The dragon atop the cobra was Nightmare because he was sitting on Gaia's shoulder as they walked. Which meant the human was Michael. But these weren't the things that surprised Michael or shocked Gaia and Nightmare. Instead, it was what was written down beneath the engravings. A gift for my dark queen, Michael read the words. He touched the engraving. The moment his hand touched the wall, he felt a bolt of electricity running down his spine. Immediately his vision became dark. I have guided you as far as I could, Michael heard his own voice in his head. The path before you is rough. Take what I left for you and let Gaia use it. Do not forget to strengthen your allies. War is won by an army, not by a single person. And yes, I am you. Michael realized the message was left by the future Dark Lord who had become the past. Find my armor with the system's help. It will help you greatly in the path forward. Good luck, Michael. Michael's vision slowly returned to normal. Gaia stood beside him with her hand on his shoulder. You dazed out. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net visit novelbin.com for the best no understanding experience. I left something for you, said Michael. Huh? Gaia tilted her head with a bewildered look. My past self. When I touched this, I heard him. He said he has left something for you. Michael took a deep breath. He moved further into the tunnel without uttering a word. Nightmare and Gaia followed him behind. After walking for a minute, they finally saw the tunnel opening into a spacious area. Surprisingly, they could see the dark sky above them. One could see a lush green grass field with a couple of trees scattered across. A frothy cascade of water fell into a plunge pool, forming a violent waterfall. Under the sky was yet another dragon statue covered in moths. In their mouth they saw a bright ball of energy. The light from the ball of energy lit the area bright. Additionally, it created an otherworldly whistling noise. The pulsating energy could be felt from afar. What is that? Gaia's jaw dropped a couple of inches. She felt like the energy is calling her. Without her control, she started to walk toward the statue. Pure first energy. Michael recognized this energy. However, it differed from the first energy he came across with Layla. System, is this thing going to trigger something? Asked Michael. The energy has been purified and specifically modified to be absorbed by subordinate Gaia, said the system. Michael heard a tinge of surprise in the system's voice. But the system can sense a sliver of instability in the energy due to staying dormant for many years? What does that mean? That means once the subordinate Gaia has started to absorb the energy, it would create a shock wave that attracts the mutated beings in a mile radius toward you, said the system. Let them come. Gaia was just a couple of meters away from the statue when she turned around. Michael, what should I do? I feel like it's calling to me, said Gaia. Michael made his way toward her. He gently placed his hand on her shoulder. Cultivate that energy and do not stop under any circumstances until you've done, said Michael. With a nod, Gaia sat in a meditating position to start cultivating. Nightmare, get ready. This is going to get ugly. Michael unsheathed his swords. They were no special by any means. He got them from the Voldegard mansion. Meanwhile, Nightmare returned to his original size. The ground beneath them trembled as soon as Gaia began to absorb the energy. Michael immediately took out a fuel can from the system storage. He cast the lightning dash before pouring the fuel around them. Sparks flew out of Michael's fingers. He ignited the fuel with his dark flames. At that moment, countless thundering roars resonated throughout the area. Michael and Nightmare were poised to attack whatever comes toward them. Come on, come on, come on, Michael repeated the words, preparing himself for a bloody battle. Chapter 680, Fighting an Army of Mutated Beings. Michael felt the energy getting denser in the atmosphere. When Michael looked over his shoulder, he noticed a sliver of pure white energy enveloping her body. Gaia's power shot through the roof. Meanwhile, countless mutated beings of all shapes leaped to the ground from higher ground. They were surrounded. The only silver lining was this first wave only contained mutated beings at the core formation stage. But Michael sensed more powerful mutated beings approaching them. Nightmare flapped his wings, reaching the sky. He opened his mouth, breathing a crimson-red stream of fire onto the mutated beings. His dragon breath turned everything into ash. In a few seconds, Nightmare killed almost half of the mutated beings. After burning them to ashes, Nightmare landed near Gaia to protect her in case a mutated being sneaked past Michael and him. On the other hand, Michael did not move. Golden bolts of lightning crackled around his wrist. The buzzing sound from the bolts sounded louder and louder. Without moving an inch, Michael raised his sword as the bolts of lightning shot out from his words. The thick golden lightning bolt penetrated a couple of mutated beings at once. Their heads exploded as they hit the ground with a sickening thud. The light on Gaia's body glowed brighter, fighting the death range cast by Michael. The place almost looked black and fought due to the light conflict. At the same time, he cast the ring of fire. The pulsating fire was dark instead of crimson red. Michael did not hold back from using the dark flames. Even Nightmare's dragon breath took a couple of seconds to turn the mutated beings to ash, but the dark flames did the same in an instant. Michael's experience points rapidly climbed up. Finally, the first wave of mutated beings were all killed by Nightmare and Michael. Silence fell over them. Except for a howling wind and the shuddering sound of the waterfall, they heard nothing. For a few minutes, everything seemed calm. But Michael knew it was just the calm before the storm. "Be ready," Michael looked at Nightmare. "They are coming," said Michael. Nightmare nodded. He slowly ascended to the sky to get a good look at the mutated beings. When he reached the sky, he furrowed. There were at least 100 mutated beings swarming from every direction. Nightmare didn't fly toward them. Instead, Nightmare hovered over Gaia, waiting for the mutated beings to get closer. This time, Michael started the battle with the wind blast. He saw mutated humanoid beings running and some crawling toward him. They reached their hands out as though they wanted to rip out Michael's head. Most of the mutated beings were at the core strengthening stage and some were at the soul refining stage. Michael immediately targeted the soul refining stage mutated beings. They weren't humanoid beasts. All the soul refining stage beings were some kind of four-legged beasts. They resembled rhinoceros on Earth, except these were taller than a typical man. The ground trembled as the army of mutated beings moved forward. Lightning dash, Michael disappeared from the place. He dashed at them, leaving streaks of golden lightning on his trail. Michael leaped into the air and brought down his fists. Michael used all his strength to punch the ground. The ground split open as his punch created a crater. The shock wave sent several mutated beings flying back. The soul refining stage beasts collapsed onto the crater formed by Michael's punch. He immediately followed up his attack with the ring of fire. Wave after wave, the dark flames shot out of Michael. The mutated beings stood no chance against the most powerful primordial flame. They all turned to ashes, including the soul refining stage beasts. Ding. Congrats to the host for killing a soul refining stage level 6 mutated beast. The reward is 300,000 experience points as well as 20,000 badass points. Ding. Congrats to the host for killing a soul refining stage level 7 mutated beast. The reward is 300,000 experience points as well as 20,000 badass points. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. Com to experience faster update speed. The source of this content is NOV. Bin. Ding. Congrats to the host for killing a soul refining stage level 3 mutated beast. The reward is 300,000 experience points as well as 20,000 badass points. Maximum experience points reached. The host has enough experience points to start the heavenly tribulation. Additional points will be stored in the system temporarily to be consumed after reeking through to the half-immortal stage. The system recommends the host find a safe place to start the tribulation. The tribulation must not be stopped for any reason. The system sounded in his head. But he ignored it because he was in the middle of a battle. Whether the battle was small or big, he always gave his full focus. Otherwise, a simple mistake could result in a catastrophe. On the side, Nightmare breathed fire in a circle. He kept the mutated beings at bay. Michael fully immersed himself in the battle. The more he fought, the darker the area became. Michael let his suppressed powers out, reaching his full potential. Thunder rumbled in the distance as the golden bolts of lightning gradually turned black. His speed increased to the point even Nightmare could only see the afterimages left behind by Michael. Dark ooze like blood spurted out as limbs and heads flew on the battlefield. Powerful crescent-shaped fire blades cut through the mutated beings like a hot knife through butter. Michael combined his spells to form new powerful spells. For instance, the fire blades were created by combining the ring of fire and wind blast. Michael killed all the soul refining stage rhinos except one. When Michael burnt the rest, it was far away from the reach of the ring of fire. Hence, it escaped the wrath of dark flames. The rhino's roar echoed through the battlefield. Michael and the beast made eye contact. Without wasting a moment, the rhino kicked the floor and jogged toward Michael. Everything that stood in its way got either crushed or thrown away. Tiny bolts of lightning began to crackle around Michael's feet. When Michael dashed forward, his speed created a sonic wave that blasted off everything around him. Nightmare could only see a streak of black lightning. Under Nightmare's gaze, the rhino and Michael clashed. Their collision created another shock wave. The ground around them formed several cracks. No one had seen Michael's fist meeting the rhino's face. Michael didn't hold back. His punch knocked down the mammoth of a rhino. Silenes, Michael cast the time-slowing spell for the first time. As soon as he cast the spell, Everything in a 0.5-meter radius seemed to have been halted. The mutated beings, including the rhino, moved in slow motion. Michael used this momentary slowness to plunge his sword into the rhino's belly. His sword didn't go through easily. But Michael quickly covered his left fist with the dark flame and punched the rhino. The rhino's hide was strong but not strong enough to withstand the dark flames. His fist created a hole in the rhino's belly. Quickly, Michael plunged his sword, cutting its innards. Moreover, Michael sent a thick bolt of lightning through the hall. Suddenly, the surroundings became normal. The rhino roared. It wasn't a roar of agony or pain, as the mutated beings felt neither. The roar contained pure hatred toward anything other than a mutated being. Michael cast the ring of fire without giving the rhino a chance to retaliate. Since Michael was standing close to the rhino, the dark flames didn't take much time, turning the rhino into a pile of hot ash. The dark flames swallowed the rhino and spat out nothing. Even the rhino's bones were turned to ashes. Any creature with a brain would have been terrified by Michael's kill. Unfortunately, the mutated beings lacked brain functionality. They kept coming at Michael as if nothing had happened. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net follow current novels on N0velbin.com. The dark flames pulsed out from Michael. Every time it pulsated, a wave of dark flames shot out, turning everything around him to ashes. Considering Michael had used the death range, he stepped onto the half-immortal stage. To a half-immortal, the core-strengthening or soul-refining stage mutated beings were as weak as ants. Michael killed them all without breaking a sweat. The battle only lasted for another minute or two. In the second wave, Michael killed more mutated beings than Nightmare. Michael breathed heavily. He was covered entirely in dark ooze spurted out from the mutated beings. He slowly cleaned the sword blades on his elbow. Once the eerie silence had returned to the field, Michael landed just beside Gaia with a single leap. "How long will it take?" asked Nightmare. "What? You have somewhere to be?" Michael raised his brow. He was in a good mood after accumulating enough points to reach the half-immortal stage. Moreover, the battle was far from over. So right out of the bat, he could reach level 2 or 3 of the half-immortal stage depending on the experience points cap. Michael noticed Gaia reaching soul refining stage 8, and her power kept increasing. He wondered how the past Dark Lord, who was himself, managed to refine the first energy. The only guess Michael had was the system. The duo patiently waited beside Gaia, regaining their strength. Michael emptied several revitalizing potions down his throat and tossed some into Nightmare's mouth. Feeling the powerful energy radiation, Michael was tempted to use the energy devourer. However, he himself said he left this to Gaia. Hence, Michael withheld himself. Gaia must be as strong as him to face the foes ahead of them. Out of the blue, Nightmare and Michael heard a thunderous roar. Michael closed his eyes to sense how many mutated beings were on their way. To Michael's surprise, he sensed only one. Judging by the mutated being's speed, it was walking at the speed of a typical human. Michael slowly turned around. He was surprised by the mutated being. It was neither a beast nor any normal humanoid mutated being. Instead, what stood several meters ahead of Michael was an 8 feet tall orc with a 6 feet tall club. His skin was gentle green with hollow eyes. The orc was muscular. He looked like he could break a tree in half just with his brute strength. Various armaments, such as a chain of fingers around his neck, decorated his body. "Stay back," said Michael. The orc was at the fusion stage level 7. Nightmare was no match for him. Sensing the power radiation from the orc, Nightmare didn't argue. Instead, he stepped back, opening his wings to shield Gaia. Instead of mindlessly dashing at Michael like the others, the orc stood on higher ground, staring at Michael. Michael felt as though the orc was studying him. "What's he doing?" Nightmare mumbled. Michael remained calm. He cracked his neck before taunting the orc to make his move. "Come on, the novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone." Chapter 681, Gaia's Transformation. The orc and Michael looked at each other. They were in a staring contest. After a while, the orc finally took a step forward. A green mist enveloped the club in the orc's hand. Every other mutated being Michael had met was dumb, stupid, and brainless. However, the orc seemed different. Michael didn't know the orc was ancient, several thousand years older than the mutated being Michael had faced. The treacherous ocean twisted the orc's soul and mind to the point the orc developed a sense of intelligence. The orc was once a mindless mutated beast, but not anymore. It had evolved. Soon the slow steps turned into running. Michael stood there without moving. Lightning bolts crackled around Michael's fist and feet. He waited for the orc to get closer. The distance between Michael and the orc rapidly closed to the point there was only 10 meters distance between them. At that moment, Michael dashed toward the orc. In a blink of an eye, the orc's club and Michael's swords clashed. Sparks flew, creating clashing metal sounds. The orc roared. Despite the orc's size, it moved with speed beyond mortal limits. The orc swung his club left and right with no technique but with brute force. A single blow could force a man's head to his chest cavity. Michael swayed his body to avoid the club. With lightning speed, Michael swung his swords. As Michael expected, the sword couldn't even scrap the orc's thick skin. He felt like he was trying to cut a concrete block. The orc quickly retaliated by throwing his fist at Michael. The latter barely evaded the punch. Suddenly the orc roared. A powerful sonic wave shot out of its mouth and sent Michael flying for a couple of meters. "That's unexpected," said Michael when he landed on the ground. Michael was lucky to have the responsive shield in his arsenal. Otherwise, the sound wave shot out of the orc's mouth would have torn his eardrums and crushed a few bones. Still, the roar damaged Michael's organs a bit. The APD quickly pumped a healing potion into his bloodstream, keeping Michael in perfect shape. Michael took a deep breath. He threw away the two swords because they were useless in this fight. Instead of using swords, Michael conjured the dark flames. He covered his fist with the dark flames. The flame burned off his sleeves. Michael felt powerful and badass with the flaming fists. "Let's see how thick your skin is," Michael snickered. Yet again Michael dashed at the orc. If there was no light coming from the energy behind Michael, he would have been stronger. Complete darkness with no light would boost Michael's strength several times. Nonetheless, Michael was more than strong enough to fight the orc. After all, the orc was at the fusion stage but Michael was at the half-immortal stage. Michael delayed the battle intentionally to give Gaia enough time. If Michael had killed the orc sooner, stronger mutated beings could appear next. But for some strange reason, no mutated beings appeared in the area. It worked in Michael's favor. He took his sweet time with the orc. But that wasn't to say the orc was an easy opponent. On the contrary, the orc was stronger than any fusion stage cultivator Michael had faced. The orc threw his fist and at the same time swung its club. This time Michael didn't evade. Instead he just grabbed the club. A powerful shock wave appeared when Michael stopped the club with his hand. On the other hand he grabbed the orc's fist. Michael looked up at the orc with a snicker. The very next moment, Michael pulled the club and fist toward him and kicked the orc in the gut with his knee. The orc spurted out dark blood. Michael quickly turned around before throwing the orc over his head. The orc hit the ground with a loud thud. The ground formed several cracks beneath the orc when Michael smashed him on the ground. Michael did not stop. He stomped the orc in the chest with enough force to break several ribs inside the orc. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. Com to experience faster update speed. The latest episodes are on the NOVL by N website. The orc opened his mouth to roar, but Michael quickly raised his arms, casting the wind blast spell. The sonic wave from the orc's mouth and the wind blast from Michael collided in the middle. The collision created a shock wave that sent both of them flying in opposite directions. Michael landed on his feet comfortably, unlike the orc. The flames burned darker and hotter around Michael's fist. He cracked his neck. Nightmare turned his gaze away from the battle to Gaia. She was still cultivating the energy. Her power had grown from soul refining stage level 8 to level 9. Gaia's black hair fluttered in the wind as her entire body glowed. He noticed golden snake scales appearing on her skin. On the other hand, Michael did not notice the changes on Gaia's skin. He focused on battling the orc. While the orc was getting back to his feet, Michael made his way to the boulder nearby. Michael punched the boulder, cracking it open like an egg. He grabbed the two large pieces of the boulder, lifted them up, and threw them toward the orc. Seeing the two large stones flying toward him, the orc quickly raised his hands in front of his face. The two boulders hit the orc before scattering into pieces. The orc was thrown backward by force. When he lowered his arms, Michael was in the air. He fired lightning bolts one after another. Michael flew around in the air, bombarding the orc with lightning bolts. In Nightmare's eyes, Michael looked more like a god of lightning than the god of darkness. The orc couldn't keep up with Michael's offense. After a while, the orc surprised Nightmare by leaping into the air. The orc tried to battle Michael in the air. Nightmare saw the orc and Michael fly across the sky, fighting each other. They moved too fast to the point Nightmare could only see blurry images in the sky. The battle between the orc and Michael continued for nearly 15 minutes. Michael dragged the fight as long as he could. Although the orc began to fight aggressively like a wounded animal, Michael remained unscathed. To Michael's surprise, Gaia rapidly reached higher and higher in cultivation power. He thought she would stop breaking through once she had reached the fusion stage level 3 or 4. On the contrary, her absorption of the energy increased by several folds. She climbed up the cultivation without slowing down. Fusion stage level 3, fusion stage level 4, fusion stage level 5, fusion stage level 6. Her power soared through the roof. Nightmare had a difficult time breathing standing beside Gaia. In the air, the battle continued. The orc was in much more rough shape than before. His entire body was riddled with burning wounds caused by Michael's flaming fists. Yet, despite all the wounds and broken bones, the orc continued to fight with new vigor. His wounds even slowly healed. Michael had enough of the orc. He wanted to finish the battle. The quickest way to finish the fight was to grab the orc's head and twist it around. Michael was about to evade the orc's punch and flew behind him when a bright beam of light shot out from Gaia toward the sky. The sound of rumbling thunder echoed through the treacherous ocean. Nightmare saw Gaia slowly starting to float in the air. Finally, her power stopped rising. Gradually, the bright ball of energy in the dragon's mouth lost its glow. In a few moments, the light faded away from the energy ball and around Gaia. She floated in the mid-air with her hair fluttering. Just like lightning bolts danced around Michael's body, slithering snakes made of emerald green energy coiled around Gaia. They were in the hundreds. Tiny ethereal snakes coiled around her. Michael stopped fighting as he felt a strange force enveloping the orc. Gaia slowly opened her eyes. They were green with slit pupils. Suddenly, Michael's neck hair stood up. She looked over his shoulder to see a giant cobra materialize in the air. It glimmered like it was made of pure gold. The snake hissed at the orc, slowly wrapping its tail around the orc. The orc frantically wriggled his body to escape the snake's clutches. But the ethereal snake was too strong. It slowly crushed his body. Michael heard sickening bone-crushing sounds. Slowly, the hissing snake opened its mouth, devouring the orc. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit novelbin.com to experience faster update speed. Michael saw the orc's skin melting inside the snake's mouth. Since the snake was translucent, he could see the orc gradually turning into a skeleton. Ding. Subordinate Gaia killed a fusion stage level 10 mutated orc. The reward is 300,000 experience points. Michael heard the system sounding in his head. The Gaia before him was just as strong as him, a level 10 fusion stage cultivator. By absorbing the purified first energy left behind by the Dark Lord, Gaia jumped from the soul refining stage cultivator to a fusion stage cultivator. I feel strong, said Gaia. She clenched her fist and looked at her arms. Yes, you are. Michael wrapped his arm around Gaia. He gave a gentle headbutt before a warm kiss on the cheek. System, pinpoint the curse-breaking artifact's location. Michael ordered the system. He accumulated enough badass points to locate the artifact instead of aimlessly roaming around the treacherous ocean. He didn't have any need to wander around. He got enough experience points to break through to the half-immortal stage. According to the system, he had to be in a safe environment to start the tribulation. The treacherous ocean was anything but safe. Finding a safe environment was Michael's next goal. But first he needed to get the artifact for Eve's sake. The system asked for 100,000 badass points to pinpoint the location. It was worth the price. After a while, Michael sensed a strange energy. That was the curse-breaking artifact. Without lingering around, Michael flew in the artifact's direction. Where are we going? Asked Nightmare. He had so many questions to ask Gaia, but for now he chose not to. To take the artifact that would break Eve's curse once and for all. Chapter 682, Villainous Michael. Michael flew slower than before. Instead he took his sweet time. With Gaia beside him, even the treacherous ocean looked pretty and soothing to him. After flying for almost 6 hours non-stop, Michael found a hill. He made his way to the hill and sat on the edge with Gaia. Nightmare sat between them after shrinking his size to the size of a puppy. The white mist blanketed the island before them. Occasionally, several hills and towers peeked through the fog. Everything was dead silent. The night sky slowly turned gray, signifying the sunrise. Looking at the gloomy, treacherous ocean, Gaia rested her head on Michael's shoulder. He wrapped his hand around her, pulling her closer to him. I wish the rest of our lives would be like this. Peaceful, Gaia sighed. It will be. I promise. When I am done, there will be nothing but peace in this world, said Michael. I wish Vidora were here, said Nightmare. Me too, Gaia nodded. What are we gonna do after all this? Asked Gaia. Decimating Thusia and finding your mother, Michael said. He was nonchalant. You still haven't answered my question? Are you going to join the Council of Immortals? Michael looked at the distant horizon. His eyes glimmered with deep thought. Finally, Michael deeply exhaled. No, Michael slowly shook his head. 1. I don't need their resources to break through to the next level. 2. They have too many rules. I don't follow the rules. I set them, said Michael. As Michael explained, the Council of Immortals had several strict rules. Each of the members must obey the rules once they have agreed to join the council. When a cultivator reaches the half-immortal stage, the council would formally invite them through a representative of the council. 9 out of 10 cultivators would immediately join them because after reaching the half-immortal stage, typical cultivation resources wouldn't be much of a use. Without the council's resources, they wouldn't be able to achieve a breakthrough to the next level. However, once they had agreed to join the council, they would be forbidden to meddle with mortal affairs. In other words, even if their family gets destroyed by a rival family, they have no right to seek revenge. Many immortals and half-immortals spent their time in seclusion as they would lose track of time. As a result, many would lose their connection with their descendants and familial bonds. Michael didn't have any plans to join the council, even if they had no strict rules. But the Council of Immortals worked in Michael's favor. While Michael was destroying his foes, they would fight among themselves about whether they should take action against him or not. They were basically politicians with their own needs. Michael knew he could sway some immortals to his side with bribes bought from the system. His next goal was to become powerful enough to destroy the Council of Immortals if he needed to. Just find me energy sources like this, said Gaia. Michael almost coughed up blood hearing her. Even Gaia began to laugh. She was fortunate to find such a miraculous energy source. Suppose they auctioned the energy source. It would have easily made them billions. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. Com to experience faster update speed. The source of this content is NOV. Bin. I've already found one, said Michael. The cosmic stream? Michael nodded. They'll take back what's mine. If I can't, I will destroy it. His voice became cold. Now that you've warned them you're coming for them, they will try to strike you down when you start your heavenly tribulation. We need a safe place, said Gaia. According to the system, he would be most vulnerable during the tribulation. Obviously, the system would go offline. Furthermore, Michael himself would enter into a kind of trance state. His mind, body, and soul had to be changed from the molecular level. Only then could he step onto Godhood. The system calculated it would take 5 days for Michael to complete. During the 5 days, his safety depended on his subordinates. Initially, Michael planned to start the tribulation in a secluded place without telling anyone. However, Gaia said that the heavenly tribulation would create enough commotion and disturb nature itself to attract every single organization in the world to reach him. Most of them would be curious to see who was entering the half-immortal stage, while some might use that as a perfect opportunity to strike him down. Fortunately, Michael had several allies to protect him. The Kane family, Aragoth, Kingdom of Royal Land, Malin family, and Silvermoon sect. He would call upon them all to protect him during the heavenly tribulation. In exchange for their protection, Michael would destroy their enemies once and for all. There was only one problem with calling out his allies. If by some means his identity got exposed, his allies would pay a hefty price for supporting the Dark Lord. We still have no idea how many rogue half-immortals the Guardian Guild has? Asked Michael. Rogue ones were cultivators who chose not to join the council. Just like Michael, they had their own plans. Especially, a powerful organization such as the Guardians had rogue ones to protect themselves in case someone like Michael chose to attack them. Usually, these rogues would cultivate in the cold mountains. Their organization would provide them with the resources instead of the council. Every organization had these rogues but kept the information sealed. These rogues were usually several hundred years old or more. They keep that as a secret. But we might be able to get something from the elf, said Gaia. By elf, she meant Lord Information. Michael doubted Lord Information could have that information, but it wouldn't hurt to try. After spending some time in peace, Michael stood up. Once again, they resumed the journey toward the artifact. On their way, they met several mutated beings in the sky. Gaia took care of them in a few seconds with new vigor. Even the fusion stage beasts didn't stand a chance against Gaia. Eventually, the trio reached a forest. The forest was far-reaching, impenetrable, and ancient. Its canopy was contested by larch, spruce, and elm, which gave just enough light a chance to descend for a collection of herbs to use the moist and fertile bottom layer below. Thin branches embraced many trees, and various flowers, which desperately tried to claim the last remnants of light, caught attention in the otherwise unvarying scenery. A mishmash of noises, predominantly those of critters, reverberated through the air and added to the sounds of breaking twigs beneath the feet of Michael, Gaia, and Nightmare. Fearing they might miss the artifact if they flew above the forest, they chose to walk through the thicket. Michael sensed the artifact getting closer and closer to him. He wondered what this artifact that would make him break any curses was. Once he gets this artifact, he could break not only Eve's curse but also Claire's grandfather's too. Additionally, Michael planned to find more information about Claire's mother. Michael walked through the thicket until he saw an abandoned cabin. Nature had long claimed the cabin to itself. The small cabin was completely riddled with veins, roots, and a thick green blanket. To an oblivious man, it was just a cabin. Gaia couldn't sense any energy radiation from the cabin at all. Even Nightmare, who perceived the world with a different view, couldn't tell there was a powerful magical artifact inside. To Michael's surprise, there were no traps or arrays around the cabin. "There it is," said Michael. The trio slowly headed toward the cabin. The cabin door slowly creaked open. Gaia conjured a ball of fire to light the cabin. The cabin was just as gloomy and abandoned inside as it was on the outside. It was empty with no furniture. The wooden cabin creaked with every step Michael took forward. Michael looked around. He sensed the artifact in the cabin, but he couldn't see it with his eyes. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net new novel chapters are published on Novel Bin. Michael, Gaia called out for Michael. As far as she could tell, there was nothing in the cabin. Before uttering a word, Michael activated his X-ray eyes. He searched for a heat signature in the room. As Michael expected, something glowed on one of the walls. It took Michael a couple of steps to reach the wall. Michael saw a rune glowing with his X-ray eyes. He wasn't an expert in runes. So Michael decided to order the system to break the rune. "System, break this," ordered Michael. Surprisingly, the system only asked for 10,000 badass points. It already took enough to locate the artifact. The moment he willed the system, Michael sensed another being appearing in the cabin. "Look out!" Gaia quickly warned Nightmare. The bow and arrow materialized in her hand in a blink of an eye. When Michael slowly turned around, he saw a ghostly figure of an elf floating in the middle of a room. Just like any other elf, the man had pointy ears and golden hair and wore azure robes. He looked at Michael with a strange look in his eyes. "You're not the chosen one," said the elf. Michael remained calm. After a while, a grin emerged on his face. "Well, I am the one who's here," said Michael. "Who are you?" asked Gaia. "Leave." Instead of answering Gaia, the elf answered with killing intent. His voice sounded loud and threatening. "Funny, I was about to say that," Michael calmly said. He started to walk around the elf with his hands behind his back. "I don't give a damn about the chosen one. I am here to take what's mine." "Yours?" The elf's ghostly face twitched. His eyes glimmered with fury. "I created the staff. You have no right to it," the elf snarled. "Oh, I am scared," Michael ridiculed the elf. "You're just a soul piece. In a few minutes, your protective runes will be destroyed and I will get your staff," said Michael. For a moment, the elf didn't respond to his words as he was too furious. "Don't worry. I'm going to do you a favor. It's going to sound villainous, but I will absorb you. So you and your staff kinda belong to me now." The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 683. War with One Man. In the capital of New Thusia, a castle with 7 massive, round towers had been built on various tactical spots for an ideal defense that stood majestically. Each tower was tall enough to touch the clouds. They were connected by high, wide walls made of white stone. Stylish windows scattered thinly around the walls in seemingly perfect symmetry, along with same-sized holes for archers and artillery. A great gate with giant metal doors and archer holes guarded the castle. Several groups of heavily armored soldiers guarded the bridge across the moat. The bridge was the only way to get inside the castle by the ground. Every inch of the castle was protected by powerful arrays and runes. Various large houses were scattered outside the castle gates. Surprisingly, the rich were comfortable with living outside the gates as well. This castle was relatively new, but so far, it stood its ground with ease and would likely do so for ages to come. Nonetheless, the castle was still in the early stages of construction. There were still many things left to build. The royal family of Thusia aimed to make the castle the biggest and the grandest castle in the entire world. They wanted to rival the castle of our empress herself. Even in the early stages, the castle made many castles in the world look pale in comparison. The sheer size of the castle would terrify anyone. The castle was at least 10 times bigger than a typical castle in the world. The falling snow added an extra layer of charm to the already imposing castle. King Maxim was generous with the soldiers guarding the castle. On top of soldiers patrolling the castle grounds, soldiers were flying above the castle with a chute to kill anyone who entered the airspace of the castle order. The castle was just as grand inside as it was on the outside. Huge braziers hanging from each of the 12 ivory columns lit up the lower levels of the throne hall. They engulfed everything in a flickering radiance. The gemmed runes on the layered ceiling danced in the flickering light while sculptures and marble icons looked down upon the mosaic floor of this imposing hall. A turquoise rug ran down from the throne and marked the closest spot people could stand when they addressed the Royal Highness. Forked banners with emblazoned sides drooped from the walls. Between each banner sat a small altar full of candles. A few of them had been lit and, in turn, illuminated the paintings of previous kings and queens of Wuxia below them. Hefty, stained glass windows of mesmerizing mosaics were concealed by draperies colored the same turquoise as the crimson-red banners. The curtains had been adorned with fancy tassels and impressive needlework. At the end of the hall was a towering throne made of various rare and expensive metals on a higher platform. There were at least 20 to 30 steps between the throne hall and the throne. The throne was built to resemble a crown. It was adjoined by 2 equally impressive thrones for the queen and the princess. Every inch of the throne was covered in intricate marks, and a sapphire lantern was fixed on each of the elegant armrests. The fluffy pillows were a dark lavender adorned with gilded tracery. Those seeking the wisdom of their Royal Highness could do so on the several long and rather bulky granite benches, all facing the throne in a half-circle. Those of higher standing could instead take seats in the specially decorated mezzanines facing the throne. At the moment, several people occupied the throne hall. They all had dark lines on their forehead. One of them was a tall knight armed to the teeth. He was facing King Maxim, Queen Valeria, and Princess Victoria on one knee. The man had a scar running across his left cheek. It made him look somewhat scary and villainous. He was the general of Wuxia, Booth Felion, the man who slaughtered the sanctuary and killed Abras. In addition to General Booth, Edith sat on the decorated bench along with Layla Alden herself. "I am disappointed in you, Booth," said Maxim. The disappointment was obvious on his face. "Let's hear how he is going to fix the situation," Queen Valeria said, gently squeezing Maxim's hands. She had known Booth since she was little. He was the most loyal man in the entire Wuxia. As far as she was concerned, one mistake was not enough for them to punish the man who's been risking his life every day for the betterment of Wuxia. "I have sent my best men. They will finish their task," said Booth. Layla's eyes glimmered with anger. But she remained calm for the sake of her sister. Although Layla and Edith were sisters, they didn't share a strong familial bond. Only a few in this world knew that Edith was not Layla's biological sister. Layla was born to the first wife of Lord Norbert Alden, and Edith was born to his second wife. Almost after 25 years, Norbert married Edith's mother, and she was born a year later. By that time, Layla had already left her homeland and secluded herself from the outside world. Yet, despite everything, Layla did love Edith. That was the only reason she agreed to come to Wuxia when Victoria called for her. On one hand, Layla had to think about Edith and save her. On the other hand, she had Ghost, the father of her spirit child, to think about. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. Com to experience faster update speed. This chapter is updated by Novel Bin. Sim, leave, Maxim dismissed Booth with a wave of his hand. Since Layla and some other prominent figures of Wuxia were in the hall, he couldn't talk freely with Booth. Victoria waited till General Booth left the hall. Afterward, she turned her gaze toward Layla. "Thank you for coming here, Lady Alden. Your actions have put my sister in danger." "So yes, I had to come." Layla's words were cold. "Layla," Edith nervously whispered. "We understand your concern and anger, Lady Alden," said Valeria with a gentle tone. "But this is not the right time to point fingers." "Have you found a cure for Edith?" asked Valeria. Layla sighed and slowly shook her head. "There is nothing I can do for her. He has injected Edith with something new, something I have never seen in my life." Everyone was startled by Layla's words. Silence swept across the hall. Then, after long moments of silence, Victoria's words cut through the silence. "What about Mother?" asked Victoria. "She's infected too." Layla's words made Victoria's heart skip a beat. The sound of people gasping in shock resonated in the hall. King Maxim's eyes turned predatory. Dangerous killing intent radiated from his body. You are welcome to let the healers, alchemists and rune masters inspect their bodies. But I doubt many would even find something is wrong with them, said Layla. How is it possible? Mumbled Victoria. Valeria was terrified. She recalled how vividly Victoria described what had happened to Edith. Her hands began to shiver. None of them had an idea how Ghost poisoned the queen herself. The answer was simple: he didn't. He just sent Arya to Thusia and let Cain guide her. Cain planned the operation just like Michael would have. Queen Valeria was protected by fusion stage cultivators. They weren't at the fusion stage or even remotely had a chance to reach it. But they were loyal to the core. Therefore, King Maxim allowed them inside the secret room where the air was filled with cosmic energy. As a result, getting near Valeria was impossible, especially for a core formation cultivator like Arya. This chapter upload first at NovelBin.net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelBin.com to experience faster update speed. But fortunately, she didn't have to get close to Valeria. Instead of directly injecting the blood tonic into Valeria, she injected them into meat, vegetables and ingredients used in the castle. It took Arya to do some research to find where and how these ingredients were getting into the castle. But, with the help of spiders and drones, the task became easier than she expected. If it were the normal blood tonic, the alchemists who inspect the ingredients for poison would have detected it. It was not the normal one. Michael turned 5 million gold coins into badass points and used them to modify the blood tonic using the system. The task was not simple, but it was worth every badass point. He even risked Arya's life to poison Valeria. That's for you to find, said Layla. Is there no way to cure them? Asked Victoria. Her heart was clenched by fear. She was afraid for her mother's life. There is. Instead of Layla, King Maxim answered Victoria's question. We kill him, said King Maxim. I will personally claim his head and end this threat once and for all, said Maxim. Deep down he would sacrifice both Edith and Valeria in a heartbeat to achieve his goal, which was to conquer the entire world. Their lives would be the price he had to pay for domination. I don't care what you did to him. But he is coming for a payback. I don't want my sister to be here when he does. Edith stood from the bench. Layla, I am not a child and I won't leave Victoria's side. I know how to take care of myself, said Edith. Do you? Asked Layla. Edith couldn't find words to respond under Layla's cold gaze. It took Edith a couple of seconds to muster her courage. I have full faith in His Majesty and the Thusian army. He is just one man, said Edith. Layla took a deep breath. During her short time with Ghost, she had learned what he was capable of. He wasn't a man who would face the battle head-on without strategies. If he warned Victoria about his arrival, Layla knew he must have several plans in his mind. He had proved no one was out of his reach. Poisoning Valeria was a statement. You have no idea what he's capable of, Edith, said Layla. She really wanted Edith to get as far as possible from Thusia. But judging by the look in her eyes, unless Layla dragged her by force, there was no way Edith would leave the kingdom and her best friend. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 684. The Curse Breaker. Maxim Barnes dismissed everyone in the hall except Layla and Edith. You seem like you know more about him than any of us, said Maxim. I know him enough to know the danger my sister is in, Layla coldly responded. After inspecting Edith's body, Layla learned that Ghost could end her sister's life any second. Even her mentor didn't have any knowledge about what he had done to Edith. If she wants, you are welcome to take her with you, Maxim said. He was nonchalant. I am not going anywhere, Edith shook her head. Layla, if you know him, tell him to change his path, said Edith. Layla snickered. No, let him come, Victoria interjected before Layla could respond to Edith. We can finish this once and for all. I will make an example out of him, said Victoria. Her voice was murderous. After learning he had poisoned her mother, the little bit of mercy she had for Abras completely disappeared. She wanted to take his head and put it in a pike before the castle. Edith, Layla turned her gaze toward Edith. She gently cupped Edith's face. Her motherly instinct screamed at her to take Edith away from Thusia. Edith's eyes watered, seeing the motherly love in Layla's eyes. It was extremely rare to see Layla express her emotions like this. Come with me to the Rainbow Island. You'd be safe here. I promise you he won't hurt you, said Layla. She knew Ghost poisoned Edith to hurt Victoria. Now that he had poisoned Valeria, he didn't have any need to hurt Edith. Furthermore, Layla could plead with him to spare her sister. But first, Edith needed to leave Thusia. Layla didn't want Edith to be in between Ghost and his revenge. No, Edith shook her head. I'm not going to run away. My place is beside Vicky, said Edith. She made her decision, Maxim snickered. Lady Alden, why don't you stay with Edith and take care of her until we deal with him? Said Valeria. Although she was afraid of dying deep down, she was the queen of Thusia. She couldn't afford to look afraid or weak. Besides, Valeria didn't think a single man could threaten the great nation of Thusia. Please, Edith pleaded with her puppy eyes. For a few minutes, Layla remained silent. After a while, she exhaled deeply. Only if you listen to me, Maxim Barnes grinned in his mind. Not because he wanted Layla's help in killing Ghost, but because Maxim Barnes had feelings for Layla. She was his first love. To be honest, Maxim only worried about Ghost exposing the existence of the cosmic stream. Once he kills Ghost, he doesn't have anything to worry about. He wondered why Layla was so afraid of one man. Granted, Ghost was a prodigy and a true freak of nature. If he weren't so powerful, Maxim wouldn't have considered marrying Victoria to him. It was really unfortunate that Ghost turned out to be a guardian of the cosmic stream. Even if Ghost hadn't threatened Victoria, Maxim wouldn't have let him live. I will. Just stay with us. Tears rolled out of Edith's eyes. Layla had two reasons to stay in Thusia. One was obviously Edith and her safety. The second reason was that if push came to shove, Layla could teleport Ghost away and save him from King Maxim's wrath. I want to know why he's seeking revenge against Thusia, asked Layla. Edith slowly turned her gaze toward the Barnes. Unlike her, Layla was oblivious to what they did to Ghost. Maxim Barnes prepared himself for this scenario. He fabricated a perfect story to twist the facts. After killing Ghost, whatever he says would be the truth. After all, history was written by the winners. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net, if you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. Com to experience faster update speed. Follow current novels on Novel Bin. Com, **********. Meanwhile, in the treacherous ocean, Michael was facing the ghostly elf. Michael waited for the system to break the rune and give him the artifact. Until then, Michael decided to entertain himself by talking to the elf who created the artifact. Let's face it, you can't stop me. You're just a sliver of soul, exclaimed Michael. Gaia lowered her bow and started to chuckle. Look at this elf. He seems mad at us. If you wanted your chosen one to get the artifact, you should have done a better job hiding it, Nightmare commented. You can't use it, human, snickered the elf. If you seriously believe that, you're in for a shock, Michael smiled. You kind have always been the vermin of out the world. Always take things you don't deserve. The elf looked disgusted. Judging by his tone and words, it was evident the elf hated humans to the core. So the chosen one is an elf? Michael tilted his head. He's not a human. He's a god. The elf expected the human before him to be shocked and surprised. Instead, he saw him burst into laughter. Don't tell me it's for the god of light? Michael air quoted the words god of light. The elf was surprised. Michael couldn't believe he had stumbled upon something meant for the god of light. This day keeps getting better and better, Michael laughed. So now I am not only getting the artifact, but I am also taking something from him. You know the god of light? The elf asked. Although he was just a sliver of soul awakened by Michael when he touched the rune, the elf still possessed the intelligence he had when he was whole. You can say that, said Michael. Then you should know the danger our world is in right now. Do you know what would happen if this artifact falls into the wrong hands? Asked the elf. Didn't you say I can't use it? So what's there to worry about? No one can use it anyways, Michael shrugged. What's happening? The elf sensed the protective rune was getting weaker. His mind went blank as it shouldn't have been possible. When the elf noticed the grin on the human's face, he was stunned. How are you doing this? The elf asked with a baffled look. Doing what? The rune. It's getting weaker. 1 minute, Michael raised a finger. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Nets ist by N Oval by N. In 1 minute your staff will belong to me, you. Suddenly the elf looked like he had a realization. Everything made sense to the elf. He couldn't believe it, but there was no other explanation for what was happening. You're the Dark Lord, Michael wasn't surprised. Since the elf knew about the god of light, it was only natural for him to know about the god of darkness. Bingo, Michael clapped for the elf. The room started to tremble as the wooden panels in the center slowly slid open. A pillar emerged from the ground. Michael finally saw the artifact. It was a 5-foot golden trident. The elf panicked. No, stop. The elf shouted. However, Michael couldn't care less. He kept walking toward the trident. When he was at arm's distance from the trident, the elf closed his eyes. The cabin creaked. Nightmare and Gaia heard the wind howling outside as though a storm was approaching them. The trident trembled. It slowly rose from the pillar and was about to fly out of the cabin when Michael grabbed it tight. "Where do you think you're going?" Michael snickered. He felt the trident violently quivering in his hand. "I won't let my creation fall into the evil's hand," the elf snarled. He seemed like he was about to cast a spell on Michael. "There was a time I would have told you that darkness does not always equate to evil, just as light does not always bring good," said Michael, holding the spear. The spear tried to fly away, but Michael's grip was too strong. "If taking this trident and breaking the curses put on innocent people by your kind is being evil, I don't give a damn about what you think." The veins on Michael's hands popped up. The trident trembled violently as the elf tried to make the trident fly away from Michael. "Let my staff go," the elf shouted. His thundering roar obliterated the cabin walls. Nightmare and Gaia stumbled back due to the force. However, Michael remained still. The only difference was the area became darker. The elf couldn't believe his eyes. Everything around him grew darker and darker. Inch by inch, Michael pulled back the trident toward him. Under the elf's shocked gaze, a dark cloud shrouded Michael. Instead of his black robes, a creepy black armor appeared on him. Finally, the elf saw the Dark Lord's true form. He completely lost the connection with the trident. Gradually, the dark shoulder moved through Michael's hand and enveloped the golden trident. "No, no, no, no," the elf mumbled. Panic struck his heart. He was helpless and powerless to stop the Dark Lord. A few seconds later, the trident completely disappeared from sight. "What did you do?" asked the elf with a terrified face. "It belongs to me now," Michael's demonic voice echoed through the forest. The elf floated backward in terror. "Now, it's time to end your pathetic existence." Without giving the elf any time to react, Michael dashed toward him. He immediately cast the Soul Eater. The elf felt a strong force pulling him toward the Dark Lord. He tried to resist, but the force was too much. Standing a few meters away from Michael, Gaia and Nightmare saw the elf's ghostly figure slowly turning into a cloud of smoke. This smoke flew straight into Michael's mouth. "No!" the elf screamed in agony. It didn't last long as the elf completely faded away from sight. "We didn't even know who he was," said Gaia. "There was no need," answered Michael. A smile emerged on his face looking at his status. The curse breaker, he had acquired a legendary skill. With this, he could break any curses put on people. "It's time we get out of this place. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone." Chapter 685. Breaking Eve's curse. After taking the artifact and absorbing the elf's soul, Michael had enough badass points to buy a teleportation scroll. He used it to escape the treacherous ocean. Finally, Michael reached the outskirts of the treacherous ocean. Hovering in the air, he could see the Rainbow Islands on the horizon. He wanted to visit Layla, but he chose not to. Meeting them would endanger the whole island. His war with the Sky Hall had nothing to do with innocent people living on the island. From the outskirts, Michael just had to use the runic teleportation to reach the Voldegard castle. The people of Voldegards were busy fixing the broken walls and roofs in the castle. Heavy snowfall blanketed everything. It was knee-high as soldiers had to float above the snow to save time. Some of the servants who were sitting atop the roof, fixing them with nails and hammers, saw Michael, Gaia, and Nightmare in the air. "Master Ghost is back," the servants shouted. Everyone looked up at Michael. Without uttering a word, Michael flew straight into the castle. As he reached the hall, Michael saw the Voldegard family gathered in the hall. He saw Jennifer, Lord Julian, and Lady Astrid with several elders of the family. Lord Julian sensed Michael's presence. He quickly averted his gaze toward Michael. "Master Ghost," said Lord Julian. A strange expectation emerged within his eyes. Lady Astrid welcomed Michael with a bright smile. Jennifer, on the other hand, looked surprised. She wondered why Michael was here instead of in Emazaroth. Michael glanced at the elders, who looked somewhat bewildered. They opened and closed their mouths as though they had something in their mind to ask Michael. Miss Elia, Nightmare, Lady Astrid embraced Gaia in a gentle motherly hug. "We'll talk later." Lord Julian dismissed the elders. They all slightly bowed toward Michael before leaving the hall. "Please make yourselves at home." Lady Astrid gestured at them to sit on the sofa. "Where is Eve?" asked Michael, plunging onto the sofa beside the fireplace. "Eve," Lady Astrid called out for Eve. "Jenny, go bring your sister to us," Lord Julian asked Jennifer. She nodded and climbed upstairs to meet Eve. "Eve said you went to Mazeroth," said Julian. I did. Apparently there is nothing much to learn in Mazeroth. So here I am, said Michael. He was nonchalant. So about Eve have you dash, why do you think I am here? Michael cut short Julian's words. I can lift the curse now. Michael's words brought them both shock and delight. Astrid's eyes immediately watered up. Until recently she didn't know the elves put a curse on Eve. She believed Eve had no talent for reaching the soul-refining stage. To be honest, she couldn't believe even when she told them about the curse. But Julian and Eve believed it was the truth. Hearing that Ghost could lift the curse, the father and mother brimmed with joy. It took Jennifer a minute to bring Eve. Ghost? Michael looked up at the stairs to see Eve gracefully walking down. Despite the cold weather, she was sweating. Judging by the smudges on her face and the warhammer in her hand, he could tell she was training as usual. What are you doing here? Asked Eve. Nice to see you too, Eve. Gaia rolled her eyes. Eve sighed with a smile. I thought you were in the Mazeroth. I was. Once again Michael had to repeat the same words he had said to Julian. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net, if you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. To experience faster update speed, continue reading on Novel Bin. Let's not waste any time. Michael stood up. Lord Julian, do you have a secure room? Lord Julian immediately bobbed his head up and down. Follow me. Lord Julian and Astrid paced toward a private room in the castle. They used this room for important meetings and conduct shady deals. What's going on? Asked Eve. I am going to lift the curse on you. Eve was shocked, and so was Jennifer. Unlike Eve, Jennifer researched a lot about curses when Eve told her about curses. According to various ancient texts and books, curses were a kind of rune. Some elven rune masters specialized in curses. It wouldn't be an understatement to say each prominent elven family had a rune master who could curse their foes. But putting a curse on people was not as simple as casting a spell. The rune master had to get close to the victim, and it would take time to place the curse. In Eve's case, the Filvander family pretended to check Eve's cultivation talents and put a curse on her soul instead. Poor Eve didn't have any idea that they cursed her. I read only the one who put the curse can lift it, said Jennifer while following Julian and Astrid. Don't believe everything you read, said Gaia. Jennifer did not question Ghost. She had seen him overcome the odds against the plague. If he could lift the curse on her sister, Jennifer would be eternally grateful to Ghost. Eventually they reached an empty room with no windows or glass whatsoever. Except for the round table in the middle, there was nothing. Eve, come forward. Others step back, said Michael. Julian and Astrid held each other's arms tightly. Their bodies shivered, and their eyes glimmered with concern. Eve took a deep breath. Since this was the first time using the curse breaker, Michael was unfamiliar with the procedure. He just placed his hand on Eve's forehead. Close your eyes, said Michael. He made up this procedure. Michael then willed the system to scan her body. He felt a new sensation. Using the curse breaker was as easy as breathing. When he touched Eve, he sensed a powerful vibration in her body. Soon this vibration turned into a scream. Michael focused on the scream. The scream sounded louder and louder to the point his head began to ache. Unlike them, the others noticed Eve's body trembling. A gust of wind breezed around her, making her hair flutter in the wind. Under their gazes, a thin layer of light emerged on her skin. Finally, Michael grabbed the source of the scream with his mind. The curse breaker felt like an extension of his arm. He grabbed the curse in her soul. A strange rune pulsing within her body. It attached itself to Eve's soul and suppressed the soul's power, hence stopping her from reaching the soul-refining stage. Under Michael's grab, the rune shattered. As a result, everyone in the room felt a powerful surge of energy around them. Ah! Eve roared. Eve! Julian and Astrid shouted. They tried to dash forward, but Gaia stopped them. Don't! The energy surge lasted for a few minutes. Then the bright light around Eve finally began to dim. Open your eyes, said Michael. Eve slowly opened her eyes. She felt lightweight, as though something heavy had been lifted off of her. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net SNOV? Bin, is it done? Eve asked. You are curse-free, smiled Michael. In a blink of an eye, Eve's family dashed forward. They surrounded her. Julian and Astrid embraced her tightly. To Michael's surprise, Jennifer grabbed his arms. Her eyes welled up. She was on the verge of crying. Thank you, Jennifer squeezed Michael's hands. No need to thank me. She's my friend, Michael smiled. He patted Jennifer on the shoulder. Letting the family have some time alone, Michael walked out of the room with Gaia and Nightmare. He returned to the hall and sat on the sofa, enjoying the warmth of the fireplace. "That went smooth," said Nightmare. Jay leaped onto Michael's lap, circling himself into a ball. "You know we can turn this into a service. Charge millions to lift curses?" Gaia pitched her idea. "Yes, but it will unnecessarily put us in a bad light with the elves. We have to use this power with caution. If the elven families who tend to curse people find out about the curse breaker, they might try to kill me." "But," Michael snickered, "I'm not going to hide anymore. I just have to be cautious until I reach the half-immortal stage." As they were talking, Eve and her family came to the hall. Their faces were glowing with joy. Lord Julian and Astrid walked toward Michael. He stood up. "Master Ghost, take this." Lord Julian extended a golden parchment toward Michael. "What is it?" Michael asked, taking the parchment. He opened it up. The parchment contained words written and signed by Julian. It was a deal to hand over the floating mountain to Ghost. The same floating mountain Michael fought the fusion stage Reaper. Although Michael liked that floating mountain, he felt reluctant to take it. After all, Michael helped Eve because she was his friend. For the first time since he came to this world, he did something without expecting something in return. One could say this was Michael being a goody two-shoes. "We are giving it to you. Don't be rude. Accept it." Eve came to Michael's side. She punched Michael on the shoulder. Gaia peeked over Michael's shoulder to see what was written on the parchment. A few moments later she got so excited. Of course, she didn't show the excitement on her face, but deep down, she was bouncing in joy. Moreover, she had already formed several plans to transform the barren floating mountain into their own fortress. "Are you going to take it or not?" Eve asked with a stern voice. "Do I have a choice?" Michael smiled. "No, then I will take it," said Michael. As expected, Julian threw a grand feast for Michael, and Astrid made Michael eat up to his throat. Everything went great and joyful until the end of the feast, when Eve took out a parchment from her space ring. She tossed it toward Michael. "Take a look at it," said Eve. Julian once again dismissed everyone in the hall, including Jennifer. Michael noticed the grave looks on their faces. He then slowly opened the parchment. "Dear Voldegards, the great kingdom of Thusia has declared war against your friend Ghost. If you aid him in any way against Thusia, you will suffer the wrath of the whole kingdom. You've been warned. War Council of Thusia." Michael clenched his fist. However, it didn't surprise Michael much. In fact, he expected Thusia to make their moves against his allies. Unfortunately for Thusia, their tactics wouldn't work on Michael because Michael didn't plan to use his allies against Thusia. Instead, he would use Thusia's enemies against them. Chapter 686, Heavenly Tribulation. I don't know why you have an axe to grind with Thusia, but I am coming with you," said Eve. She was so calm and casual, like she was going on a vacation. "No, you're not," Michael shook his head. "It's between Thusia and me. I won't put you and your family in danger." He was adamant about not involving his allies in the war between him and Thusia. The only allies he would use were the kings, who is already at war with Thusia. Michael wanted to dismantle everything Maxim Barnes built brick by brick. "Out of the question, Ghost. You saved my life, and I want you to keep it. If you want to help me, go to Bradford and keep those people safe." Michael's voice was domineering, like a god. Under his tone, not only Eve, everyone in the room shuddered. "He's right. If they target Bradford, we need someone we can trust to save those people," said Gaia. For a few long moments Eve thought about this. Finally she sighed. Judging by Michael's look, he wouldn't take her with him, she knew that. Hence, the only way to help him keep the people of Bradford safe. It wasn't fighting alongside Ghost, but it was better than nothing. "I need a safe place," said Michael. "Isn't this a safe place?" Eve tilted her head slightly. "No," Michael's answer shocked everyone. Eve creased her brows. "I am going to trigger the heavenly tribulation, Eve." As soon as these words escaped Michael's mouth, their minds went blank. All of them looked startled to the core. Silence fell over the hall. The firewood crackled under the scorching heat of the fireplace. Everyone remained silent until Eve's words cut through it. "You're going to reach the half-immortal stage." Julian was unable to believe the words he's been hearing. In his life, he had never heard someone as young as Ghost breaking through to the half-immortal stage. He couldn't even remember the last time someone triggered a heavenly tribulation. If his memory served him right, it had been 200 years since a human reached the half-immortal stage. "It's dangerous, Ghost. Are you sure you want to do this?" Eve asked in a gentle tone. Her eyes glimmered with concern for Michael's life. "If you're worried about my life, don't. I'm not going to die. I just need a safe place for 5 days. During these 5 days of heavenly tribulation, The slightest disturbance can result in catastrophe. Hence, my need for a safe place. Now that you're pissed off Wuxia somehow, they will definitely use this opportunity to end you, said Eve. Michael liked Eve more and more. She didn't even ask why Wuxia wanted to kill him or the other way around. Without knowing the reason, Eve stood beside him. To Michael it felt like she was meant to be his side. I have a place in mind. Now that Lord Julian and Lady Astrid gave me the floating mountain, I can make use of it. Care to tell us where this safe place is? Asked Eve. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net, if you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. To experience faster update speed. New novel chapters are published on Novel Bin. The Holy Church, said Michael. The last time Michael checked, he was an ally to the Holy Church. Although the Holy Church was still in a growing phase, it wasn't weak either. The Holy Church had a good relationship with the Empress and the Golden Princes. Therefore, any kingdom would think twice before acting against the Holy Church. Even the Guardian Guild didn't dare to be disrespectful toward the Holy Church. The Holy Church believed Michael was a strong believer. Michael didn't think they would say no if Michael asked for a safe haven. Michael slowly rose from his sofa. It's time for me to go meet His Holiness in the church, said Michael. Knowing the graveness of the matter, none of the Voldegards dared to stop Michael. Before that, I have one more thing to do, said Julian. Let's fly to the floating mountain. I'll accompany you too. Eve decided to join Michael and Julian. So, taking the protector of the Voldegards along with them, Michael, Gaia, Nightmare, Eve and Julian flew to the floating mountain. It took them almost an hour to reach the mountain. The lonely mountain hovered in the air. Snow blanketed everything. Even the waterfall was frozen and looked like a glacier. The remnants of the battle with the fusion stage Reaper were still visible. The ground had deep webs of cracks. The party slowly landed in the middle of the barren mountain. In Gaia's eyes, she could see a towering fortress atop the floating mountain. She couldn't wait to transform this barren floating mountain into the world's first floating fortress. Master Ghost, Lord Julian extended his arm toward Michael. Michael grabbed his arm. Lord Julian closed his eyes as Michael felt a tinge of electricity passing through his arm. Does the host wish to take the floating mountain as your base of operation? Asked the system. Yes, Michael confirmed in his head. It's done, said Lord Julian. Michael felt a strange connection with the mountain. He pointed his finger as the floating mountain trembled before slowly floating forward. Lord Julian and the protectors were stunned to see the power of Michael. Although Lord Julian was a fusion stage cultivator, he couldn't move the mountain without the help of the protectors. They all needed to work together and use their combined energies to move the mountain. However, Michael did that single-handedly. After exchanging pleasantries for a few more minutes, Lord Julian and the others prepared to leave the floating mountain. But before Eve could ascend to the sky, Michael called out for her. Eve nodded at her father, wordlessly telling him to go first. Michael looked up at Eve. A gentle smile hiding grave concerts appeared on Michael's face. Whatever happens, whatever people say about me, I always thought of you as my friend. I had no ulterior motives for helping you, Eve. Why are you telling me this now, Ghost? Eve furrowed her brows. She was about to descend when Michael disappeared from her sight along with Gaia and Nightmare. Once the floating mountain completely disappeared from their sight, Gaia asked. Why did you say that to Eve? Asked Gaia. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net new novel chapters are published on Novel Bin. I feel like I can't pretend to live two lives anymore, Michael sighed. He had this eerie feeling for some time. Even though he did everything in his power to hide his other identity, some things weren't in his control. His instincts had never betrayed him, and this time, they were telling him to fully embrace his Dark Lord persona instead of living as Ghost in the day and the Dark Lord in the night. He felt the two identities were stopping him from reaching his full potential. The mental pressure to keep his identity hidden was getting higher and higher. As a result, he started to make mistakes. After all, Michael was not a perfect human being to not make any mistakes. Even if our identities get exposed, I just hope the people who helped us won't get in trouble with the Guardian Guild and the Sky Hall, said Nightmare. His thoughts were no different than Gaia's. She was worried about the Sunrise sect and everyone in it. Do you have a plan for them? Asked Michael. Why do you think I allied myself with the Holy Church? When the world learns Ghost is the Dark Lord, the Guardian Guild would obviously target everyone who aided us. Since the Holy Church itself helped us, they would do their best to spin the story they helped us without knowing Ghost's real identity. They would say Ghost fooled them. It's not a story, it's the truth, said Gaia. Michael nodded and continued. The Holy Church can't say they were fooled but not the others. It will make them look even worse. Plus, I always kept a distance from the people who helped us. So the Sky Hall and the Guardian Guild will put them under surveillance but won't harm them, Michael explained. I really hope your instinct is wrong this time, human. Gaia slowly shook her head. She was especially concerned for little Cindy and Raylene. They were truly innocent people who had done nothing wrong. Me too, Michael sighed. They continued to fly toward the holy church in the city of Ysirius, where Michael met Vishrian. The floating golden temple soon appeared in their view, being covered by snow. Read chapter 578 to refresh your memory. To Michael's surprise, when he got closer to the church, Vishriel flew out of the temple to welcome him as though Vishrian had sensed Michael's presence. Believer Ghost, Vishrian greeted Michael with a smile. Miss Elia, Nightmare, Vishrian smiled at Gaia and Nightmare. Most of the true believers of the Holy Church resented the other races. Fortunately, Vishrian was not one of them. He and his brother Maxwell believed all lives were created equally by the Great One and Two. Believer Vishrian, Michael greeted back with a smile and bow. You have been in my prayers ever since what happened in Royal Land. I truly wish we had more power to root out all evil from the face of this world, said Vishrian. The world will change, Believer Vishrian. But today I am at the Holy Chich's doorstep with an unreasonable request. If it's in my power, I will give it to you, Believer Ghost, said Vishrian, gesturing at them to follow him into the church. I want a safe place to cross the heavenly tribulation, Believer Vishrian. Vishrian landed on the doorstep of the holy church with a dumbstruck look on his face. Just like anyone else, he couldn't believe Ghost was on the verge of breaking through to the half-immortal stage. Of course, everyone thought the youngest to reach the half-immortal stage would be the wielder of angels Vina, Layla Alden. But never in a million years one thought she would be surpassed by Ghost. I have to talk to His Holiness, but I don't think he would say no to a true believer when he's in need of a safe haven. Michael was glad to hear Vishrian's words. On the other hand, Gaia had difficulty controlling her urge to laugh at the Holy Church. Michael was fooling them to the core. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 687. Heavenly Tribulation 2. The Holy Church's interior was completely made of gold. Even the benches were pure gold. Michael was dumbstruck by the show of wealth. The hall resembled a typical church's interior on earth. At the end of the hall, statues of the sun and moon erupted to honor the Great One and Two. The Holy Church believed the Great One was the sun and the Great Two was the moon. Vishrian asked them to wait and pray to the Great One and Two while he asked permission to offer a safe haven to Michael from His Holiness. He wasn't the same His Holiness Michael met on Royal Land. Michael and Gaia pretended to pray by kneeling before the Great One and Two. For some reason, Michael had a strange feeling when he knelt down. He felt like something inside him was telling him not to kneel down before anyone. He was a god after all. But Michael did not listen to this feeling. If kneeling down would save his life, he would rather kneel down than die on his feet. Except for the howling wind, Michael heard nothing. The silence calmed his mind and soul. Nightmare sat on one of the gold benches and stared at the place with a bewildered look. Everything glowed, radiating golden light. Nightmare scratched the golden bench with his claw. He wanted to rip everything from the church and hoard it in a secret place. Although he grew up with Michael and Gaia, he still had his dragon instincts to hoard valuables. Control yourself, Nightmare ordered himself. After waiting for almost 15 minutes, Vishrian finally walked out of the door. Believer Ghost, Michael slowly opened his eyes. He slightly looked up to see Vishrian standing before him with a gentle smile. His Holiness has agreed to your request, Believer Ghost, said Vishrian with a smile. Michael stood up. There was no doubt in Michael's mind that the Holy Church would deny his request. How could they when Michael offered to give millions to the church as a donation? Still, Michael pretended to be relieved and elated. Gratitude to the Great One and Two, Michael bowed like an honest to the core believer. He's also sending his personal holy guards to ensure no one interrupts your heavenly tribulation. His Holiness is so generous and kind, said Michael. But if I may ask Believer Vishrian, how strong are these holy guards? Asked Michael. Since he threatened Victoria, it was only natural for Thusia to send people to end his life. King Barnes wouldn't take the risk of retaliating against Bradford or anyone close to Michael due to Michael's threat of exposing the cosmic stream. At the same time, he wouldn't send half-immortal stage warriors after Michael either. First, suppose he had sent half-immortals after Michael, it would draw the attention of the Council of the Immortals. Second, King Barnes might not have any half-immortals because no one has seen a heavenly tribulation in Thusia. So unless King Barnes found a way to hide the heavenly tribulation or to reach the half-immortal stage without triggering one, Michael was sure of Thuja's lack of half-immortals. But once the news of Michael triggering the heavenly tribulation reaches Thujia, Maxim Barnes would definitely use the cosmic stream to reach the half-immortal stage himself. He would have no choice by then. Soul refining stage, but each of them is strong as a level 4 fusion stage cultivator. Michael wondered how, but he didn't ask any more questions. He doubted even if he asked, Vishrian would answer them. So when are you planning to start your heavenly tribulation? I have to say, Believer Ghost, you are truly blessed by the Great One and Two to have such monstrous cultivation speed. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. Com to experience faster update speed. It's also a burden, Believer Vishrian. As much as I want to walk the path of kindness, I always end up with more enemies. Even now, I need a safe haven because some wanted to kill me. Vishrian didn't seem surprised by Michael's words. He just sighed. Even the Great One and Two has enemies they have to battle. Michael nodded. Where should I cultivate, Believer Vishrian? Follow me. Vishrian gestured at them to follow him. He led them through the door near the statues. Soon they reached the backyard. The scenery pleasantly surprised Michael. Red maple trees shed their leaves, blanketing the snowy ground. The Royal Land Holy Church grew yellow maple trees, and here they grew red maple trees instead. The winter didn't affect the red maple trees for some reason. They all swiftly danced in the blowing wind. A frozen pond in the middle glimmered like obsidian glass. Several yellow mats were placed around the frozen pond for worshippers of the Holy Church to cultivate and meditate. To Michael's surprise, the entire Holy Church seemed to be empty. Other than Vishrian, Michael saw no one. He couldn't help wondering why. The Royal Land Holy Church was buzzing with worshippers and holy guards. However, Vishrian's church had no one except him. Do you have everything you need to successfully cross the heavenly tribulation, Believer Ghost? Asked Vishrian. Michael nodded. Honestly, Michael didn't need anything. In stark contrast, the cultivators of this world needed several artifacts, pills, and potions to increase their chances of survival. In Michael's case, he only needed 5 days of time. During these 5 days, the system would reconstruct his body and soul cell by cell. Then there is no time like the present. But if you want to wait till the holy guards reach here, feel free to meditate under the red maple shade. It will soothe your soul and mind, said Vishrian. Michael thought about it for a moment and ultimately decided to start breaking through without waiting for the holy guards. I would like to start now, Believer Vishrian. Novel be in. Com Vishrian nodded. I'd give you some time alone and go check on the runes one last time. Vishrian disappeared from the backyard, leaving Gaia and Nightmare alone with Michael. Take this. Michael flicked his wrist as several golden scrolls materialized in his hand. Bring the protector of Voldegards and all our allies in Elon, said Michael as Gaia nodded. But do not ask anything about your mother to the Kane family elders until I am done with tribulation. Got it? This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net. Gaia was reluctant, but in the end she agreed. Before I go, Gaia stepped closer. She hugged him tight before placing a gentle kiss on his lips and forehead. It'll be fine, said Michael with a gentle tone. Although Gaia seemed normal, Michael noticed the concern in her eyes. She was hiding it well, but Michael knew her too well. He waited until she disappeared into the cloudy sky. Let's begin. Michael took a deep breath. He walked toward one of the mats and sat in a meditating position. System, it is time, Michael said to the system. Are you sure, host? Surprisingly, the system questioned Michael. It even sounded a little bit worried. I am. The host cannot use the system for 5 days. The host will be conscious but unable to move your body. The host's protective spells will not work during these 5 days, the system informed Michael. It was indeed a risk to start the tribulation, yet Michael chose to do it because it was time to destroy Thujia. He would have been far safer in Mazeroth if it wasn't for Wulfric. According to Gaia, when a cultivator triggers the heavenly tribulation, the energy fluctuations would create a violent storm. As a result, streaks of lightning would strike the area the cultivator was. To successfully reach the half-immortal stage, the cultivator needed to survive this barrage of lightning strikes. Many believed luck played a big role in the heavenly tribulation. They weren't wrong. If a cultivator didn't have good luck, he would get struck by lightning continuously and turn into ashes. Thanks to the system, Michael didn't need to rely on luck. However, Michael wasn't clear about his heavenly tribulation. He doubted his would be similar to the rest of the world. N0VL next. Showing all the thoughts to the back of his mind, Michael drew several deep breaths. Finally he closed his eyes. Everything became dark. He felt tingling electricity running down his spine. Seconds passed, and those seconds turned into minutes and minutes to hours. He emptied his thoughts, calming his mind. After an hour, Michael heard murmurs around him. People were gasping in shock. He could hear them. Soon their words became inaudible due to the rumbling thunder and howling wind. Every time he heard a thunderclap, the ground beneath him shook. At that moment, Gaia hovered in the air far enough from Michael and the Holy Church to see his figure. To her surprise, several prominent figures from the Ara continent appeared near the Holy Church. Shock and surprise were written on their faces. It was obvious they didn't expect such a young man to trigger the heavenly tribulation. She could even see elves and dwarves among the crowd. Their numbers increased with the passing minutes. As promised, the Holy Guards guarded Michael at a safe distance. The sky above Michael slowly darkened as streaks of purple lightning flashed across it. Many among the crowd, especially cultivators with white hair, looked particularly stunned. The reason was they had seen heavenly tribulations before. But they had never witnessed the storm appear on the very first day of the tribulation instead of the fourth or fifth day. Gaia and Nightmare looked worried, although Michael reassured them. As they were witnessing the heavenly tribulation, there was a battle going on far away from the Holy Church. The battle was between none other than Diana and the 5 fusion stage cultivators of Wuxia, who were sent by Maxim to kill Michael. Chapter 688. Rowena meets Harriet Hunt. While Michael was facing the heavenly tribulation, Diana interrupted the 5 fusion stage cultivators sent by Maxim Barnes. The 5 men were dressed in complete crimson-red robes with hoods and cloaks to cover their faces. As usual, Diana was in her black armor, carrying the 2 black swords. Facing Diana, the 5 cultivators hovered in the air, far away from Michael. Even from a mile away, they could see the raging storm and crazy lightning streaks in the distance. Just as King Maxim sent a warning letter to the Voldegards, he sent one to Winston's family. As soon as Diana read the letter, she came to Aura through a teleportation gate. Judging by her son's nature, she knew he wouldn't put Voldegards in danger by staying with them. So the next option for him was to use the Holy Church as his safe haven. Hence, Diana stayed close to the Holy Church, expecting trouble. "Who are you?" asked one of the 5 warriors. They were all at fusion stage level 6 as Diana had reached fusion stage level 2. But she had an advantage over them thanks to the primordial flame she wielded. Moreover, Diana had far more battle experience than the 5. "Turn back and leave," Diana coldly said. Normally, Diana would have killed the 5 without a second thought. The situation was anything but normal. She didn't want their battle to cause a disturbance to the heavenly tribulation. Until her son crossed the tribulation, she wanted to keep the enemies as far as possible. But deep down she knew they wouldn't back down. They primarily came here to disrupt the heavenly tribulation and, thus, killing Ghost without a fight. "We don't know or care who you are. Take your own advice and leave this place. His life ends today." One of them slowly floated forward. His eyes glimmered with killing intent under the cloak. "Lady, you are outnumbered. Just leave," another one said. "It's only 3 against 1, Diana snickered. "How so?" The one leading the group tilted his head. "When I kill the leader in a brutal way, that's you." Diana pointed her sword at the man. "Another one will try to cast a spell, I will burn him alive. The third one will feel reluctant to attack and I will kill him too. The remaining 2 they always run," said Diana. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. To experience faster update speed, the 5 chuckled. In a blink of an eye, the leader charged at Diana. The other 4 quickly cast various spells. To Diana's surprise, the energy fluctuation she felt around them was several times more powerful than it should have been. A golden sword materialized in the leader's hand. He swung the sword left and right. Each of the rest specialized in elemental spells. Fire, wind, water, and stones danced around Diana. Soon, the fire turned into an ethereal fire dragon, the wind turned into a giant fist, the water turned into a 12-feet-long spear, and stones formed a stone giant. Diana evaded the golden sword. She had never sensed such powerful energies from typical hitmen like them. It was certain they weren't using celestial energy, as the energy Diana felt was several times more powerful than celestial energy. Even with cosmic energy running through his veins, the leader couldn't reach Diana's speed. When he swung the sword, Diana grabbed his hand and twisted it with all her might. "N0VL next. Kamish." The man screamed. He was too arrogant to cast a defense spell around him. Meanwhile, the fire dragon soared through the sky with its mouth wide open to swallow Diana. She quickly grabbed the leader and flew away from Michael's direction. After realizing these five were using much more powerful energy, Diana didn't hold back. She immediately conjured the light flame. The bright light blinded the five and raised the temperature around them by several degrees. They all felt the smoldering heat from the flames. Diana squeezed the leader's throat, opening his mouth forcefully. Diana willed the light flames to condense into a tiny ball. The five of them slowly opened their eyes as the brightness dimmed from the flames. The moment they opened their eyes, they felt a chill running down their spines. They saw the lady sending the ball of fire down their leader's throat. The man couldn't scream but wiggled his body like a fish out of water. His throat melted as hot butter. Soon, blood spurted out from his throat to his stomach, but the blood evaporated due to the intense heat. When Diana let go of his shoulder, his body was cut in halves by the light flames. The remaining four shuddered. All the spells they cast ceased moving. Using their shock to her advantage, Diana clapped her hands together, sending a powerful blast of wind. The blast disrupted the shapes of the fiery dragon, water spear, wind fist as well as the stone giant. She followed her blast of wind with a beam of light flames. The bright beam went straight through the stone giant. Granted, the cosmic energy was much more powerful than the celestial energy, but the light flame was on the same power level as the cosmic energy. This was why Maxim Barnes was obsessed with controlling all the primordial flames by himself. Without a primordial flame, there was nothing in the universe to rival cosmic energy. Although the five used cosmic energy to cast spells and cultivate, they were still far from mastering cosmic energy. On the contrary, Diana had mastered the light flames to the fullest. She was able to unleash its power more than the five unleashed the power of cosmic energy. As a result, Diana's light beam went straight through the stone giant's chest. The stone giant crumbled to pieces. Yet the light beam did not stop. Diana moved her hands, cutting through the fist, fiery dragon, and the water spear. In a blink of an eye, she destroyed all their spells. But the five quickly retaliated by casting a bright translucent shield around them. They all combined their energies to form one powerful shield around them. When the light beam and the cosmic energy shield clashed, it resulted in a powerful explosion. The explosion sound was masked by a thunderclap. But the shock wave itself sent both parties flying. "We have to combine our energies," a Thusian warrior shouted at his colleagues. They quickly coordinated to retaliate. Diana clenched her swords tighter. She looked at the storm's direction over her shoulder. In the distance, her son was crossing his heavenly tribulation. Because he was born a god, his heavenly tribulation was much more powerful and dangerous at the same time. The effects of the raging storm, coupled with powerful earthquakes, could be felt even from a mile away. Diana closed her eyes, willing the light flames to shield her body. Soon, the flames coiled around her body, making the Thusians close their eyes. The flame was simply too bright. Additionally, the flame radiated an otherworldly whistling noise. It disrupted their thoughts. Each of the four Thusians conjured a ball of light. Only the light balls were conjured with cosmic energy. The four of them merged the cosmic energy balls, forming one big swirling ball of pure cosmic energy. The two forces were about to clash when a thick blue streak of lightning cut through the sky above them. Unlike the Thusians, Diana wasn't distracted by the sudden lightning strike. She fired a beam of light toward the Thusians. To her surprise, Diana sensed another primordial flame merge with the light beam. It was an icy blue arrow. The light beam grew much more powerful and larger in size when the arrow merged with the light beam. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Netboom. The combined power of two primordial flames shattered the cosmic shield. Arg! The Thusians screamed as they were sent flying several meters behind. Each of them coughed up blood. Their skin turned pale under their robes. But Diana did not press her advantage. She had something much more grave to deal with. She slowly turned around, sensing another powerful being descending from the lightning streak. It was none other than Rowena, her daughter herself. "Who are you?" Rowena coldly asked Diana. Initially, Rowena sensed the heavenly tribulation from her flying palace. For some reason she thought about Ghost. But when Rowena reached the place, she felt another surge of powerful energy, particularly another primordial flame. Her instinct told Rowena to fight against the four Thusians instead of the dark-robed woman. Rowena tried to see through the dark cloak, but the woman had a concealing spell on her face to prevent anyone from seeing her face. The two of them stared at each other without batting an eye. Silence fell over them until Diana opened her mouth. They were planning to disrupt the heavenly tribulation, said Diana. I will take care of them. But I want to know about that flame of yours. It's not hell's flames nor heaven's flames. What is it? Rowena asked Diana. As a primordial flame wielder herself, Rowena could tell the flame the woman held was much more powerful than the cold flames. But there must be only 3 primordial flames: hell flames, heaven's flame, and cold flame, which belonged to her. She knew Noah wielded heaven's flame and the hell's flame was somewhere in the fire realm. Therefore, seeing another flame as powerful as cold flames shocked Rowena. In the wrong hands, Rowena couldn't even imagine the damage a primordial flame could do. Even with cosmic energy, the light flames cut through the Thusians like they were weaklings. Why do you care, holy maiden? Asked Diana. She slowly put her hands behind her back, preparing herself to use the teleportation scroll in her space ring. You answered your own question. I care because I am the holy maiden. If our 2 primordial flames clashed, it would disrupt the energies in the atmosphere. You know what that would do to someone who's crossing his heavenly tribulation. Diana looked over her shoulder in Michael's direction. As Rowena's mother, Diana knew Rowena better than anyone else. Rowena may talk less and would rarely show her emotions, but Diana knew she wouldn't do anything to hurt Ghost, the young man who saved her family not once but thrice. On the other hand, Rowena knew if their primordial flames clashed, it could disturb the heavenly tribulation. Furthermore, Rowena didn't think the woman would reveal her secrets. Diana noticed the reluctance in Rowena's eyes. She quickly twisted the space ring in her hand as a silver scroll appeared in her hand. Rowena heard the tearing sound as she immediately sent a sliver of cold flames in the shape of a tiny arrow at Diana. The cold flames grazed Diana in the hand before she disappeared from the area. Chapter 689. Maxim Barnes angered the remaining 4 Thusians emptied vials of healing potion into their mouths. After Diana disappeared, they seemed a bit relieved. But their relief was short-lived. Rowena slowly floated toward them. Whatever problem you have with Ghost, it can wait till he finishes his heavenly tribulation, Rowena coldly said. But if you try anything funny, I will personally visit Thusia with the army of Skyhall. Do you understand? The Thusians were stunned. They couldn't tell how Rowena managed to know they were coming from Thusia. The Thusians were in a messy situation. On one hand, they were ordered to kill Ghost. On the other hand, they drew the attention of the Holy Maiden herself. The Thusians didn't know the relationship between the Holy Maiden and Ghost. But judging by her tone and look, she wasn't kidding about visiting Thusia with her army. Finally, they just heaved a sigh and flew away from the area. After their figures disappeared into the cloudy sky, Rowena flew toward Ghost. She was shocked by Ghost's cultivation speed. Even she was nowhere close to breaking through to the half-immortal stage. Furthermore, Rowena wondered who the black-robed woman was and why she was helping Ghost. Their decision to wear black seemed more than just a coincidence to Rowena. As Rowena flew toward Michael, she noticed more and more people appearing in the sky out of thin air. They all teleported from all parts of the world to witness the heavenly tribulation with their own eyes. Among the people, there were some familiar faces like Golden Valley Victoria, Morningstar Evan, elders of Aragoth, and surprisingly, her father Ethan himself. Father? Ethan's body jerked in surprise. He turned around to see Rowena floating toward him. What's my pretty girl doing here? Ethan asked Rowena with a grin. Behind his grin, Rowena noticed a bit of concern. How'd you come here? Asked Rowena. Teleportation. How else? Olivia was kind enough to let us use the teleportation gate of Aragoth. Ethan looked at Olivia, who had just joined Gaia and Nightmare. Olivia? The same girl we looked for Noah? Asked Rowena as Ethan nodded. Don't you remember Noah broke the marriage? She was in love with someone else, said Ethan. So tell me, Father, what are you doing here? Isn't it obvious? I am here to see the heavenly tribulation just like everyone else. For some reason, Rowena felt like Ethan was only telling her a partial truth. Where is Mother? Asked Rowena. Home. Look who came down from her palace. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net, if you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. To experience faster update speed. Rowena and Ethan suddenly heard a playful voice. They turned around and saw Sabrina. She was with a couple of her friends. Just like everyone else, Holy Trident Academy sent their students and elders to witness the heavenly tribulation. Sabrina tightly hugged Rowena. Oh, I missed you so much. Sabrina squeezed Rowena. Afterward, she hugged Ethan. Her friends looked a bit nervous around Rowena because she was a pinnacle of existence, the Holy Maiden. They didn't know how to act before Rowena. Ignoring the nervous gazes, Rowena focused on Ghost. The sky above him turned almost pitch black. Webs of golden streaks of lightning formed in the black sky. Additionally, a mini tornado was slowly forming around Ghost. With each passing second, the storm grew bigger and more violent. The heavenly tribulation affected the land beneath the Holy Church more. The kingdom of Thera ordered the citizens to evacuate Yesius, which was within the radius of the heavenly tribulation. The Guardian Guild and the Holy Church joined their forces to evacuate the citizens as well as cast a defense shield around the city. The king of Thera wasn't very happy with Michael starting his tribulation without informing them first. Everyone who held ill feelings toward Ghost decided to form a plan to curry his favors. Of course, some believed and wished Michael would die struck by lightning, especially the elders of the three big sections. They feared if he became a half-immortal, the influence of the Sunrise sect would grow beyond limits. Michael's allies like House Bradley, Kane family, and Lord Information were elated to see the heavenly tribulation. Once he had become the half-immortal, they would have a powerful friend. Just this was enough for them to overcome their rivals in their respective fields. Moreover, all the newspapers sent their best news reporters to Ar to cover the news of Michael's heavenly tribulation. It wouldn't be an understatement to say the current hot topic of the world was Michael. A day later, Maxim Barnes was shivering in anger. He banged the throne's hand with enough force to put a dent in the handle. The four Thusians were on their knees. Their bodies trembled in fear. "You incompetent fools. You could have ended his life then and there." Maxim Barnes completely lost his composure. When he heard Ghost had triggered a heavenly tribulation, his heart skipped a beat. Even with the cosmic stream, Thusia did not have any half-immortals. Instead, they had several fusion-stage cultivators. If those fusion-stage cultivators were anything like the incompetent fools before him, Maxim Barnes realized he's screwed. "Father," Victoria came to Maxim's side, "we cannot blame them, Father. No one could have guessed the Holy Maiden would be there." Her words made sense to Maxim. Still, Maxim couldn't believe they had missed such a great opportunity to kill Ghost. A single spell inside the heavenly tribulation range would have killed him instantly. "His heavenly tribulation comes with a shackle, Father," said Victoria. Maxim Barnes slowly turned his head toward Victoria. "If he survives the tribulation, that's a big if. He will have to join the Council of Immortals. He can't meddle in the affairs of mortals after that. But in case he doesn't join, we will call upon all our allies and end his pathetic life once and for all. This time I will personally cleave his head off." Her eyes glimmered with killing intent. Maxim Barnes thought about what Victoria had just said for a few moments. Suppose Ghost was just a fusion-stage warrior. There were several warriors in the Thusian army who could kill him without breaking a sweat, thanks to the cosmic energy running through their veins. Since it wasn't the case anymore and Ghost could become a half-immortal, Maxim Barnes needed some backup plans. "Cancel all my meetings. I am going to the garden." Maxim Barnes rose from his throne. Hearing his words, Victoria creased her brows. She took a step forward, placing her hand on Maxim's shoulder. "Father, are you sure? Is this the right time?" asked Victoria. The garden was none other than the sanctuary where the cosmic stream is. The Thusians built a portal connecting the castle to the sanctuary, so whenever they wanted to use the cosmic energy, they just needed to step into the portal. "Do not question me," Maxim snarled. Victoria quickly took a step back and bowed. "Forgive me, my king. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net asterisk 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 asterisk." Meanwhile, Edith and Layla stood on the castle balcony, watching the city below them. Despite the heavy snowfall, the villagers and soldiers moved like ants through the stone pavements. Many were gathering firewood to survive the cold nights while the soldiers pulled several giant war machines such as trebuchets, catapults and cannons. They weren't preparing for the battle against Ghost but to attack their nearby kingdoms. Maxim Barnes used fabricated maps to claim the nearby lands belonged to Thusia. When the nearby kingdoms refused to surrender the lands that rightfully belonged to them, he waged war against them. It was not the only tactic Maxim Barnes used to wage war but one of them. Most of the soldiers and citizens didn't even know a bigger threat was on its way to Thusia. They didn't even know about Ghost's threat. Instead, the citizens were busy with their day-to-day life. After Thusia's initial overwhelming victory against the two kingdoms, the citizens believed no one in Azair could rival them. The Thusians weren't wrong. After stealing the cosmic energy, Maxim Barnes built an elite unit of soldiers under General Booth's command. These elite soldiers were powered with cosmic energy. As a result, they destroyed everyone who stood against Thusia. Maxim Barnes invested all the wealth from the conquered kingdoms in his army, making them overpowered. It wouldn't be an understatement to say Thusia had the deadliest army in Elon and Azair. But no matter how powerful their army was, they weren't a match for a half-immortal. Layla, Edith slowly stepped toward Layla, who was calmly staring at the citizens from the balcony. "You look worried," said Edith. "I am. You don't have to worry about me, Layla." Edith gently placed her hand on Layla's shoulder. "I am not worried about you, Edith." "Then?" Edith tilted her head. "I am worried about them." Layla's gaze swept across the kingdom and its citizens. Wuxia defended against 3 kingdoms and conquered another 3, all at the same time. "I think they can survive against one man, Layla." "Do you know what happened between the barns and Ghost, Edith?" Edith nodded. "Don't ask me about it, Layla. I made a promise to Victoria. I am not going to ask you, Edith." Layla's words cut short Edith's words. "But you know who's right and who's wrong. End of the day, we all have to reap what we sow," Layla sighed. Just by looking into Edith's eyes, Layla could tell Ghost's vengeance against them was justified. Besides, Layla wasn't stupid. 2 years ago, Maxim Barnes was just a body-strengthening stage cultivator. Many ministers in Wuxia forced him to marry Victoria to a prince and name an heir to the throne. But suddenly he took a leap from the body-strengthening stage to fusion stage. Not only Maxim but all of his closest allies got a sudden boost to their cultivation. It was obvious Maxim had stumbled upon something much more powerful, and it was somehow connected to Ghost. "If you are his friend, you should worry about him more, Layla. He is just one man. They are going to kill him, not if he reaches the half-immortal stage." Layla's words made Edith's heart skip a beat. Chapter 690, Stepping into Godhood. 4 days passed in a blink of an eye. The sky around the holy church was riddled with people from various factions. Despite the raging lightning storm, they risked their lives to witness Michael's heavenly tribulation. The entire city of Ysirius was evacuated due to the storm. The storm destroyed almost half of the houses in the city. If it weren't for the energy shield around the city would have been in ruins. Almost 300 people hovered in the sky, staring at the storm without batting an eye. But they could barely see Michael, who sat in the middle of the storm. As they were staring at Michael, a bolt of lightning struck him. A few seconds later, another bolt of lightning struck him again. Many gasped in shock. For the past 24 hours, they had seen Ghost being struck by lightning countless times. Everyone who cared for him, like Sabrina, Ethan, and Claire, felt like they were being struck by lightning. Gaia prayed to all the gods deep down. She had never heard such a phenomenon of a cultivator being struck by lightning more than 5 times. Every time a bolt of lightning struck Michael, they thought it would be the last one. Many even gambled on his life, betting whether he would die by the next lightning or not. His black robes radiated smoke as they had several burning holes. Fortunately, no one tried to interrupt the heavenly tribulation. To Gaia's surprise, the Alpha Guardians themselves came to ensure everything went as smoothly as possible. Not because they cared for Ghost, but because, judging by the storm's intensity, they feared any interruption to the heavenly tribulation could destroy the entire kingdom of Thera. It worked in Michael's favor. Meanwhile, Michael sat down in the middle of a storm without moving an inch. He thought he wouldn't feel any pain because of the system. But he was totally wrong. Intense pain flared up every time a lightning bolt struck him. Every muscle in his body tensed up. His entire body told him to stop what he was doing, stop and find relief from this hellish feeling. He thought his body would go numb after being struck by lightning after some time, yet his body and mind refused to go numb. Michael was unable to block out the pain entirely. Simply put, the pain was like his skin being stripped off alive. However, the pain wasn't the only feeling he experienced. Every time a bolt of lightning struck him, his body became strong. He felt something leaving his body. He wasn't wrong, as that something was toxic and impurities in his body and soul. In other words, the lightning bolts cleansed his body and soul. He was being reborn. The sky looked as dark as black canvas. Many thought it was the result of the storm and the snowy weather. But in reality, the darkness was a result of Michael stepping into his godhood. Luckily for Michael, Skyhall had no instructions or texts about the Dark Lord's godhood. Furthermore, they were absolutely certain that Hunter was the Dark Lord. Since he was at the celestial stage, the Skyhall elders completely ignored Michael's heavenly tribulation. As far as they were concerned, Ghost was a prodigy, nothing more and nothing less. Regardless, Michael's excitement slowly rose in his heart. He had received millions of badass points, and the system used them to upgrade his spells. Several hours later, blue glowing words appeared in his pitch-black vision. Ultimate form of spell Ignitia has been unlocked. Ultimate form of spell Wind Blast has been unlocked. Ultimate form of spell Lightning Dash has been unlocked. Ultimate form of spell Eyes of Doom has been unlocked. The word ultimate was alone enough to make him feel excited beyond words. He couldn't wait to see the ultimate form of the spells. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. Com to experience faster update speed. At level 1, the ultimate spells can only be used once a day. The system's words somewhat diluted his excitement, yet he expected a catch. Congratulations to the host for stepping into the godhood. Current godhood level: fledgling god. The host can find seeds of darkness and achieve certain feats to level up your godhood. The higher the godhood level, the more powers will be unlocked. Finally, Michael had taken his first step into his godhood. As a result, almost every single skill and spell in Michael's arsenal got a boost in power. All of the host's elemental mastery except darkness has doubled. Wind mastery reached 20%, lightning mastery reached 30%, fire mastery reached 20%, darkness mastery reached 35%, except for darkness, which went from 25% to 35%, all of his elemental mastery had doubled. Michael was elated by the system notifications. His suffering and the pain he experienced were worth it. He felt more powerful and stronger than ever before. More and more lightning bolts struck Michael, but the pain he felt was nowhere close to the pain he had felt earlier. His body had become strong and powerful beyond any mortal limit. He lost track of time. Finally, he heard the system's voice again. Congratulations to host for reaching the half-immortal stage level 1. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net. Michael heaved a sigh of relief in his mind. But it was only the 4th day of his tribulation. On the other hand, those who were staring at Michael felt a sudden power surge in the air. Almost hundreds of golden lightning bolts struck the holy church at the same time. The rumbling thunder almost pierced their eardrums. As a result of the power surge, the storm grew several times more violent. The howling wind pushed everyone back. Hundreds of lightning bolts streaked across the sky, almost turning the dark sky golden. As a result of these lightning strikes, the red maple leaves turned white. The lightning bolts bleached the red maple trees. The rumbling thunder almost sounded like the sky itself split open. They all feared for their lives. Even the fusion stage cultivators flew a mile back from the storm. The phenomenon continued for almost 5 hours. Afterward, the lightning bolts disappeared from the sky. Instead, the pitch-black sky and raging storm completely enveloped the holy church. None of them could see what was happening inside the storm. His heavenly tribulation caused the ocean surrounding Ar to become unstable and prone to violent waves. Gigantic tsunami waves rushed toward the land from all directions. Even the Golden Princess and court mages of the Empress herself came out of seclusion to cast energy barriers around the continent. Some of the peasants who witnessed these giant waves, trembling ground, and dark sky thought it was the end of the world. One couldn't blame them. After all, anyone would freak out when the day suddenly turns into night. Inside the storm, everything turned pitch black. The only source of light inside the storm was the glowing runes around Michael and on the holy church building. If it weren't for these runes, the gravitational pull would have stripped the maple trees and the church itself off the ground. Soon, seconds turned into minutes and minutes turned into hours. When the final day of his tribulation arrived, every single kingdom in the Ar continent felt the effects of his tribulation. There was no one in Ar who didn't hear the rumbling thunder and see streaks of lightning in the sky. Novelbin, it's time, Nightmare said to Gaia. It had been 5 days since Michael triggered his heavenly tribulation. Gaia and everyone noticed the storm slowing down. The dark storm clouds gradually passed away, letting the light pass through the sky. Eventually they were able to see Michael's silhouette in the middle of the storm. Ethan and Sabrina heaved a sigh of relief. Michael slowly opened his eyes. His skin and hair glowed. In a few seconds, his short hair grew several inches to reach his lower neck. Coupled with a stubble beard, Michael looked dashing. The tattered robes vanished into thin air, and instead new black robes enveloped his body. As usual, he wore a long black coat with matching black pants. The coat was etched with a silver lining and made of thick fabric. Instead of a black turtleneck, Michael chose black leather armor with protective chest plates. Finally, he completed his wardrobe with black boots and tactical fingerless gloves. Michael's gaze swept across the sky. He noticed hundreds of cultivators staring at him. Without making them wait any longer, he slowly ascended to the sky. Novel Top 1. Or G. Everyone remained still in fear. A half-immortal was a pinnacle of existence who could end their lives with a single spell. Plus, no matter how many spells they could cast, they wouldn't be able to kill him, even if they all attacked him together. As expected, Gaia and Nightmare were the first two to fly toward him. When they reached him, their eyes went wide. Gaia's jaw dropped a few inches down. They were different from the rest. The cultivators who saw Michael were beyond shocked. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. He wasn't at the half-immortal level 1 but level 3. The system harnessed the power of the lightning using the energy devourer. As a result, he was able to jump from level 1 to level 3 in one go. One by one, Michael's close friends and allies moved closer to him. "I can't believe it," Gaia gasped. "You are a freaking half-immortal." Claire and the others, including Ethan, surrounded him. But before Michael could greet them, an ear-deafening thunderclap echoed through the sky. A bright light emerged in the sky. The light was bright enough to resemble the sun. They all looked up as the light slowly descended toward Michael. Everyone couldn't help closing their eyes. Fortunately, the light slowly dimmed, revealing a man with a long white beard and hair. An immortal? Several people gasped in shock. But Michael remained calm because he knew who he was, at least where he was coming from. Michael flew higher to meet the old man. The man looked at Michael with a gentle smile. Yet behind that gentle smile was a sliver of shock. "Young man, I am here to take you to the Council of Immortals." The old man's calm voice sounded like a giant bell. Chapter 691, Refusing to join the council. No, Michael outright rejected the old man's offer. His words startled everyone, including the old man. The immortal creased his brows. He wondered whether the young man heard him right or not. "If I join the council, will you let me destroy Wuxia?" Michael questioned the old man. His words were loud enough for everyone to hear. As expected, the old man shook his head. "As a half-immortal, you cannot meddle in any mortal affairs. You have to let go of your hatred. You cannot achieve immortality with it." Michael snickered. "My hatred toward Wuxia knows no bounds. I don't want or need the council. I appreciate the offer, but I am not going to join," Michael said. He was nonchalant. N0VL next. "Calm, think about it once again. This will be the first and last time you will get an offer to join the council. If you reject it, you won't get it forever." "Okay," Michael rubbed his chin. "Can you wait until after I settle my scores with Wuxia?" asked Michael. But as expected, the old man shook his head. "No. You have to make your decision now." Then my answer is no. I won't join the council." The old man just sighed inside his mind. He was not any run-of-the-mill cultivator to get offended by Michael's choice. Like almost all the immortals, the old man trained his mind and body to keep his emotions in check. The only emotion he felt was pity. It was very unfortunate to see a talented young man like Ghost waste his potential due to hatred and vengeance. But he made his choice, and there was nothing he or the council could do. Without the young man joining the council, no one could control his actions. Therefore, the old man knew if the young man decided to wreak havoc in the world, the responsibility of stopping him would fall on the Guardian Guild's shoulders. He was a human, so among the 8 great clans, the human-centric Guardian Guild had to control him. "I hope your enmity is worth wasting your life," the old man said as he slowly ascended to the sky. "We shall never meet again," the old man calmly said before turning himself into bright light and disappearing into the cloudy sky. Once the immortal disappeared from their sight, the people heaved a sigh of relief. Although Claire seemed to have an opinion of her own, she didn't speak her mind. Ghost was no longer a disciple or a typical cultivator of her standards. Rather, Ghost was a half-immortal, and it was not her place to advise him anymore. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. Calm to experience faster update speed, he smiled at Claire before looking at everyone hovering in the sky. "Ladies and gentlemen, I wish I had met you under different circumstances. But as soon as I finish my little task, I will hold a grand gala celebrating my achievement. I hope everyone will attend with your loved ones. I am sure we have a lot to talk about making this world a better place," said Michael. Many were pleasantly surprised by Michael's words. Unlike the thought, he was neither too arrogant nor prideful. Instead, his words were friendly and warm. He looked like a person they could be friends with him. Member of the council or not, all of them wanted to be Michael's friend. Having a half-immortal by their side would give them a massive advantage over their rivals. But those who had a friendly relationship with Wuxia broke into a sweat. He chose not to join the council because of his hatred toward Wuxia. No matter what it was, Wuxia was in trouble. None of them thought Wuxia could survive the wrath of a half-immortal like Michael. Even if Wuxia managed to defeat him somehow, the battle would leave the kingdom in ruins. At that time, Wuxia's enemy kingdoms would pick the flesh off the bones like vultures. Either way, Wuxia was screwed. However, only Michael knew destroying Wuxia was not as simple as it sounds. With the cosmic stream, Maxim Barnes could become a half-immortal anytime. According to Michael's plan, by the time he and Maxim meet on a battlefield, Thusia would be nothing but a ruin. Michael didn't linger around for long. He just exchanged a few pleasant words with his friends and allies before heading toward Thusia with Gaia and Nightmare. His destination was a kingdom that was currently at war with Thusia, Kingdom Zulon. The continent of Aur contained 5 kingdoms: Kingdom Zulon, Kingdom Suvan, Kingdom Idrizel, Kingdom Northgard, and Kingdom Ithilin. But everything changed when Thusia claimed Kingdom Ithilin belonged to Thusia. King Maxim Barnes waged an overseas war against Ithilin, and to everyone's surprise he conquered Ithilin using his mighty army. At that time, no one guessed King Maxim would decide to move his entire kingdom from the Elan continent to the Azer continent. He sold the land in Elan to Royal Land and Drattle. His decision was unheard of. It took Maxim 5 months to transport the citizens from Elan to Azer. He decimated the once proud kingdom of Ithilin and transformed it into New Thusia. He didn't stop with Ithilin. A month after settling into Azer, he provoked the Northgard, forcing them to wage war against Thusia. The result of the war was the same. King Maxim Barnes decimated Northgard to become the largest kingdom and superpower in Azer. All of it was possible because of the Thusian Special Force and General Booth. King Maxim used every single tactic, whether it was dirty or not, to win wars. One by one cities and villages fell to the might of the Thusian army. He burned down the villages that refused to surrender and tamed the cities that opened their gates to the Thusian army. In the span of 1 year, King Maxim Barnes conquered 2 kingdoms and built an army powerful enough to rival the superpowers in Aur itself. The entire Azer continent was thrown into war because of one man, King Maxim Barnes. Except for Idrizel that initiated a secret shady deal with Maxim, every other kingdom was at war. Michael's destination Zulon was on the verge of getting conquered by Thusia. Except for their capital, every city and village had fallen under the might of the Thusian army. The city of Westborough was built amidst the ivory fields of snow and was truly a contemporary wonder. Its wonder was matched by the backdrop of a gentle mountain which has helped shape the city into what it is today. The resources these mountains brought were of great importance, but they were also influential when it came to architectural designs, as the vast majority of buildings have been built in the shape of those same mountains. N0VL next. Coam. Even the war couldn't mask the beauty of Westborough, as it looked luxuriant. With its ashwood rooftops, oakwood walls and foggy fields, the city had a seductive atmosphere. The main attraction was the towering 5-story building in the middle of the city. It was built by orcs to educate the children in Zulon regardless of their race, social status and wealth. Under the Orc King, Balador, Zulon prospered for ages without war or any sort of struggle until Thusia waged war against them. Novel B.in. COM science and development was flourishing in Zulon, and it had attracted a lot of attention. The orcs maintained a peaceful relationship with all the nearby kingdoms. One could think orcs were a ruthless, brutal race by their looks. On the contrary, orcs lived a peaceful life. They were gentle, kind and caring. They didn't even bother to build a big enough army to defend themselves in case of invasion. It was a mistake and a vulnerability that Maxim Barnes took full advantage of. Without a strong army to fend off the invaders, every city and village in Zulon fell to the Thusian army like dominoes. No amount of science and education could save Zulon from the might of Thusia. At the moment, Captain Yagner sat inside his room, rummaging through the scrolls on his table. The candlelight illuminated his green skin and 2 broken tusks sticking out of his mouth. A few weeks ago he was on duty to protect Prince Zorfu. The most dangerous battle he had ever gone through was a rabbit wolf they came across when they went hunting in the nearby forest. But suddenly everything changed. General Orkovi died in the hands of General Maddox the Mad, one of the most ruthless generals serving under King Maxim. As a result, Captain Yagner became the new general. It was a promotion Yagner had never wished for. This chapter upload first at Novel Net. General Yagner. Suddenly, a dwarf came into the room running. The dwarf's chest rose and fell in a certain rhythm. "What is it?" asked Yagner. The dwarf opened and closed his mouth as no words escaped his mouth. Novel B.in. COM. Take a deep breath, said Yagner. The dwarf took not one but few deep breaths. Yagner saw the glimmering fear in the dwarf's eyes. "General Maddox, he and his men are on their way to here. They will reach the city by dusk and they are not alone." Yagner creased his thick brows. "What do you mean they are not alone?" "He's bringing hostages. They are all from Lawson village." Yagner clenched his fist. He slammed the table before rising from his chair. "Lawson village?" His thick voice was filled with uncontrollable rage and fury. Lawson village was his birthplace. He grew up there. What made him more furious was that the village was located far away from the path leading to Westboro. This meant, Maddox went out of his way to assault the village and capture the villages. Deep down he knew why Maddox did that. He wanted to use the villagers as leverage to make Yagner open the city gates. "What do we do, General Yagner?" asked the dwarf. "Send the word to His Majesty. We will do everything in our power to save both the city and the villagers," Yagner said. But both the dwarf and Yagner knew saving one was impossible, let alone the two. At this time they could only pray for a miracle. "Yes, General Yagner," the dwarf bowed quickly before running out of the room. After the dwarf left the room, the fury and anger in Yagner's eyes turned into fear. "I just wanted everything to be over," he collapsed onto the chair. In a few hours General Maddox would be at his doorsteps. Yagner hoped His Majesty has a way to save his villagers. However, it was highly unlikely anyone would sacrifice an entire city for a village of 100 lives. "What would you have done, General Orkavai?" Yagner asked himself. General Orkavai was their hope to fend off the invaders. He was a master tactician and an honorable fighter. But even Orkavai fell to the blades of General Maddox. Maddox broke Zillan soldiers' spirit by burning Orkavai alive in front of their eyes. Yagner could only imagine what Maddox would do to the villagers if they refused to open the city gates. Chapter 692, Gathering storm. With the setting sun came a sky of fire, the orange of every wintry hearth. It was the battle cry to the gathering night that the only achievement of darkness was to raise the chillness in the air. The heavy snow flow blanketed everything around Westboro. The whiteness stretched across as far as one could see. Atop the city walls, Yagner waited for Maddox and his battalion to arrive. The eerie howling wind carried the sound of children crying in fear. Even the grown men under his command shivered, not due to the coldness but due to the fear. None of them had any real battle experience. The soldiers formed a line atop the city wall, carrying a torch in their hands which provided them light and much-needed warmth. "General," a dwarven woman whispered. Just like everyone else, she was in metal armor, armed to the teeth. She held a battle axe in one hand and the torch in the other. "What were His Majesty's orders?" asked the dwarven woman. The dwarves were capable of many things, but keeping their mouths shut wasn't one of them. After reporting to Yagner, Grimjaw, the dwarf who reported about Maddox's arrival, spread the news about Lawson Village to the entire army. Those who knew Yagner personally worried about him, as Lawson Village was his birthplace. "He ordered me not to open the gates under any circumstances," Yagner sighed. As much as he wanted to save Lawson Village, his first duty was to King Balladur. He had sworn an oath to serve His Majesty until he drew his last breath. To this moment Yagner served Balladur, obeying every single one of his orders, and Yagner didn't think he could do otherwise now. "So this is it, huh?" the dwarven woman nervously chuckled. "This is how the great nation of Zillan makes its last stand against Thusia." Although everyone knew how the battle would end, none of them dared to speak out loud. Their entire army consisted of thousands of men, and currently 400 troops were stationed in the city to defend the king. But General Maddox had 600 troops with 3 fusion stage cultivators. Most of their troops were at either the body strengthening stage or the core formation stage. On the contrary, the weakest of soldiers of Maddox was at the core formation stage. The power gap between the two armies was huge. Not to mention Maddox was a fusion stage warrior who was several times stronger than Yagner. The only advantage Westboro had was the heavy snowfall and the defense arrays around the city. If they were lucky, they could outlast Maddox and his men and survive the siege. At least Westboro had enough food to last a year. But Yagner doubted Maddox didn't know about this. "We will fight to our last breath, Saren," said Yagner. Despite the fear and concern, Yagner sounded brave. For the sake of his men he had to be. Otherwise they were as good as dead. "Look," Saren pointed at the distant land where Yagner vaguely saw several dots of light. They all heard the clumping sound in the air made by a pack of horses. Soon the dots of lights grew brighter. Little by little Yagner saw the silhouettes of several figures. "They are here," said Saren. "Sound the horn," Yagner ordered his men. The next moment his men sounded the horn. The sound echoed through the city, silencing everyone. The cries of children were cut short by the horn. Silence swept across the city. Even the howling wind seemed to have died down. Suddenly, a bright light appeared amidst the torches in the distance. The ball of light lit the place, shedding light on Maddox and his men. Maddox was a giant of a man who sat atop a growling buffalo instead of a horse. He was easily a 7-feet man with a large pot belly. Unlike Yagner and his men, Maddox and his men wore animal fur and pelt as clothes. Maddox himself wore a wolf's head atop his head. Furthermore, Maddox made a chain out of his fallen foe's ears and wore it around his neck to terrify his enemies. Rumor had that Maddox was a cannibal who lusted over human flesh. Judging by his look, Yagner couldn't help thinking the rumor had some truth to it. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. To experience faster update speed. The ball of light slowly grew brighter. To Yagner's shock, he saw several villages nailed to wooden poles and carried by fellow villagers. Men and women bled on the wooden pole. They were all naked, with several scratches and cuts on their bodies. The soldiers of Maddox were animals. They ravaged the women in the village, pillaged their homes and burned it to the ground. Many villagers wanted to kill themselves, but Maddox didn't even let the villagers take their own lives. Because for him their lives had value. In the severe cold, the villagers shuddered. They all looked half dead. Maddox didn't show a shred of mercy. He stripped the clothes of everyone, including the children. Yagner's blood boiled seeing the state of his fellow villagers. "My dear Zilans," Maddox's words echoed through the air. "You have a nice home. Aren't you going to welcome us? Your people," Maddox looked at the naked villagers in shackles, "are cold and need warmth. Otherwise they might die." Maddox pretended to be sad for the villagers. "Open the gates. Save your people," said Maddox. Seeing the state of the villagers, Yagner was tempted to open the gates. Yet if he opened the gates, there was a possibility of Maddox slaughtering everyone in the city just to bring Zilan to its knees. People called Maddox the Mad for a reason. Maddox's cold gaze swept across the city gates. His gaze slowly turned toward a young man who was nailed to a wooden pole. Novel Top 1. Or G, your people refuse to open the gates for you. Yet they call me mad. Maddox slowly shook his head. Let me take care of your need for warmth. Yagner saw Maddox reaching out for the young man sitting atop the buffalo. But suddenly, a stream of fire shot out of Maddox's hand toward the young man. A scream of agony echoed through the area. Everyone felt a chill crawling down their spines. The young man screamed and squirmed. The smell of burning flesh traveled in the cold air. His scream lasted for almost a minute until the young man turned into ashes. "Open the gates." One of the villagers screamed. "Listen to your people. Avoid this needless bloodshed. We both know you cannot defeat us. Open your gates and swear your loyalty to His Majesty Maxim Barnes." Maddox let his words sink into everyone's mind. The ashes of the young man were still smoking. His parents couldn't even cry out loud because of the cold. "What are we going to do, General?" asked Saren. Everyone looked at Yagner for his answer. But how could he order the men to open the gates? He learned about Maddox. The man had never honored his words. Yagner knew the moment they opened the gates, Maddox and his men would flood the city and burn the city to the ground, just like they did in Northgard. "So the responsibility of taking care of your people falls into my shoulder again." Once again, Maddox extended his arm toward a shivering old man. Without any clothes on, the old man was covered in a thin layer of ice. The light of life was slowly dimming in the old man's eyes. No words escaped the old man's mouth until the fire shot out from Maddox's palm and touched him. The old man screamed. But his scream lasted shorter than the young man's. The old man's charcoal bones crumbled down. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net. Novel Top 1. Or G, open the gates. Bastards, open the gates. Some of the villagers managed to scream as loud as they could. Their fear turned into fury. "Another life is gone because of you," Maddox said. He was nonchalant. Their sufferings gave Maddox a sense of pleasure. Despite the screams of the villagers, Yagner did not order the men to open the gates. "Until you do, you will see me doing this every 5 minutes. But don't let my patience run out. At that time, I'd warm up your entire city." His words made Yagner's heart skip a beat. The soldiers behind him clenched their fists. They desperately wanted to open the gates. This war was lost. If they had opened the gates now, at least they could save the city and the villagers. "General, we have to open the gates. Please give us the order." Some of the soldiers behind Yagner shouted. "It's not my order to give. His Majesty has ordered us to hold the gates. Opening them is not an option." Yagner roared. "Where is His Majesty now?" A soldier among them shouted. His question riled up the others. Fear overshadowed their loyalty. One by one, the soldiers began to question the orders given to them. To their surprise, Maddox burned another villager alive. He didn't keep his word about burning one every 5 minutes. Not even 2 minutes had passed since he burned the old man when he decided to burn another one. "This is bullshit. Let's open the gates." I won't let my family burn to death because of some stupid order. A group of soldiers containing dwarves and humans jumped down from the city gates. Chaos broke out among the soldiers. Anyone who touches the gate will be tried for treason. Saren shouted. This is better than burning alive. The rebels shouted. Although the other soldiers didn't step out of the line, they didn't stop the rebels either. Looking at the chaos on top of the city walls, Maddox and his men laughed. They licked their lips. Any oblivious man could tell these men don't have any kindness in their hearts. Stop them. Inside the city, Yagner saw the rebels rushing toward the gates. He immediately ordered his men to stop them. But the soldiers seemed reluctant. Yagner closed his eyes for a moment as a dark spear materialized in his hand. He prepared himself to stop the soldiers himself. He was about to leap down to the ground from the city wall when a thunderclap reverberated through the area. Streaks of lightning riddled the sky above them. They all looked above. The flashes of lightning revealed the swirling dark clouds in the sky. The storm? Saren tilted her head with a doubtful look. Chapter 693. Ultimate Wind Blast. The storm grew more and more intense. In a couple of seconds, streaks of lightning cut through the dark sky. The flashes of lightning turned the night into day. Maddox and his men stopped laughing. They all looked up at the sky. The ferocious storm clouds threatened them. But suddenly, everything became dead silent. What's happening? Saren asked. The rebels halted their moves. Out of the blue, a golden lightning bolt struck the land between Maddox's men and the city walls. Atop the city walls, Saren and Yagner saw a cloud of smoke emerge from the ground where the lightning struck. They vaguely saw a figure standing inside the cloud of smoke. A ball of light hovered above Maddox's men, lighting the place. It illuminated the young man in complete black robes. As soon as the soldiers saw the young man, they shuddered. Maddox's buffalo groaned, stepping back in fear. No way, Saren mumbled. Every single one in the area felt a chill running down their spine. The young man was a half-immortal. The energy radiation they saw around him was devastating. For the first time, a sliver of fear emerged in Maddox's eyes. General, that lad is a half-immortal, Saren shivered. Who is he? Yagner mumbled. As they were staring at Michael, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky. The people were terrified by the roar. Maddox and his men were completely caught off guard when a stream of fire appeared from the sky. The fire separated the villagers from Maddox and his men. Before Maddox could react, the villagers disappeared. Yagner looked up at the sky to see a shadow of a monstrous creature above the clouds. A dragon. Saren recognized the creature by the shadow. Maddox's buffalo shook its head frantically until it received a powerful slap from its rider. Maddox saw an empty field through the flames. All the villagers had disappeared from his sight. Everything from the young man's arrival to the disappearance of the villagers happened within a few seconds. Even a fusion-stage cultivator like him couldn't realize what just had happened. General. Suddenly, a soldier screamed, drawing Yagner's attention. He turned around quickly to see the villagers standing inside the city gates, safe and sound. The villagers were gawking in confusion. Some began to throw up where they stood due to the effects of sudden teleportation. Except for shivering and vomiting, the villagers remained safe. Who are you? Maddox's shout echoed through the air. Michael did not respond. Instead, he just raised his hand. The air around him began to swirl, forming a tiny tornado. Defense shields. Maddox realized the young man had started to cast a spell. He barked orders at his men to cast defensive spells. Several translucent shields materialized around them. Furthermore, several golden chakras swirled around them, strengthening their energy shields. Meanwhile, the small tornado that appeared around Michael slowly transformed itself into a crescent-shaped wind blade. The blade grew long enough to be the size of 3 to 4 buses lined together. Plus, the blade created an otherworldly whistling noise, threatening Maddox and his men. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. To experience faster update speed. Looking at Maddox and his men, Michael simply snapped his fingers. The wind blade shot out toward them at the speed of an arrow, soaring through the sky. It cut the air itself as the moment Michael fired the wind blast. It created a loud booming sound. The wind blast completely snuffed out the dragon fire around Maddox and his men. Maddox and his men poured every bit of energy in their bodies into their shields. However, the wind blade cut through them like a hot knife through butter. In a blink of an eye, the soldiers were cut into pieces. Blood and flesh spurted out. The white snow beneath them turned red with their blood. Ah! Maddox's men shrieked and squealed in pain. Those who were lucky instantly died, but many remained alive. The cut was smooth and quick, so they didn't die quickly. Maddox, however, managed to escape the wind blast by leaping into the air just before the wind blade could cut through him. But his mount, the black buffalo, wasn't so lucky. It died instantly as the blade cut the buffalo into two chunky pieces. The howling wind carried the nauseating stench of blood to the city gates. Every single soldier atop the city gates stared at the scene with mixed feelings. They were both terrified and delighted to see Maddox and his men suffer. Michael was surprised to see Maddox's quick reflex to save himself from the wind blade. His head was filled with the sound of system notifications. One by one the soldiers drew their last breath. The ultimate form of wind blast was more powerful than Michael expected. It cut through several shields like they were nothing. Moreover, the size of the wind blade was enough to kill a battalion of soldiers in one go. No wonder the system restricted him from using the ultimate form of the spells only once a day. Otherwise, Michael could decimate a kingdom's army with a couple of wind blades. Naval bin Maddox landed on the snowy field with a loud thud. He immediately took the spiked mace dangling on his back. In Michael's eyes, Maddox seemed like a typical barbarian. "I am with the king. Are you finished there?" Michael heard Gaia's words in his head. "About to," said Michael. "You are meddling in the affairs of Kingdom Thusia," Maddox shouted. He didn't find any suitable threatening words. "I know," Michael snickered. In a blink of an eye, Michael's figure disappeared from Maddox's sight. From atop the city walls, they saw a golden lightning bolt shooting toward Maddox. Maddox was stunned when Michael appeared before him. But he managed to swing his mace instinctively. The mace hit Michael's head, creating a loud ding sound. The mace bent and cracked as soon as it hit Michael's head. Maddox's hand went numb. Although the spiked mace looked rather ordinary, it was an epic-class weapon gifted to him by Maxim Barnes. The mace had the ability to freeze its foes for a few moments upon hitting them. Yet it failed to even inflict a small cut on Michael's head. He simply grabbed Maddox's neck, lifting him off the ground. "You deserve to be burned alive." Michael conjured a ball of emerald green flames on the other hand. Suddenly, a ghostly figure of a bear appeared behind Maddox. The crimson-red bear lunged at Michael with its razor-sharp claws raised. Yagner and the soldiers saw everything with their eyes wide open. The 8-feet-tall bear swung its claw left and right, trying to shred Michael into pieces. The result of the bear's attack was just the same as the mace attack. It couldn't even cut Michael a single time. Eventually, the bear disappeared as Maddox's face turned pale due to lack of blood flow. This chapter upload first at novelbin.net, but I have some other uses for you, said Michael. His eyes turned predatory. Maddox struggled to escape Michael's clutch. Granted, Maddox was a fusion-stage cultivator, but he was nowhere close to a half-immortal in power and strength. Even if Maddox had cosmic energy coursing through his veins, the result of the battle would have been the same. Holding Maddox by his neck, Michael looked at a steel sword on the ground several meters away from him. He reached out for the sword as it flew straight into his hand. Poch! Michael quickly enveloped the sword with a thin layer of dark flames before swinging it right across Maddox's waist. The sword cut Maddox's body in halves. His lower body hit the ground with a sickening thud. Blood spurted out from half of the body on the ground. Yagner and Saren felt a chill as they began to sweat. Maddox's mad scream echoed through the air. Michael let Maddox scream for a few long minutes. "I am going to parade you and your lackeys' bodies through Zulon," Michael snickered. "When I undo your months of work in a few hours, I will kill you and send your bodies to your majesty." Michael's words were loud enough for Yagner and his soldiers to hear. "His majesty will kill you." Maddox barely managed to utter these words. His words were cut short when Michael put his hand inside Maddox's mouth. To everyone's shock, Michael pulled out Maddox's tongue. Blood and spit sprayed out of Maddox's mouth. Everyone who witnessed the scene took a step back in fear. With a flick of his wrist, Michael lifted all the bodies into the air. He himself slowly ascended to the air with Maddox struggling in his hand. "Is he coming this way?" asked Saren. Her question was soon answered as Michael moved towards them. Before they could bat an eye, Michael disappeared from sight, heading toward the castle. "To the castle!" Yagner roared. If that half-immortal chose to kill their king, nothing would stop him. At least he wanted to fight and die for their king. Under the cloudy sky and heavy snowfall, the castle of King Balador stood majestically. It was no different than any other typical castle Michael had seen. 8 strong, square towers dominated the skyline of this massive castle. They were connected by reinforced, narrow walls made of dark brown stone. Small windows scattered thinly around the walls in seemingly perfect symmetry, along with asymmetric crenellations for archers and artillery. A sizable gate with giant wooden doors and archer holes guarded the entrance. Furthermore, a handful of waterfalls flow into various small rivers and provide the precious farm fields outside the castle with needed water. But at the moment, these waterfalls and rivers were frozen and looked like obsidian glass. The soldiers on the ground were caught off guard. Most of them didn't even notice Michael flying straight into the castle through a window. Unfortunately, by the time they reacted, it was too late. Is that blood? Some of the soldiers noticed a trail of blood on the ground. The blood drizzled from the bodies Michael carried into the castle. The soldiers were stunned. They immediately rushed into the castle. By the time Yagner and his men arrived at the castle, Michael was already inside. What's happening? Yagner questioned the men guarding the castle doors. General Yagner, the soldiers saluted. Novelbin, His Majesty is requesting you. Please go inside. The soldiers opened the main doors to let Yagner and Saren Youngar's second-in-command enter the castle. Chapter 694. Forming an army. Inside the castle, Michael leaned on one of the pillars. The room he was standing in was rather empty. It only had a long oak table and fireplace to warm the air. Gaia sat on the end of the table while the Zulans sat on the other end. Zulans' king Baladar was a half-orc. He was neither tall as an orc nor short as an average human. His skin had a tinge of jade green. Baladar inherited his facial features from his human mother and his body from his orc father. Light green, shaggy hair almost fully covered the fine, frowning face of Baladar. Expressive blue eyes set narrowly within their sockets, watching impatiently over the newcomers. Besides Baladar, the Prince of Zulan remained calm and composed. Because Prince Zorfus' mother was also an orc, he looked like any other orc with his thick green skin, tusks, and big muscular physique. Unlike his father, Corfu tied his green hair into a ponytail. His gaze swept between the girl, the dragon sitting atop her shoulder, and the half-immortal leaning on the pillar. Silence haunted the room. The firewood crackled under the scorching flames. They all waited for General Yagner to enter the room. Finally, the orc general opened the room. Fear and concern were written all over Yagner's face. He clenched his spear tight. When he saw everyone was safe, he looked relieved. Yagner heaved a sigh of relief. Your Majesty, Your Royal Highness, Yengar bowed. Rise, Baladar ordered Yagner with his surprisingly soft voice. Novel be in. Com Yagner lifted his head up. He glared at everyone. They all expected the half-immortal to speak his mind. Finally, Michael opened his mouth. Before we start, let me clear things up. I'm not here to negotiate. I am here to tell you what to do if you want your kingdom back and end this war once and for all, said Michael. None of them dared to talk back at Michael because of his cultivation stage. Do you want your kingdom back or not? Asked Gaia. Baladar and Zorfu slowly nodded. They both knew even if the half-immortal asked for half of the kingdom, they had to give him. They were not in a position to negotiate. Without him, their own soldiers would have rebelled and opened the gates for Maddox and his men. At that time they would have lost the entire kingdom. Michael noticed the concern in their eyes. If you're worried about whether I would ask something unreasonable, don't. I am putting together an army to destroy Thusia, and I want yours to join me. Say no and I will leave you alone. We both know what will happen next, said Michael. They could imagine what Maxim Barnes would do next when he heard his generals were cut in half. By slaughtering the army single-handedly, Michael saved Zulan and put them in danger at the same time. If may I ask, Baladar's words trailed. He carefully chose his next words. Why do you want an army, my lord? With your power you can destroy Thusia single-handedly, said Baladar. Because Michael was a half-immortal, even the king addressed him as my lord. If I do that, it'll be the priority number one of the Immortal Council. It's bullying. But if you fight back, that's war. And anything is fair in war, said Michael. He was nonchalant. As you may or may not have heard, Zulan is not a military nation. Our army consists of commoners with no real battle experience. As much as I hate to admit it, we are weak in terms of military power, Baladar sighed. Hearing the king, Michael just snickered. Dying as weak is better than living as a slave. As I said, I am not here to negotiate. Talk to your general and give me an answer. I will give you 15 minutes. Michael flew out of the room in a blink of an eye. The dragon and the girl followed him behind, leaving Yagner with the king and the prince. Your Majesty, Yagner called, looking at the king. There is nothing to think about this, father, said Zorfu. Novel top 1. Or G, We either do what he says and stay behind him or fall when Maxim Barnes sent another battalion of soldiers to Westboro. General Yagner, Prince Zorfu turned his gaze toward the general. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. Com to experience faster update speed. Tell me if I am wrong. Yagner shook his head. Your Majesty, permission to speak freely? Asked Yagner, bowing his head. Go ahead, said the king. This is our fight, Your Majesty. We cannot expect that young man to fight for us, and I don't think he will. I saw General Maddox burn villagers of Lawson Village alive. Our own soldiers rebelled against our orders to open the gates. How strong or weak our soldiers are won't matter when we don't even have a kingdom. I know that, General Yagner, the king sighed. Maybe I am selfish, but I don't want those youngsters to lose their lives fighting a war against Wuxia. They have a lot to live for. Father, are you hearing yourself? Zorfu creased his brows. Just think what would happen if the half-immortal left us. The next battalion will break the city walls in a few days. Do you think Thusians will show us any mercy? They will slaughter everyone in the city. Zilon will fall. Like it or not, this is war. Those youngsters and soldiers will die whether you agree or not. The difference is, if we listen to the half-immortal, their deaths would mean a future for Zilon. His Royal Highness is right, Your Majesty, said Yagner. You are both right. It's time we fight back. With a half-immortal on our side, we have a chance to unify all the other kingdoms against Wuxia. After a long pondering moment, Balladur rose with a new resolute in his eyes. He was not trained or had experience in making wartime decisions. Zilon was a peaceful kingdom that focused on education and science. Therefore, Balladur took a few moments to make an obvious decision. Following Balladur's resolve, they waited for Michael to arrive again. Just like before, Michael flew through the window and landed in the room. We will follow you, my lord. King Balladur and Prince Zorfu bowed their heads. I would have been shocked if you didn't come to this decision. From now on, she's your wartime general. You will obey every command she gives you. Michael turned his gaze toward Yagner. Listen to her, and you will get your 2 cities back in no time. Michael disappeared from the room after pointing at Gaia. He was on his way to Kingdom Suvin, another kingdom that was at war with Wuxia. After Michael left, Gaia turned her cold gaze toward Yagner. I put the bodies of Maddox and his men outside on the ice. Take them, put them in a pike and parade them throughout your conquered cities. Make sure Thusians see the bodies crystal clear. Novel Bin. Gaia's order stunned Yagner. He couldn't believe a delicate young woman like her was capable of giving such gruesome orders. But she shocked them further with her following order. Maddox is still alive. He cannot do anything, but he is somewhat alive. So take his body and put them in the front. He is our main piece to break the Thusian spirit. Gaia spoke as she slowly walked toward Yagner. Let's do this, huh? She patted Yagner's back. My lady, Prince Zorfu called for her. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net Novel be in. Seoam, stop calling as my lady and my lord. I am Miss Elia and he is Master Ghost, got it? As soon as they heard the names, they were stunned. Zorfu immediately recognized the names. He is Ghost? The 5-star alchemist of Elon? In the flesh, said Gaia. The king and Prince Zorfu were speechless. They heard Ghost was the guild leader of the Thusian Alchemy Guild. So they wondered what had happened between them. What do we do next, Miss Elia? Asked Yagner while the king and prince were silent. Just tell the Thusians you are prepared to let them head back to Wuxia if they give the city back without violence. Will they do that? Asked Prince Zorfu. Of course they won't. That's where this little fella comes into the picture. Gaia rubbed Nightmare's chin. I assume you have a portal connecting your cities? Asked Gaia as Yagner nodded. Wonderful. There is no perfect time like the present. Let's go. Erected in the southern part of Zulon, the city of Kolfel was home to the majority of the dwarves in Zulon. These dwarves hailed from their ancestor kingdom in Ar and settled down in Kolfel because of the abundance of mines and ores. The town itself looked delightful with its spruce wood rooftops, copper walls and huge, majestic geyser. Simply put, Kolfel had a heavenly atmosphere. Maxim Barnes targeted Kolfel first due to its mines. He planned to use these ores and metals to arm his soldiers. General Maddox let one of his captains, Captain Hanshaw, control Kolfel in his stead. The man treated the miners and every single citizen in Kolfel like his slaves. It was midnight in Kolfel, yet the black smoke fumed from the long chimneys attached to forges. Screams of women resonated continuously within the city gates. The portal connecting Westboro to Kolfel was located in an open ground. It was an arena with hundreds of seats built around it. The citizens of Coalfell came to this arena to watch dramas put on by various drama groups that visited Coalfell often. Currently, the Thusians used the arena as an execution site. When Yagner, Saren, and a group of soldiers appeared on the open ground, their senses were overwhelmed with the smell of blood. Body parts and blood-stained clothes littered the ground. Patches of blood turned the snow on the ground red. Intruders. As soon as the Thusian soldiers patrolling the site saw the group, they shouted, "Be calm." Gaia personally led the group to Coalfell. She told them to remain calm. Because of the darkness, the Thusians still hadn't seen the bodies on pikes. "Tell your captain that a fusion stage warrior is here for his head." Gaia's shout echoed through the arena. "Let every single soldier in Coalfell come here." Gaia grinned devilishly. Chapter 695. Forming an army. Two Kingdoms. Suvan was a small country with a population of 100,000 people. Bordered between a calm ocean to the north, a calm sea to the south, huge open plains to the east, and a tropical forest to the west, the Kingdom of Suvan mainly lived off armorsmithing, cooking, and carpeting. Suvan itself was mainly covered in uninhabitable mountains and had a rainy climate, which led to a packed population. The country's landscape was sublime. Soft, foggy fields, gentle hills, and never-ending fields of green were just a sliver of the hidden treasures Suvan had to offer, which was why the kingdom was cherished among foreigners. The people of Suvan were charitable towards foreigners and tended to welcome them with fresh food. They felt foreigners could help the country's well-being until Thusia waged war against them. It wouldn't be an overstatement to say Kingdom Suvan provided food for the entire Azer continent. The kingdom was blessed with fertile lands left and right. In the spring, the entire kingdom would look covered by a golden blanket. The rivers running through Suvan were littered with fish and aquatic life. Many wealthy organizations like Ruby Cuisine bought fish, crab, prawns, and everything that could be eaten from Suvan on a regular basis. Like Maxim Barnes desired Zulon for its mines and ores, he coveted Suvan to make Thusia a self-sustaining kingdom. He wanted to monopolize all the food produced by Suvan. Once Thusia conquers Suvan, all the nearby kingdoms would be forced to accept whatever price King Maxim asks for the food. Starvation would be their only option if they rejected Maxim's offer. However, unlike Zulon, Suvan had a powerful army. Their naval forces sank hundreds of Thusian ships and held off the invasion for months. Nonetheless, Thusia overwhelmed them with their superior numbers. Until recently, Thusia and Suvan were in a stalemate. Thusia broke this stalemate by burning down farmlands and villages. Although it was a ruthless tactic, it worked in Thusia's favor. Furthermore, Thusians blockaded the paths leading from major food-producing farmlands to the cities. By doing this, Thusia cut the food supply to the Suvan army. Without food, the army grew weaker. After all, not everyone in the army could sustain themselves with energy only. They needed food. At that moment, General Bryce of the Suvan army sat inside a tent that erupted on the battlefield. Due to the heavy snowfall in the night, the two sides halted their fight. Still, Thusians used attack and retreat tactics at night to prevent Suvan's army from getting a good night's sleep. Once a golden wheat field mesmerized the foreigners were littered with gore, bodies, and broken armor. Red, blue, and gray were the new colors of what was once a vast, luscious field, which had now become the stage of a bloody war. The air, which would normally carry the sounds of birds, rivers, and wildlife, was heavy and thick with the scent of smoke and blood. The mere sense of it would make anyone want to run. The dead of the Suvan army lay in heaps across the field, and the faces of the remaining soldiers were grim with sorrow and despair, but they refused to give up fighting. But in the Thusian camp, singing and laughing reverberated throughout the area. They gained a morale boost after reducing the last of Suvan's army to a quarter of their number. Nevertheless, the toll on both nature and humanity was heavy. It was likely to take a lifetime before this field recovered to its former glory. Its clear rubble, explosion holes, and broken siege engines had taken the place of flowers, trees, and golden wheat fields. General Bryce. General Bryce was a red-haired man with a long red beard. His body was riddled with cuts and bruises. Several bandages covered the wounds suffered in the battle. Despite the wounds, his eyes were filled with vigor. General Bryce was accompanied by several advisors of King Gunnar Lamb, General Bryce's brother-in-law. General Bryce looked up at the man who had just entered the tent. He was one of his knights. The knight carried a parchment. "We received this from General Barnett." General Bryce and the advisors creased their brows. General Barnett was the man who was leading the invasion on behalf of Thusia. The man used every single dirty tactic there was to win the war. So it was safe to say no one in Suvan liked to hear the name Barnett. "What does that son of a bitch want?" General Bryce snatched the scroll from the knight's hand. The advisors of General Bryce noticed the general's eyes turning bloodshot red. His hands shivered as he tore the scroll into pieces. "General Bryce. What did he say?" asked one of the advisors. "He wanted us to drop our weapons and surrender." Or, General Bryce clenched his fist. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. Com to experience faster update speed, or his men will feast on the women they captured from all those farmlands. Novel Top 1. Or G. Not a single one in the Tenant remained calm and composed after hearing General Bryce. They all wanted to rip General Barnett to pieces. Unfortunately, they were powerless to do so. After their recent clash, the Thusian army outnumbered them 4-1. It would be a miracle if they held this position for another day or two. "I'd be damned if I listen to that moron. We will attack their camp tonight or die trying. His Majesty Gunner will avenge us. What say you?" His advisors saw no other way. Their battle was long lost. At this moment, they could only go into blazing glory by trying to rescue the villagers from the Thusian army. "Get ready. Tonight we will attack those bastards for a change," General Bryce roared. But before they could move an inch, a bolt of lightning struck the tent out of the blue. The advisors and the knights guarding the tent jumped back in shock. "Intruder!" The advisors shouted as they saw a black-clothed youngster standing in the tent where the lightning bolt had just struck. "Protect the general." The knight who brought Barnet's scroll didn't even bother to check Michael's cultivation level before lunging at him with his sword raised. A tiny bolt of lightning shot out of Michael's finger, penetrating the knight's shoulder. The knight screamed as he dropped the sword. His armor made a thud when he collapsed down. "Stand down," Michael's domineering voice ran inside their heads. To their shock, they were able to see Michael's cultivation stage. Although the Hydra's shout still affected Elon and Azair, its effects were slowly diminishing. So unless the Hydra used its scream again, the cultivators would soon regain their ability to see through others' cultivation stage. Moreover, half-immortal was an exception. Until now they had never seen a half-immortal. Hence, the cultivators thought they couldn't see others' cultivation stages. However, when Michael attacked Maddox and his men in Zulon, they all sensed his cultivation stage. It was because the Hydra's shout did not affect cultivators beyond the fusion stage. They took a step back when they realized Michael was a half-immortal. Fear glistened in their eyes. Even General Bryce looked a bit terrified. "I brought you a gift," Michael flicked his wrist. The soldiers almost jumped before General Bryce to shield him with their bodies. But contrary to their expectation, a head materialized in Michael's hand. Blood trickled down from the head. General Bryce was the first man to recognize the head despite the lack of a body. "General Barnett," General Bryce mumbled. His words stunned the advisors. Soon they themselves gawked at the head only to get startled. Everyone in the tent looked between Michael and the head. Silence fell over them. Finally, after a few moments of gawking, General Bryce's words cut through the silence. "Who are you?" asked General Bryce. "Have you heard of the saying, 'Enemy of my enemy is my friend'?" asked Michael. "I am building an army to destroy Thusia. Consider this as my gift to sway Suvan to my side." Michael threw the bloody head of Barnett to Bryce. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net. What about the villagers in his camp? General Bryce asked after catching Barnett's head. "If you accept my offer, the villagers will become my allies. Otherwise, saving them and retaking your kingdom from Thusia is up to you." General Bryce and the advisors looked at each other. "And for your question, who am I?" "It's Ghost," Michael introduced himself. As Michael expected, they immediately recognized him. The name Ghost was famous through Azair and Elon. Even some of the noble families in Ar had heard of his name because of his feat in the alchemy competition. Soon, one of the advisors who researched Thusia recalled Ghost being the guild leader of the Thusian Alchemy Guild. Regardless, the advisor was reluctant to question a half-immortal. "Look, Lord Ghost, Master Ghost would do," Michael interjected Bryce's words. "Master Ghost, as much as I appreciate you taking the life of this son of a bitch, the decision of becoming your ally is up to His Majesty Gunner. But if you help us rescue our villagers and clean the maggots off of my land, you will have my support," General Bryce said. Michael smiled. "I like you." His smile lightened the mood inside the tent. General Bryce's thought was simple. If Ghost was Maxim's man and this was an elaborate plan, Suvan had no way of fighting a half-immortal. But his instinct told him otherwise. Bryce wanted to use Ghost to eradicate Barnett's men. It could buy Suvan a week of time to reconsider their battle plans. Furthermore, with a half-immortal by their side, they actually had a chance to retake the farmlands and the villagers taken over by the Thusian army. 5 minutes, Michael raised 5 fingers. For what? Asked Bryce. To rescue your people, Michael shot out from the hole in the tent. What are you people waiting for? Put your damn armor on and follow me, Bryce barked at the soldiers and advisors before following behind Michael. N0VL next. Kumi. The time Bryce reached the dark sky, he had noticed a streak of golden lightning heading toward the Thusian camp. It was surprising to him that there was no commotion inside the Thusian camp. Those idiots don't know. Bryce looked at the bloody head of Barnett in his hand. Suddenly, Bryce heard an ear-splitting thunderclap resonating in the sky. He looked in the direction of the Thusian camps. To his shock, the sky above them swirled as streaks of lightning flashed across the sky. Finally, Bryce saw the Thusian soldiers rushing out of their tents. The sky above them terrified them. They had never seen such a lightning storm before. Bryce heard the eerie howling wind as he stared at the whirling clouds without batting an eye. Every time a streak of lightning flashed across the dark sky, it illuminated Ghost and formed a giant shadow of him in the clouds above. Chapter 696. Retaking the cities. The Thusian soldiers were in chaos seeing the scary sky above them. Some of them noticed Michael's figure hovering in the sky and began to shout at others. They all collectively waited for General Barnett. Some rushed toward the tent in the center to notify the general. Little did they know Michael had killed General in his sleep. The soldiers were just going to find a headless body on a bed. Without knowing the danger they were in, the soldiers prepared to defend themselves. What's he doing? Bryce asked the advisors when they joined in the air. Ghost was just hovering in the sky with his hands behind his back. His long black coat fluttered in the wind, along with his raven black hair. But suddenly an ear-splitting thunderclap resonated in the air. Hundreds of lightning bolts struck the ground at the same time. The sky turned bright as day. Bryce and his men felt their neck hair standing up. They could feel the electricity in the air. The tents that were hit by lightning immediately caught fire. Bryce saw soldiers turning into skeletons in a split second. Hollow armor hit the ground with a sickening thud. The Thusians didn't even have time to scream. In a mere moment, hundreds of lives were snuffed out by Ghost. This was the ultimate form of ignitia. The spell created a violent storm and produced precisely 120 bolts of golden lightning. These lightning bolts jumped from soldier to soldier due to their high electricity and the soldier's metal armor. The system notifications continuously rang in Michael's head. Congratulations to host Michael for leveling up. The current stage is half immortal level 4. Michael leveled up. Each level in the half immortal stage cost him a whopping 5 million experience points. So Michael needed to kill 100 Void Strengthening Stage Cultivators or 10 Fusion Stage Cultivators. Because of such a humongous amount, the system recommended Michael find energy sources that could be converted through Energy Devourer into experience points. Bryce and his men felt a chill. They had been fighting the Thusians for weeks now. But all it took Ghost was a few seconds to end their lives. For the first time in their lives, they witnessed the true power of a half-immortal. This was the reason why the Immortal Council was created. Cultivators above the fusion stage were godlike beings. They could destroy an entire kingdom with a few spells. Even if hundreds of fusion stage cultivators attacked a half-immortal at once, they wouldn't be able to kill him. They needed an immortal killing weapon. Even with such a weapon, the odds of killing one would be little to none, especially when the collateral damage would decimate everything around them. The world hadn't seen a rogue half-immortal causing such trouble for centuries. Michael looked down to see his handiwork. The ground was still electrified as tiny bolts of blue lightning crisscrossed the ground, creating a buzzing noise. Not a single Thusian soldier survived the wrath of the lightning storm. Fortunately for the villagers, they were caged out of Ignitia's area of effect. General Bryce, Michael's words echoed through the air. His words snapped General Bryce out of his shock. They hesitated to move toward Ghost after witnessing such an overwhelming show of power. The air itself was riddled with the smell of burning flesh and melting iron. Furthermore, the eerie silence returned to the place as the storm clouds dissipated. Yet the horror it produced remained still. Eventually, General Bryce and his men moved toward Michael. They couldn't take their gazes away from the smoke and ash clouds emanating from the ground. "Your people are caged that way," Michael pointed at the forest north of the campsite. Some of the advisors and soldiers immediately rushed toward the forest. They felt terrified to even be near Michael. N0VL next. So shall we go meet your king? Asked Michael. Master Ghost, can you give me some time to arrange a meeting between you and His Majesty? This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. Calm to experience faster update speed. Michael nodded. After his ultimate show of power, anyone would be afraid to meet him suddenly, especially a king. Michael knew General Bryce and the king would take some time to pick a safe place and time for their meeting. Sure thing. You have 2 hours to give me an answer, Michael said with a calm smile. He was not a mere cultivator who would have to wait for a king's permission anymore. Instead, the kings had to wait for him. Seeing the perplexed look on Bryce's face, Michael patted him on the shoulder. Relax, you guys are not my enemy and I don't go around making enemies because I am stronger. I give you my word. No harm will come to your king from me. Michael's words calmed Bryce's mind. He might not be as strong as Ghost, but Bryce had enough experience to tell whether someone was speaking honestly or not. Besides, General Bryce didn't think there was a way to stop Ghost in case he wanted to kill Gunnar, the king of Suvan. We will teleport to your capital. Get your things ready. I will meet you in your camp in 10 minutes. Michael descended to the ground, leaving Bryce speechless. As Ghost moved closer to the ground, all the damaged armor and bones began to float. In a few seconds, a large cloud of ash containing armor and bones hovered in the air. Bryce creased his brows, wondering what Ghost was doing. Soon, a bright light shot out of Ghost, enveloped the ash cloud and faded away along with it. Ghost dated his arms as he ascended to the air once again. Let's go. A few hours ago in Colfell, Gaia was waiting for the Thusians to surround them with Yagner and his men. After a few minutes, an 8-foot man armed to the teeth arrived at the arena with a group of knights. All of them were clad in metal armor, and except their heads, every part of their body was covered in silver armor. The leading man was Soul Refining Stage Level 5 warrior. His long black beard almost touched his belly button. The knights behind him conjured a ball of light, illuminating the entire arena. Yagner and his men closed their eyes for a moment because of the brightness. But as soon as the Thusians saw the group, their faces turned pale. Even the Soul Refiner, who could scare anyone with its gigantic body, got scared. He took a step back. What? Because Yaganar and his men carried pikes with Thusian soldiers stuck to them like kebab. Help! An eerie cold gasp sounded from Gaia's group. The Thusians saw something that scared them for their life. General Maddox, he was stuck to a pike and held by an orc. Once terrifying general was missing his lower body. His mouth moved, asking for help. The Thusians saw hundreds of heads stuck to pikes. All of them had their eyes wide open. Even an oblivious man could tell those people died a terrifying death. These are all your fellow soldiers who foolishly attempted to take over the capital, Gaia's playful voice echoed through the arena. And this is your beloved General Maddox. Gaia grabbed the pike from Yagner and raised it above. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net the Thusians were speechless. More than that, they were terrified. Heres our offer. Drop your shit and run back to your kingdom with your tails between your legs. Or we could do the same to you and show it to the Thusians in Mainville. You have a minute to make your decision. Gaia lowered General Maddox and moved his hand like a puppet. Her gesture made the Thusians furious. But they were more terrified than furious. They all knew how powerful General Maddox was. So if the Zilons did that to Maddox, they could imagine what they would do to them. Come on, Maddie, tell your soldiers to save themselves, Gaia said to Maddox. Her voice was loud enough for everyone to hear her. You don't want him to come here, do you? Maddox's eyes barely had the light of life. But when he was reminded of Michael, his eyes widened. Listen to her. Inform His Majesty. Avenge us. These words barely escaped Maddox's mouth. After all, Michael only gave him enough healing potion to keep him alive. Hearing those words, the Thusians were stunned. It was obvious to them the Zilons broke his spirit completely. Some couldn't even believe it was really their general. We will avenge you here and now, General, the Soul Refining Stage captain growled. Yagner turned his head to see Gaia grinning as though she was expecting this. Gaia threw the pike to Yagner. The very next moment, a long wooden bow and a golden arrow materialized in her hand. Kill them all. The Thusian captain roared. He lunged at Yagner and his group. But his body suddenly exploded in the mid-air. Rain of blood poured over the Thusians. Everyone including Yagner and his men were startled. They couldn't tell what just happened. One moment the captain was in the middle and the next he turned into a bloody mist. N0VL next. Koem Yagner jerked his head to the side. To his surprise, Gaia had her bow raised. She fired an arrow made of pure first energy at the Soul Refining Stage captain. She imbued 3 kinds of energy into one arrow: celestial energy, arch energy, and finally the first energy. The combination of these energies were powerful enough to make a Soul Refinager explode like a watermelon. Nightmare, finish them all. Her words broke the silence. The Thujans halted their steps. Suddenly the area grew darker. Yagner looked up at the sky as he saw a shadow of a dragon above the dark clouds. Just like before, a stream of fire shot down through the clouds. The Thujans screamed in agony. Their armors melted like butter. But none of them could pinpoint where the fire was coming. This time Yagner was sure. There was a dragon hovering above the clouds. He was sure of it. Although the Thujans were their enemies, seeing them burning to death made Yagner feel a bit of pity for them. The smell of burning flesh overwhelmed their nostrils. Gaia watched the burning Thujans with no expression on her face. She just turned her head to look at Yagner. Take the armors on the ground and kill anyone who escaped the fire. Kebab their bodies and prepare to march toward the next city. Chapter 697. Who will lead the army? After killing Thujan soldiers, Michael teleported to the Suvan capital Edgerton, with General Bryce and his advisors. The city of Edgerton was built along the banks of a labyrinth of rivers. It was truly a modern curiosity. Its wonder was matched by the backdrop of pristine skies and the lonely mountain on the horizon. Thick tall walls were built around the city. Snow blanketed the lands outside the city walls like puffy white bed sheets. The winter's cold froze all the crisscrossing rivers as well as the waterfalls. Michael appeared in the sky within the city walls. Although it was the middle of the night, the city seemed awake. Michael heard several cries of little children and noticed people running through the streets restlessly. When Michael looked closer, he was able to see several men lying on the side of the streets, begging. They all looked thin as sticks as though they didn't eat for weeks. Even the soldiers patrolling the city gates seemed weak and exhausted. It seems like the people are starving, said Michael. As much as General Bryce wanted to disagree with Ghost, he knew it was the truth. Not only did Thujans cut all their supply routes and burnt major farmlands, the warehouse Suvan stored food mysteriously caught fire. General Bryce knew it was the Thusian spies who started the fire in their granary and other warehouses. But they had no evidence to prove, and even if they had, there was no use. Michael decided to descend to the ground level. He conjured a bright ball of light as all the citizens in the streets looked up at the sky. Seeing a bright light descending toward them, many dropped to their knees, worshipping the light. They thought the Great One and Two had answered their prayers. Michael slowly hovered toward the town square. The people dropped everything they were doing and followed the light. Why are you following me? Michael turned around. You go set up the meeting with your king. Michael chased away General Bryce and his advisors. Having no other choice, General Bryce and the others flew toward the castle. Meanwhile, Michael dimmed the light, revealing himself to the people. Those who worshipped the light stared at him with their jaws dropped. They were disappointed. But those who dared to sense Michael's cultivation stage were stunned beyond words. A half-immortal. Someone in the crowd shouted. Several people gasped in shock. The people quickly swarmed the town square. Even the people who were sleeping inside their homes rushed out of their houses once they heard the commotion outside. With a flick of his wrist, Michael retrieved a couple of big crates of revitalization potions. He felt pity for the people of Suvan. These people provided food for the entire continent, yet because of Maxim they were starving. The crying children reminded Michael of his orphanage. He used to steal from gangsters to feed the little ones. Take this. It will satiate your hunger. The glistening jade potion slowly hovered in the air at arm-reaching distance from the crowd. While the majority of the crowd hesitated to grab an unknown potion, an old man used the little bit of strength left in his body to grab the potion. The old man was skin and bones and looked emaciated. His hunger prevented his brain from giving a damn about whether the potion was consumable or not. He just pulled up the cork and emptied the potion in one single gulp. Everyone stared at the old man without batting an eye. Under their gazes, the old man's wrinkly skin slowly began to glow. His eyes were filled with new vigor. The old man immediately dropped to his knees. He raised his hand toward Michael. My lord, thank you. The old man banged his head against the ground. He was grateful beyond words. His words and gestures showed Michael how much hardships the old man had gone through. Judging by the callus in the old man's hands, Michael could tell the old man was a farmer. A farmer crying for food was truly a pitiful situation. It summed up the city's situation. Following the old man, several people reached for the potion. One by one they all consumed the potion. The same was the same. Their hunger was satiated in a second. Plus they all felt revitalized. Strength returned to their bodies. Finally, after weeks of going without eating, the people of Edgerton had something to fill their bellies. Smiles returned to their faces. I offered your king to join my army to end Thuja's reign once and for all. Once he accepts it, everything will go back to the way it was. Michael's words echoed through the city. He turned around to leave the town hall. When he was about to fly away, the old man raised his voice. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. Com to experience faster update speed. My lord, please let us know your name, Ghost. Michael smiled at the old man before flying away from the area, leaving a streak of golden lightning. After exactly 2 hours, Michael headed toward the castle. As Michael expected, a group of people stood outside the castle to welcome Michael. The man leading the group was neither too tall nor too short. He had a medium physique, long shoulder-length brown hair, and a trimmed goatee. A golden crown decorated his head. His red silk robes were long enough to sweep the floor as he walked forward. He was accompanied by General Bryce and several knights armed to the teeth. They all bowed their heads when Michael's feet touched the ground. Master Ghost, Novel Bin King Gunner. Michael firmly shook the king's hand before following the king into the castle. Humble braziers half encompassing each of the 6 ivory columns lit up the lower levels of the throne hall and bathed it in an orange glow. The illustrations of golden wheat fields on the bowed ceiling danced in the flickering light while marble icons looked down upon the oaken floor of this monumental hall. A cardinal rug ran from the throne down the center, looping back from both left and right while matching banners with ornate needlework covered parts of the walls. The chandeliers illuminated the portraits of previous kings and queens. As Michael walked with the king, the nobles standing in the throne hall stared at Michael with amazed looks on their faces. The young girls didn't even blink as they all desired a husband like him. Silence swept across the throne hall. King Gunnar led Michael toward the stately throne of gold, sat amidst 2 large statues, and was adjoined by 2 smaller and less elaborate seats for those closest to the royal highness. The throne was covered in nothing but labyrinthine engravings, and fixed on each of the ornate legs was a gilded petal. The nobles stood before the impressively carved stone benches, all of which faced the center of the hall. Those of higher standing remained in the embellished balconies facing the benches below. Instead of climbing the stairs to take his throne on the elevated platform, the king glanced at the few servants. They quickly ran toward him and placed several comfy sofas. Please take a seat, Master Ghost. King Gunnar gestured to Michael to sit. However, Michael slowly shook his head. You are the king. You should sit first. His words pleasantly surprised the nobles and earned appreciation from King Gunnar. Despite his overwhelming power, Michael did not act arrogant. If Michael only wanted their assistance in taking out Wuxia, he didn't have to give a face to King Gunnar or any of his allies. On the contrary, Michael thought about his long-term plan. Even after the war with Wuxia, Michael could use their assistance in various things. Therefore, he needed to be friendly with them instead of being prideful and arrogant. For example, Suvan could provide produce for his restaurants. In contrast, Zulon could provide him with rare ores to forge weapons and armor for Michael's personal army. Simply put, Michael and Maxim Barnes wanted the same from these kingdoms. But Maxim intended to covet the resources for free through war, whereas Michael planned to use friendly relationships to get what he wanted. Michael leaned back on the sofa, waiting for Gunnar to start the conversation. He was surprised to see the nobles around him. He thought Gunnar would prefer a private conversation. I have to thank you for saving the villagers, Master Ghost, King Gunnar said. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net. They were the lucky ones, King Gunnar. There are so many people being affected by Wuxia every single day. We both know that, King Gunnar, and the advisors nodded. I heard what you asked of us from General Bryce. I'm not going to waste both our time by beating around the bush, Master Ghost. Every second we waste talking is one life lost. But I have 2 questions that I need an answer to. Ask away, said Michael. What's the reason for your hatred toward Wuxia? Michael expected this question. He just smiled. Let's just say what Maxim Barnes did to you is just a fraction of what he did to my people and me. Ghost's eyes glimmered with rage, but his voice had a tinge of sorrow. King Gunnar did not poke into the matter any further. All it mattered was that he believed Ghost. The pain in his eyes was real. Harris, my next question, if I give you the Suvan army, will you let General Bryce lead the men? Instead of answering King Gunnar, Michael turned his gaze toward General Bryce. General Bryce, if I order you to cut Thusian soldiers' heads, stick them in pikes and parade them throughout the occupied cities, will you do it without any hesitation? Michael's question surprised everyone in the hall. General Bryce couldn't answer his question right away because he wouldn't do that. This is why you are not going to lead the army. We are fighting against Maxim Barnes, who will use every dirty tactic there is. Fighting him with honor will only get you and your loved ones killed. But at the same time, I cannot and won't ask you to change your life codes for me, Michael paused for a moment, letting his words sink into their heads. May I know who will lead the army then? My fiancée. Gunnar was surprised by Michael's answer. In fact, she is doing what I asked General Bryce as we speak in Zulon. When the sun rises tomorrow, Zulon will be a free nation once again. Chapter 698. Rescuing the Northgard. Prince King Gunnar and the nobles were speechless for a moment. Having no other choice and seeing no other alternatives, King Gunnar and General Bryce nodded their heads. Following their agreement, the trio began to discuss the status of Northgard, a kingdom that fell into Thuja's hands. I still have some contacts within Northgard. The prince has been leading the rebels since Thuja conquered them, said Gunnar. I am glad they still have a fight in them. Do you have a way to meet the prince? To Michael's surprise, King Gunnar sighed. Yesterday, I received a report from my spies that the Thujans captured the prince and the core members of the rebellion. They are getting transported to Andover, Northgard's capital, said Gunnar. They will be executed in front of the citizens when the sun rises tomorrow, said General Bryce. He felt pity for the prince. He lost his entire family to the Thuja. Still, he managed to lead a rebellion, hoping one day they would chase away the invaders. But everything was going to end unless Ghost wanted to save the prince. Judging by the look on Ghost's face, both Gunnar and Bryce could tell them he was thinking about rescuing the prince. Although the prince had no big army to help Ghost, the prince was a powerful fighter and ally to have their side. I assume you know the route they are using to transport the prince and his men, said Michael. As Michael expected, General Bryce nodded. General Bryce clapped his hands as a soldier rushed into the throne hall. General Bryce, the soldier bowed. Bring me the green parchment on my table. The soldier quickly ran into the door in the corner to bring the parchment. Michael was surprised that everything was so open. The nobles were staring at them without batting an eye. If there were a Thusian spy among them, the spy would inform everything to Maxim Barnes. Fortunately, Michael did not give a damn about spies. Overwhelming power could always beat strategies. When the soldier returned, General Bryce opened the parchment. Michael saw the map of Northgard. The majority of the kingdom was lush forests and rivers. Michael wondered why Maxim Barnes targeted Northgard because he always coveted a natural resource in a kingdom that he waged war against. Zulon was a metal-rich kingdom, while Suvan was the breadbasket of the Azer continent. Instead of guessing it himself, Michael questioned King Gunnar. Why did Maxim Barnes target Northgard? What do they have in abundance? Asked Michael. Novel be in. Sioam, that's the same question we had. Maxim Barnes always has something in his mind. Northgard didn't specialize in anything. They're just a regular kingdom. It has many water resources, but I don't think that's something Maxim Barnes is interested in. He has plenty of lakes and waters in Ithilien. Speaking of Ithilien, what is the state of the mind of Ithilien natives? Asked Michael. Ithilien fell to Thuja first. King Maxim Barnes turned this kingdom into the new Thuja. It was a bold and unheard move of Maxim Barnes. No king had ever sold his kingdom and relocated it to another place, let alone a continent. The reason, however simple, the cosmic stream was in Ithilien. Even Ithilien people had no idea they were sitting on an energy source that could change the fate of the world. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. To experience faster update speed. For the first few months, those people struggled against the new authority. But Maxim won over the people. He managed to develop the kingdom out of bones. As much as I hate him, he turned a once poor kingdom into one of the richest in the world. So naturally, people began to accept him as their king, said Gunnar. I heard they even throw parades showing their joy. So don't count on the people or army of Ithilien to fight against Maxim. There is no Ithilien anymore. Michael couldn't disagree with General Bryce. Of course, Maxim Barnes would keep the Ithilien people happy. In fact, he would develop every kingdom under his rule and make them a superpower. That was the reason why Michael was building an army quickly. He wanted to get rid of Thuja before the people accepted Maxim Barnes as their ruler. Even if he was the half-immortal, fighting the people of 4 kingdoms would be a headache. Now, back to the topic of Northgard. It's highly likely Maxim Barnes knows something we don't, said Gunnar. That's why we are going to rescue the prince, said Michael. Then we need a plan of attack, said General Bryce. I have a plan. Michael rose from the sofa with a smile on his face. Attack. Asterisk 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 asterisk. In a blink of an eye, the around General Bryce changed. 1 second he was standing in the throne hall, and the next he was floating above a lush, thick forest. The forest was endless, thick and young. Its canopy was marked by hazel, pine, and fir. Sufficient twinkling lights burst through their crowns for a diversity of plants to consume the nut and seed-covered grounds below. Thin tree limbs dangled from every tree, and a medley of flowers, which claimed remnants of light, added some bright touches to the otherwise monotone backdrop. A variety of wild noises, which were caused by foraging animals, added life to the forest and were out of sync with the occasional sounds of breaking twigs beneath the feet of larger animals. When General Bryce focused on his surroundings, he heard the sound of horses galloping. "Shoo!" Michael shushed as he slowly flew through the canopy. General Bryce and Michael noticed two cages pulled by horses slowly galloping on the man-made path. For an escort party they were pretty small. It seemed like the Thusians didn't want to draw so much attention. Michael and General Bryce used the foliage and canopy to their advantage. The Thusians didn't know they were being followed by two intruders. "I count 8, General Bryce whispered. To Michael's surprise, they all were at the soul refining stage. If General Bryce, a soul refining stage warrior, were to fight the group, the outcome of the battle would be General Bryce's death. However, the power gap between a soul refiner and a half-immortal was huge. Michael calmly increased his speed. His targets were the 8 soul refining stage soldiers riding horses. General Bryce suddenly heard an otherworldly whistling noise. Soon, dark beams shot out of Ghost's eyes. General Bryce wouldn't have seen the black beam if it wasn't for the torches lit atop the cages. To General Bryce's surprise, the black beams penetrated the soul refining stage soldiers. The beams zigzagged from soldier to soldier, putting a hole into their heads. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a soul refining stage level 4 warrior. The reward is 300,000 experience points and 6,000 badass points. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully being a badass. The reward is 5,000 badass points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing a soul refining stage level 4 warrior. The reward is 300,000 experience points and 6,000 badass points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully being a badass. The reward is 5,000 badass points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing a soul refining stage level 4 warrior. The reward is 300,000 experience points and 6,000 badass points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully being a badass. The reward is 5,000 badass points. Michael ignored the system word sound in his head. The soldiers fell off the horses with a thud. They didn't even have time to shout. Instead, their horses neighed loudly. The horses were terrified. General Bryce saw several tiny bolts of lightning shooting out of Ghost's fingers, hitting the chains connecting the horses to the cages. HRMMMM. When Michael's feet touched the ground, he noticed several figures inside the cages mumbling. Their heads were covered by a black cloth, while their hands and legs were shackled by metal chains. "Prince Devarius, are you inside the cage?" asked General Bryce. They counted 10 hostages inside the cages. Each cage contained 5 prisoners. HRMMMM. Michael heard a loud mumbling from one of the cages. He walked toward it to see one of the prisoners shaking their metal chains frantically. Mitchie sent a bolt of lightning to the metal lock on the cage. Sparks flew as the lock exploded into bits and pieces. General Bryce quickly opened the cage. Yet again Michael fired the dark beams. This time, it traveled through the chains around the prisoners. Finally, General Bryce helped the prisoners out of their cages. "Prince Devarius, it's General Bryce." "We got you." General Bryce removed the black cloth on one of the prisoners' heads, revealing a dark-skinned man with a thick bushy beard. A cloth wrapped around his mouth underneath the cloak to prevent him from screaming. Prince Devarius stared at Michael and General Bryce in shock. Prince Devarius was a few inches taller than Michael. His body was riddled with scars. No one would tell this man was a prince by the looks of him. "I didn't think you would come to save us," Prince Devarius said in a thick accent. He looked around at the Thusian bodies before spitting on the ground. To this moment, Devarius did not try to see through Michael's cultivation level. "Who is he?" Devarius looked at Michael. "That's Master Ghost. Our ally and the one who just saved you," said General Bryce. "You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.